Rebirth of the Mecha Master. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 101 Hong Junsheng on the verge of bankruptcy. By fans building, as expected of the tallest building in the entire medicinal herb town, immediately displayed the words as soon as the projection was put on, seeking large quantities of natural chenqi, liang xinkao, jawuhua, xiang kuangai. Prices are negotiable for bulk orders. In just a short while, almost everyone in the town was talking about it. Hiss. Who on earth is buying up such rare items as natural chenqi, bright core grass, extreme mist flower, and heavenly cluster leaf in such large quantities? Yes, natural chenqi, bright core grass, extreme mist flower, and heavenly cluster leaf, these are all high-grade goods. Not only are they incredibly valuable, but the usual quantities are also unusually large. That's right. I heard old Shen mention last time that they stockpiled over 10 kilograms of extreme mist flower, and almost got trapped. Luckily, they had some savings and managed to sell it off after more than half a year. It's already quite good that they managed to sell it off. So many newcomers who don't know the rules of the trade have been deliberately tricked and ended up in the trap. Could it be that the people buying these herbs have been deliberately tricked again? After a while, someone finally found out who was buying them. It's actually the person who rented that building? No way, could it really be true? Had they dared to rent even that building? Could it be another guy who's not afraid of death? In a small herbal medicine shop in Medicine Town, a bloated middle-aged man watched the hurried pedestrians on the street, his face full of worry. In a short time, he saw that the shop across the street had completed 3 or 4 orders, and each order exceeded 100,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins for wholesale herbs would not have been a big deal for him half a year ago. Although 100,000 star coins was a lot, they were just wholesalers, and after deducting costs, 100,000 star coins didn't really earn much. But now, let alone 100,000 star coins, he hadn't seen an order for even 10,000 or 20,000 star coins for days. Thinking of this, he sighed again, looking back at the herbs in the shop. The shop didn't have many herbs, and most of the shelves were filled with the same type of herb. The overweight middle-aged man, named Hong Junsheng, was a medicinal herb merchant who had recently settled in the herb town. Upon arrival, in an effort to attract customers, he sold his herbs at a 10% discount. Unexpectedly, this very act led to him being deliberately set in a trap. 6 months ago, a group of people came to his shop, claiming to want to purchase 100 jin, 50 kg, of natural cinnabar. This herb was expensive and not easily sold. Hong Junsheng initially didn't want to do this business, but the other party produced a certificate for a pharmacy, claiming they specialized in researching natural cinnabar. He reluctantly accepted, because the other party had placed a deposit of 10 million. With this deposit and the pharmacy certificate, Hong Junsheng was blinded by greed. He thought that even if the other party never came to pick up the goods, he could still make 10 million for free. However, after Hong Junsheng mortgaged his shop's stock and finally collected all the natural cinnabar, the other party disappeared without a trace, as if they were throwing away the 10 million. To gather this batch of goods, Hong Junsheng had mortgaged all the stock in his shop. When the time came, the other party didn't come to collect the goods, and the shop that provided the natural gemstones didn't want them back, only the stock he had mortgaged. Only then did Hong Junsheng realize he'd been set up. They were trying to drive him out of the medicinal herb town with a low cost of 10 million. But Hong Junsheng was a ruthless man. He knew that since they'd invested 10 million, they would eventually recoup it through other means. So he gritted his teeth and held on, wanting to see who would give in first. Unexpectedly, this holding out lasted for half a year. The other party not only didn't show their face, but seemed to have no interest in the 10 million either. This worried Hong Junsheng greatly, as the shop's funds were already exhausted. Boss, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, a shop assistant ran in from outside. Hong Junsheng looked up at the shop assistant and sighed again. The shop used to have 7 or 8 employees, but now only 1 remained. If it weren't for the usual heavy lifting, he would have fired even this person. However, considering the shop's finances, that day probably wasn't far off. "Boss, someone outside is buying large quantities of natural chenchi," the shop assistant shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Hong Juncheng abruptly stood up, the sudden movement causing his large, fleshy body to tremble. What did you just say?" "Boss, someone is buying large quantities of natural chenchi, discounts for bulk orders," the shop assistant panted, but spoke clearly. "Really? Where?" Hong Juncheng's eyes instantly turned red, like a rabbit's, unable to hide his excitement. "In that building, I heard it's the people who rented it who want to buy it, and they're not just buying natural chenchi, they also..." Before the shop assistant could finish, Hong Juncheng's feet seemed to have stepped on a charcoal brazier, and he rushed towards the building, leaving only the words, "You stay here and collect all the natural chenchi." Near the building. After Liang Zi projected the words onto the front of the building, a large crowd immediately gathered. Natural chenchi, bright core grass, extreme mist flower, heavenly cluster leaf, these are all medicinal materials that are usually hard to sell. Who would hoard such a large quantity at once? Yes, in this world, whoever hoards these things is not far from bankruptcy. Wasn't there a fat guy last time who was tricked into hoarding a batch of natural chenchi? If he came here to sell it, he could definitely double his money. Suddenly, someone in the crowd whispered. He wouldn't dare. Immediately, someone shook their head. Even if that fat guy dares to sell, someone will come and cause trouble before he even sells anything. Although the two spoke in low voices, the fat guy they were talking about was not far behind them and heard their words. Hong Juncheng's face turned purplish red. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were red, and his breathing became increasingly labored. It turned out that everyone in the town already knew what was going on, except for him. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the consequences, and pushed through the crowd to step forward. Now, his shop was almost bankrupt. Even if he didn't expect to break even, as long as he could sell that batch of natural chenchi, he could return to his hometown as a wealthy man and not be driven out of the herb town empty-handed. "You're buying natural chenchi. And I have 100 jin here." Hong Juncheng shouted loudly. His shout immediately silenced the people around him, and they even made way for him. Lin Tao had Liang Zi announce the message, but no one appeared for a long time, his brows furrowing in worry. Suddenly, he heard someone shout that they possessed 100 jin of natural chenchi, a type of precious stone, and his eyes lit up. Turning his head, he saw a fat man with a ferocious face walking out from the crowd. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had lost his parents, which greatly surprised Lin Tao. Even so, after a moment of surprise, Lin Tao still smiled and stepped forward. "You have 100 jin of natural chenchi?" "That's right, I have 100 jin of natural chenchi right now. As long as you can afford the price. No, if you're willing to eat it all, I'm willing to give it to you for 20% less than the cost price." Hong Juncheng gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Lin Tao was greatly astonished. The normal selling price of natural chenchi was higher than that of Hyacinth grass, Lin flower, and Piao grass, about 10,000 star coins per jin. Calculated this way, 1 jin would cost at least 1 million star coins. In other words, 100 jin of natural chenchi would be worth at least 100 million. The person before him was not only selling at cost price, but also 20% lower? What had happened to this guy that made him sell natural chenchi at such a low price? This made Lin Tao wary. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, his muscles bulging, and said coldly, "If you really have natural chenchi, I'll buy it all, even if you sell it at cost price or a higher price. But if you're trying to trick me with fakes, then..." "Who said fakes?" Hong Juncheng's face immediately turned ashen. "No one in the entire medicinal herb town has fakes. I'm not afraid to tell you frankly, if someone hadn't deliberately set a trap, I wouldn't have been caught up in this 100 pounds of natural chenchi. In short, if you dare to buy, I, Hong Juncheng, am not afraid of offending anyone and will sell it on the spot." "Oh?" Lin Tao remained calm, his eyes quickly scanning the surrounding crowd. He saw that everyone looked tense and remained silent. "Lin Tao." At this moment, Liang Zi walked to Lin Tao's side and whispered a few words. "I heard that some people in the medicinal herb town deliberately set traps to lure those who don't know the rules into them, causing them to go bankrupt and leave the town." What he said should be true. Hearing Liang Zi's words, Lin Tao's tone softened, and he nodded. "Take me to see it. If the goods are of good quality, I can buy them all at cost price. Okay. Hong Juncheng nodded excitedly and readily agreed. However, before Hong Juncheng could turn around, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the crowd. Lin Tao and the others turned around and saw that the crowd had once again parted to make way for a group of fierce-looking burly men. The one in the lead had a hideous scar on his face. Seeing these people coming, the surrounding crowd all secretly shook their heads and made way. Oh, I think I heard someone say that they are not afraid of offending people and are going to release their natural gemstones? The man with the hideous scar stared at Hong Juncheng with a mocking smile. It's you? Hong Juncheng seemed to recognize the people in front of him. His originally flushed face turned deathly pale, as white as paper. Seeing that the newcomers were hostile, Lin Tao stepped forward and blocked Hong Juncheng's path. It was rare for someone to come and sell natural chenstone, and in such a large quantity at once, Lin Tao wouldn't let anyone ruin it. The man with the hideous scar sneered a few times, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Tao. Get out of the way. We'll settle your score later. Now, I'll talk to Boss Hong about the rules of the medicinal herb town. Chapter 102. Can you represent the Green Bamboo sect? That old Hong, he's really ungrateful. Yet, he's been suffering for half a year. Maybe if he just gritted his teeth and persevered a little longer, those people would come out. At most, he'd lose a little, sell all his goods, and go back to being a rich man. Now, sigh. Even Scarface is out. He'll definitely leave this town penniless. What a pity. A commotion arose in the crowd, not loud, but it reached Lin Tao and the others' ears. Scarface sneered without saying a word. Lin Tao frowned. Upon hearing this, Hong Juncheng's face turned red and white, and his whole body trembled. Suffer for half a year? Did they really think he'd gotten through those 6 months so easily? Moreover, these people were all just making sarcastic remarks. You have to understand, most of his natural gemstones were obtained from these shop owners as collateral. But what if he really wanted to return them? Hong Juncheng was prepared to lose a little money, but these guys were like vampires, refusing to return them, preferring to keep the goods rather than give them back. Otherwise, Hong Juncheng wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, they're all making sarcastic remarks, clearly wanting him bankrupt and forced to leave. Those people spent 10 million. Do they really think that 10 million grew out of thin air and won't be taken back? If nothing unexpected happens, even if those people intervene, he probably won't be able to sell his batch of natural gemstones for even 10% of the cost price, maybe not even 5%. Is this what a rich man should do? He'd be better off begging around in the medicinal herb town. Hong Juncheng was so angry he couldn't speak. Facing Scarface and his men, Lin Tao stood firmly in front of Hong Juncheng, not giving an inch. Scarface's face darkened, turning ugly as he coldly stared at Lin Tao. What, you plan to fight us head-on? Lin Tao didn't speak. He stood straight, his muscles bulging like steel plates, radiating a suffocating aura even through his clothes. Scarface's face darkened further, and he snorted angrily, Kid, I think you're tired of living. Brother Scarface, let's teach him a lesson. At this moment, a burly man behind Scarface stepped forward. All right. It's only right to teach him a lesson. Scarface nodded hatefully. With a wave of the burly man's hand, 6 or 7 men stepped forward and walked towards Lin Tao. Kid, don't think you can act tough just because you have a few more muscles. This is Herb Town, our Green Bamboo sect's territory, the burly man said coldly. Oh? Lin Tao crossed his arms, nonchalantly asking, are you all from the Green Bamboo sect? Hearing this, Hong Juncheng's expression changed again. He sighed deeply and reached out to pull Lin Tao away, saying, forget it, young brother, I, Hong Juncheng, have wronged you today. Since they've come looking for me, you should probably avoid them. Hong Juncheng was disheartened. These past few days in the herb town had given him a clear understanding of people's true colors, and he no longer wanted to stay there. However, Lin Tao stood there, and he couldn't possibly move him, leaving Hong Juncheng frozen in place. Lin Tao, we. Bai Fan's expression also changed slightly. He hadn't yet witnessed Lin Tao's display of power at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Liang Zi frowned slightly and stepped forward to pull Bai Fan back. As someone who had been in the business world for many years, he had considerable experience. Lin Tao was someone who could speak to the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. Why would he be afraid of the Green Bamboo sect members before him? Moreover, given Lin Tao's status at the first Mecha Academy on Mingyuan Star, Even if he slapped the green bamboo sect in the face, neither of them would dare say anything. Avoid? You think they'll let me go after I avoid them? Lin Tao turned his head, smiling at Hong Juncheng. This. Hong Juncheng was speechless. Upon hearing this, the burly man laughed loudly, then his expression changed to a sinister one. You little brat, you've got some sense. Putting this aside, you still dare to rent that house. Clearly, you're here for us. Tell me, who sent you to cause trouble for our green bamboo sect? Oh? So, if someone rents this building, they're going against your green bamboo sect? Lin Tao suddenly had an idea and asked back. HMPH. He knows the answer already. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson first, let him wake up. The burly man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Although he wasn't as high-ranking as Scarface, he was still a figure of some influence in the entire medicinal herb town. With a wave of his hand, the burly man immediately rushed towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao chuckled. Little brother, don't resist. They're from the green bamboo sect. Hong Juncheng's face turned deathly pale, filled with regret for getting involved in this mess. Offending the green bamboo sect meant that as long as he didn't resist, he'd at most get a beating and leave, otherwise, he'd lose his life. Bai Fan's face also paled, regretting his trip. He couldn't understand why, after renting the building, his family's property had become an enemy of the green bamboo sect. Liang Zi frowned, remaining silent. Lin Tao shook his head and stepped forward. He suddenly raised his fist, and with a loud thud, slammed it into the face of the first burly man who arrived. The punch sent the man flying more than 10 meters, crashing into the crowd before landing on the ground. Young brother, you. Hong Juncheng's round face widened in disbelief. The burly man also looked on incredulously. You actually dared to fight back. Lin Tao chuckled. Did they really think the green bamboo sect would just stand there and take a beating? Before they could react, Lin Tao launched another flurry of attacks, each punch either knocking someone to the ground or sending them flying through the crowd. A few dozen seconds later, Lin Tao lowered his arms, crossed them again, and stood still, looking at the crowd with a half-smile. Of the green bamboo sect members, only the burly man, pale-faced and hesitant to step forward, remained. You actually dare to defy our green bamboo sect? After a long while, the burly man, as if he'd swallowed a dead fly, pointed at Lin Tao in disbelief. He actually dared to defy us? Doesn't he know the green bamboo sect is one of the 5 major underground forces on Mingyuan Star? This man is dead. The other party is from the green bamboo sect. That's right, he's dead. No matter how strong an individual is, how can he defy the entire green bamboo sect? After a moment of stunned silence, the surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. In the distance, the scarred man's expression was equally grim. Boy, state your name. The scarred man stepped forward, shoving the burly man aside, his narrowed, cold eyes fixed on Lin Tao as he demanded sharply. I'll give you my name so you Kings Who sect can retaliate? Lin Tao smiled slightly. HMPH. The scarred man snorted angrily. Since you dared to attack our Kings Who sect, whether you state your name or not, you're already on our blacklist. That's right, you're courting death. From this moment on, you're on our Kings Who sect's blacklist. Wherever you go, you'll face our retaliation. Emboldened by the scarred man, the burly man recovered and shouted coldly, even if you want to leave Mingyuan Star now, we'll follow you. Oh? Suddenly, Lin Tao's eyes caught sight of Zhang Tiyuo in the crowd. Zhang Tiyuo stood calmly with his arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle and drawled out an O. Noticing Lin Tao's gaze, Zhang Tiyuo shrugged and returned a knowing smile. Lin Tao laughed loudly and asked, Can you really represent the green bamboo sect? HMPH. Of course we can represent the green bamboo sect, the burly man roared. In Herb Town, everyone knows that when our Scarface brother speaks, it's equivalent to the green bamboo sect speaking. No one dares to disobey. Our Scarface brother alone can represent the entire green bamboo sect. Is that so? Lin Tao smiled, glancing at Scarface. Scarface snorted coldly, his gaze arrogant. Lin Tao finished laughing, straightened his expression, crossed his arms, and said coldly, since you can represent the green bamboo sect, then I'll tell you now, in Herb Town, I, Lin Tao, can represent the Blood Wolf Gang. If you're willing, then I, Lin Tao, will represent the Blood Wolf Gang to challenge your entire green bamboo sect. Silence. The surrounding crowd fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Represent the Blood Wolf Gang to challenge the entire Green Bamboo sect? Upon hearing this, the scarred man's pupils contracted sharply. He could only represent the Green Bamboo sect in Herb Town. If it truly escalated to a battle between two major gangs, how could he possibly have a say? Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck in this place. The burly man couldn't believe what he was hearing. In the crowd, Zhang Tuo staggered, almost losing his balance. You want to represent the Blood Wolf Gang and fight against our Green Bamboo sect? The burly man asked blankly. Lin Tao smiled and nodded without speaking. Who do you think you are? You can represent the Blood Wolf Gang? Suddenly, the burly man reacted, cursing angrily. He declared that even Scarface couldn't represent the entire Green Bamboo sect, let alone him. Who is Lin Tao? Daring to represent the entire Blood Wolf Gang with a single sentence? Was he trying to incite hatred between the two underground forces? Scarface's face darkened, and as if remembering something, he sneered. Suddenly, he coldly snorted, Lin Tao? I don't care who you are, or what your position is in the Blood Wolf Gang, but if you insist on representing the Blood Wolf Gang, let me tell you, the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters was wiped out last night. Given the Blood Wolf Gang's current situation, do you really dare to fight our Green Bamboo sect? Scarface continued to sneer. Moreover, who are you? Daring to represent the Blood Wolf Gang, you're courting death. Lin Tao smiled slightly, remaining silent, but his gaze fell upon Zhang Tuo, who had just been promoted to the Blood Wolf Gang's leader. Chapter 103 Zhang Tuo arrives. Brother of the Green Bamboo sect, could you repeat what you just said? Zhang Tuo stepped out from the crowd, accompanied by Zhang Cheng and Brother Qin. Iron Man Ming, with his full metal skeleton, didn't come forward. It was Brother Qin who spoke, glaring at Scarface and speaking coldly. Zhang Cheng nodded to Lin Tao, Brother Lin. Seeing the three suddenly emerge from the crowd, Scarface frowned, especially at Zhang Cheng's address of Brother Lin, which made him wary. Although Lin Tao was muscular, he appeared younger than Zhang Cheng. In this situation, someone addressed as brother usually meant one of two things: either there was a significant difference in their status, or Lin Tao truly held a special position within the Blood Wolf Gang, as he claimed. Neither scenario was what he wanted. Thinking this, Scarface's eyes narrowed into slits. Before Scarface could speak, the burly man from the Green Bamboo sect snorted coldly, Friends, I advise you not to cause trouble, otherwise. Otherwise what? Zhang Tu chuckled effeminately. The entire medicine town belongs to a Green Bamboo sect. What do you think will happen then? The burly man crossed his arms and spoke in a strange tone. Even before Zhang Tu and his group emerged from the crowd, the surrounding people had quickly dispersed, as if afraid of being implicated by the three. Now, hearing Zhang Tu's words, they all shook their heads. Ugh, these people are really something, one after another, provoking the Green Bamboo sect. Don't they know the meaning of death? Yet, what good is individual strength? The Green Bamboo sect is an underground force that spans the entire Mingyuan Star. If we go against them, we probably won't even make it out of Medicine Town. Young people, they're just too young, they don't understand human relationships at all. Zhang Tuo. At this moment, Lin Tao spoke up. He smiled and said, I heard that this Scarface can represent Green Bamboo all by himself. What do you think about this? Boy, who gives you the right to speak here? Before Lin Tao could finish speaking, the burly man became anxious and angry, and immediately interrupted him with a loud shout. Scarface could represent Green Bamboo, but that was only within Medicine Town. Once outside Medicine Town, he was nothing. So Lin Tao's seemingly chaotic words immediately made the burly man's face turn red. Lin Tao frowned slightly, and the expressions of Zhang Tuo, Zhang Cheng, and the others also darkened. Lin Tao disliked being interrupted, and Zhang Tuo and the others didn't like seeing anyone embarrass Lin Tao. Just then, the fat man behind Lin Tao, Hong Junsheng, whispered, Hey young brother, let it go. Consider it a loss for me, old Hong, and you guys included. There will be a chance later, and I'll treat you to a meal outside to make amends. Upon hearing Hong Junsheng's words, Lin Tao remembered that the fat man still had 100 jin of natural chenqi, a type of precious stone, worth at least 100 million yuan according to its normal price. He quickly said to Zhang Tuo, transfer me 100 million yuan first. I want to buy some natural chenqi from this guy's shop. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned, especially the scarred man, whose expression changed slightly. 100 million yuan wasn't just a few thousand, these people just casually transferred 100 million yuan. Don't be fooled by the large bags of medicinal herbs people in Yaokao town handle. They might make a few 100,000 yuan in just a few transactions, but that's still the cost price. After deducting that, there's not much left. In the medicinal herb town, there was indeed a turnover of 100 million, but the actual profit was another story. This kid looks young, but he's so arrogant. Idiot. Absolutely idiot. Exactly, is he playing house? He keeps talking about 100 million, does he think money grows on trees? These young people nowadays are really getting more and more out of touch? The surrounding crowd was stunned for a moment, then shook their heads and sighed. Ho ha ho ha. The burly man seemed to have heard a terrible joke, coldly looking Lin Tao and Zhang Tuo up and down, mocking, talking about 100 million just like that. Do you really think you're one of the 8 great families? Or a super rich tycoon on Mingyuan Star? Dear customer, 100 million star coins have been transferred into your bank account. Your current balance is 149 million. Before he finished speaking, a clear and melodious female voice, like a nightingale song, suddenly came from Lin Tao's watch, the voice recorded by the famous actress Liu Xueying. This was Lin Tao deliberately using the watch's message speaker function. The burly man's voice abruptly stopped, as if his throat had been choked, staring in disbelief at Lin Tao's watch that was still emitting sounds. Not only him, but even the scarred man's pupils contracted. The surrounding crowd fell silent, save for heavy breathing. 100 million, it didn't seem like much. Many of the herbal medicine merchants present could afford it, but to actually get it just by asking was simply impossible. After all, this wasn't a million or two. And now it was just a matter of opening one's mouth. Who are these guys? The scarred man was stunned, and the surrounding crowd stared at each other in disbelief. Bai Fan was also frozen in place, while only Liang Xiu, who knew Zhang Tuo's background, looked wary and dared not speak easily. Zhang Tuo, these guys are yours. I'll take this fat guy to get the goods. After getting the money, Lin Tao finished speaking and pulled the bewildered Hong Juncheng out of the crowd. Who said you could leave? Suddenly, the burly man roared, a greedy glint in his eyes. He didn't notice the scarred man's slightly changed expression. At that moment, 100 million had completely taken over his mind. 100 million, they could transfer 100 million with just a casual remark. How rich were these guys? If he could pocket that money, he wouldn't need to stay in the green bamboo sect anymore. He could simply find a new place, open a shop, and make a fortune. Lin Tao didn't bother with such people. Without turning back, he pulled Hong Juncheng away, leaving only one sentence. Zhang Tuo, I just heard that this scarred man can represent the entire green bamboo sect, and I, on behalf of your blood wolf gang, declare war on them. Whether or not to fight is your business. The scarred man's expression changed abruptly, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked at Zhang Tuo and the others. Seeing the burly man about to speak again, Scarface was enraged. He slapped him on the head, making him see stars and feel dizzy. Someone who could casually pull out 100 million was no ordinary person. Scarface narrowed his eyes. Who are you people? Did Lin Tao just say that? Zhang Tuo raised his hands, speaking in a low, sinister voice. Lin Tao is a member of our Blood Wolf Gang. His words represent the entire Blood Wolf Gang. If your green bamboo sect wants to start a war, then our Blood Wolf Gang will fight to the end. At this moment, Zhang Cheng also stared coldly at Scarface. You. Scarface almost vomited blood. The Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo sect going to war. This had practically escalated to the level of the gang leader. He was merely a minor leader guarding the medicinal herb town, not even a city official. When had he ever truly represented the Green Bamboo sect in declaring war on the Blood Wolf Gang? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Zhang Tuo's face for a few moments. Could you be? HMPH. At this moment, Brother Qin stepped forward, letting out a heavy snort. This is our brother Zhang, the current leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. If your Green Bamboo sect wants a fight, call your leader, Tang Xiangqi. Tang Xiangqi was indeed the leader of the Green Bamboo sect. The scarred man was dumbfounded. The burly man stood frozen in place. The surrounding crowd stood there dumbfounded, not daring to move. They had never imagined that Zhang Tuo was actually the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang. From today onwards, this medicinal herb town is under the control of our Blood Wolf Gang. Zhang Tuo's tone was sinister. He glanced coldly at the surrounding crowd, then at the burly man. before finally settling on the scarred-faced man. As for your green bamboo sect, from this moment on, get out of the medicinal herb town immediately. From the moment he appeared until this moment, Zheng Tuo had seen everything clearly, even the faces of the merchants in the medicinal herb town. As a member of the underground forces, he understood that to take over the medicinal herb town, a forceful approach was necessary. Otherwise, before he could even deal with a few green bamboo sect members, he would face opposition from the merchants. At that point, before he could even take over the town, the Star Mansion, which they had instigated, might also intervene. That was not the outcome Zheng Tuo wanted to see. Scarface's face immediately turned ugly, his eyes darting away, but he still gritted his teeth. I don't care if you're the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang or whoever you are, you think you can just make our green bamboo sect leave Medicine Town with a single sentence? Do you really want to provoke a war between the two gangs? A war between the two gangs? Zheng Tuo laughed. Zheng Cheng smiled but remained silent, while Brother Qin scoffed coldly. After a moment, Zheng Tuo's tone softened. Didn't your green bamboo sect attack our Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters yesterday? If I, Zheng Tuo, hadn't received the news and returned in advance, the entire Blood Wolf Gang would already be in internal strife. I can tell you clearly, the Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo Sect are sworn enemies. Zheng Tuo's tone instantly rose, and he said sharply. Zheng Tuo knew that the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters incident was caused by Lin Tao alone, but now public opinion was leaning towards the Green Bamboo Sect, and even Dean Gu's Hanky of the first Mecha Academy believed that the Green Bamboo Sect had secretly deployed a large number of mechs. So, following Lin Tao's words, he naturally shifted the blame onto the Green Bamboo Sect. Leaving that aside, a dazed Hong Juncheng led Lin Tao back to the herbal medicine shop. Hong Juncheng was still in a daze, his chubby face still showing signs of confusion. Upon entering the shop, a shop assistant immediately approached. Seeing Hong Juncheng, the assistant paused for a moment, but upon seeing Lin Tao behind him, immediately recognized him as the one who had purchased the natural chenqi, a type of precious stone. He quickly stepped forward, carrying a bag in both hands. Boss, this is the best natural chenqi in our shop, look. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Tao had already pulled a piece of natural chenqi from his bag. Natural chenqi, naturally formed, is different from ordinary medicinal herbs. It only appears in specific places, and even when it does, the quantity is small, making it extremely expensive. If the growth rate of natural chenqi weren't relatively fast, it would reach astronomical prices. High-grade natural chenqi has a sky blue color and a pattern resembling a celestial curtain, hence the name natural chenqi. Holding it in his hand and examining it, Lin Tao confirmed that the quality of these natural chenqi was definitely top grade. Chapter 104 The Ghost of the Building. Natural chenqi, a type of medicinal herb, is quite special. Although its market price is 10,000 star coins per coin, its cost price is around 7,000. Therefore, the business of this kind of medicinal herb is not easy. If it weren't for the deposit of 10 million star coins, Hong Juncheng probably wouldn't have been so eager to complete this transaction. Although Hong Juncheng wanted to sell it at 20% discount, Lin Tao ultimately bought it all at cost price. Although it seemed like he was at a loss, Lin Tao had a good impression of Hong Juncheng because of his previous words. Besides, Hong Juncheng was the first person to come and sell medicine. As the saying goes, 1,000 pieces of gold can buy bones, and Lin Tao understood this principle. As long as a good start was made, even if the King's Hu sect secretly used underhanded methods, others would gradually follow. 100 caddies of natural chenqi was nothing to Lin Tao, it was just the weight he could lift with one hand. However, Hong Juncheng still insisted on bringing the natural chenqi with him and the shop assistant. In front of the building, the surrounding crowd had long since dispersed, leaving only Zheng Tuo and his two companions, Bai Fan, Liang Xiu, and the people from the King's Hu sect, including Scarface. As for the burly man, he seemed to have already been taught a lesson by Scarface, lying on the ground covered in blood, his life hanging in the balance. Someone had already brought over a reclining chair, allowing Zheng Tuo to comfortably recline on it. He crossed his legs and leisurely trimmed his long, sharp nails with nail clippers. Chief Zheng, we don't recognize you, Scarface said, his face flushed, cold sweat beading on his back. Zheng Tuo had already declared his intention to take over the entire medicine town, but Scarface and his men were unwilling to leave easily. After all, this was territory entrusted to them by the Green Bamboo Sect. If they slunk away like this, Not only would they be unable to return to the Green Bamboo sect smoothly, but even if they did, they would face the harsh rules of the sect at that point. Neither life nor death was guaranteed. Tap 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 tap. Lin Tao and his group returned. Zheng Tuo, seeing this, suddenly opened his slightly narrowed eyes, stood up from the recliner, put away his nail clippers, and smiled. Lin Tao, you're back? Yes, the quality of this batch of medicinal herbs is quite good, it was worth the trip. Lin Tao nodded. Master Lin, Chief Zheng, don't worry, in the medicinal herb town, we wouldn't try to fool people with inferior goods. Hong Juncheng said repeatedly. Seeing Lin Tao return, even Zheng Tuo, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, had to stand up from his recliner. Scarface's heart sank even further, and he hurriedly called out, Brother Lin, we didn't know you were Brother Lin before, so. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Tao glanced at him and asked, what's the deal with this boss Hong? Back at the medicinal herb shop, Lin Tao had asked why they were able to store 100 caddies of natural chenchi. After all, when purchasing Xiangxinkyo, Linhua, and Piaoukyo in Ansang City, even searching the entire medicinal herb market only yielded a few caddies, and to purchase another batch, they would have to wait 3 months. It's safe to say that these 100 jin of natural cinnabar would need to be stored for at least 1 or 2 years. This naturally aroused Lin Tao's suspicion. Since the scarred-faced man in front of him was in charge of the medicinal herb town, he must know the ins and outs. Sure enough, the scarred-faced man spilled the beans. Hearing that it was true that he had lowered the wholesale price of medicinal herbs by 10% to grab customers, thus attracting a group of medicinal herb merchants, Hong Juncheng's face turned red and purple. But when he learned that those medicinal herb merchants were the same merchants opposite him, he was even more furious, so angry that he wanted to go back and smash up the place on the spot. 10 million. He had thrown in 10 million for nothing, just to drive him out of the medicinal herb town. These insidious guys. Thinking of how those people had pretended to be kind and advised him in the crowd earlier, Hong Juncheng was even more indignant. Boss Hong, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Just be careful in the future, Lin Tao said. Yes, Master Lin, I understand. Lin Tao spoke, and Hong Juncheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Lin Tao's appearance and his large-scale purchase of natural chenchi and other medicinal herbs, he might not have been able to recoup his money. Suddenly, a thought struck Hong Juncheng. Master Lin, I heard that besides natural chenchi, you also want bright core grass, extreme mist flower, and other medicinal herbs. You can help me purchase them? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. Zheng Tuo also looked over. He knew why the Green Bamboo sect was purchasing expensive medicinal herbs, which was why he went along with Lin Tao's wishes and forcibly took over the medicinal herb town. If it weren't for what happened today, I might not have been able to get them even if I intervened. But now, as long as they remain in the medicinal herb town, I can definitely clear out their hidden inventory as well. Hong Juncheng's face was flushed as he patted his chest to guarantee it. Standing here now is the Blood Wolf gang's leader, far superior to Scarface, a nobody from the Green Bamboo sect. With their backing, Hong Juncheng could easily buy back the herbs at below cost with just a word. Oh? How much do you estimate? Zheng Tuo asked. The amount shouldn't be too much, but based on the quantity of herbs Master Lin needs, there should be 200 or 300 million star coins in stock, Hong Juncheng estimated in his mind. Lin Tao's eyes flickered a few times. Zheng Tuo, transfer 500 million to Boss Hong first. Master Lin, isn't that a bit too much? Hong Juncheng was taken aback. Don't let all the herb merchants lose heart. The Blood Wolf gang still needs to maintain the structure of the herb town. Lin Tao said, then smiled at him. Of course, if Boss Hong has personal grudges, I think it's best to settle them first. Master Lin, this. Zheng Tuo, we don't know much about herbs. Should we find someone to manage the outskirts of this town? Lin Tao asked Zheng Tuo. This. Having risen to the position of the Blood Wolf gang's leader, Zheng Tuo naturally understood Lin Tao's intentions. If they wanted to source medicinal herbs locally, they would inevitably need to maintain the original structure of the herb town. However, with the King's sect expelled, they might secretly take away a large number of herb merchants, leading to the establishment of a new town. Lin Tao wanted to stabilize the hearts of some merchants. Once they were settled, and given that the wholesalers were already accustomed to this place, even if the King's sect established a new town, developing a new herb town wouldn't be easy. Of course, This would require a merchant knowledgeable in medicinal herbs to manage it effectively. Zheng Tuo nodded, looking at the spherical fat man before him. Boss Hong, would you be willing to help us manage this herb town? I'm willing, Hong Juncheng nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Although he had recouped his costs, he didn't intend to leave the herb town. After all, he had been in the herb business for quite some time, and changing careers wasn't easy. He had come with Lin Tao this time to find a backer to continue his business. Having received Zheng Tuo's approval, they were naturally overjoyed. After giving his bank account number, Zheng Tuo immediately transferred 500 million star coins. After Hong Juncheng and his employee left, Lin Tao and the others turned their attention back to Scarface. Scarface's face was ashen. He could tell that Zheng Tuo was determined to take over the herb town. This matter had escalated to a point where it was no longer something a minor figure like him from the Green Bamboo sect could interfere with. By the way, why did I hear this building is haunted? Having resolved the issues with Boss Hong and the herb acquisition, Lin Tao turned back to look at the building in front of him. This building was a property that even the Liu family had commissioned the Blood Wolf gang to forcibly seize. In fact, Bai Fan and later generations had gone bankrupt because of this property and eventually changed his name to Bai Wufan. Back when he was at Hong Juncheng's herb shop, Lin Tao had asked about the building, but even Hong Juncheng had only heard rumors of it being haunted and knew little about it. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan immediately turned his head and pricked up his ears. He was equally interested, as he had never understood why Feng Lehao would be interested in this building. Moreover, if Feng Lehao offered the right price, the Bai family would definitely sell it. Not only him, but Liang Ziyu also looked over. Haunted? Zheng Tuo was stunned for a moment, then a half-smile appeared on his face as if he had heard a joke. Brother Lin, what exactly happened? Zheng Cheng was also surprised. Brother Qin looked even more suspicious, glancing at the building every now and then. Upon hearing about the haunted story, Scarface's face turned pale again. Seeing Zheng Tuo's expression, he knew exactly what the other was thinking and waved his hands repeatedly. Boss Zheng, Brother Lin, we don't know anything about the building, really nothing at all? It wasn't arranged by you? Zheng Tuo was taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chief Zheng, if we really wanted to take this building, why would we wait until now? We would have taken it long ago. Scarface explained repeatedly, the building being haunted has nothing to do with us. Everyone was puzzled, but Lin Tao's heart stirred. He beckoned to Scarface, come with me. Scarface initially agreed, but seeing Lin Tao heading towards the building's interior, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother Lin, we can't go into that building, we really can't go in. What did you see? Lin Tao asked. A ghost, it really is a ghost, the building is really haunted. Even though Scarface dared to stand in front of the building, he didn't dare to enter. This made Lin Tao even more puzzled. Scarface's expression didn't seem fake. Zheng Tuo frowned and looked suspiciously at the building. Could it be that ghosts really exist in this world? Among the group, Bai Fan was the most timid. Thinking about how he had once walked around this supposedly haunted building, his legs went weak. Liang Ziyu's expression also turned slightly grim. How could that be? What era are we living in? We humans are already exploring the stars, how could ghosts still exist? Zheng Cheng shook his head repeatedly. He was a Mecha pilot, and if it weren't for Zheng Tuo, he would have already joined a space exploration team, exploring one planet after another in the cosmos. He would never believe in ghosts and gods. Bai Fan, bring the Hoverker over. I need to be alone with him, Lin Tao said to Bai Fan. Bai Fan was a little timid, so Liang Zi went over and drove the Hoverker out. Lin Tao gave Zheng Tuo a look, then picked up Scarface and got into the car. Tell me, what's the ghost in the building like? Lin Tao asked as he locked the car door. Scarface swallowed hard before telling him everything he knew. Chapter 105 Ghostly Shadow. 13 years ago, the King's Hu sect had just established its presence in the medicinal herb town. They initially wanted to buy all the nearby buildings, but because they were an underground force backed by the Davis family, they were stopped by the Liu family, the owners of Mingyuan Star, and ultimately had to lease them. They initially rented this building. However, not long after, strange things began to happen. Everyone and all the goods in the building mysteriously disappeared overnight, leaving no trace. At the time, the King's Hu sect assumed there was a mole who stole everything at night, but they couldn't find any clues. So they sent another team in. Things were fine at first, but a year later, the mysterious events repeated themselves. This time, some goods and people were left behind. However, the large bags of medicinal herbs were only half eaten, as if they had been gnawed on, and the survivors were in a truly miserable state. Of the 7 people, only 2.5 remained. Why do we say this? Because those 2 halves were the lower halves of 5 people, while their upper halves had vanished without a trace, and the corpses bore the marks of being gnawed by a monster. Only now did the King's Hu sect realize that the previous disappearances weren't due to an internal traitor, but most likely due to an encounter with a monster. At that time, the medicinal herb town was already taking shape, and in order to capture this mysterious monster quickly, the King's Hu sect not only increased its manpower several times over, but also equipped each person with numerous weapons, including 2 ancient martial arts masters. A year later, the monster reappeared. At that time, people around the building could vaguely hear a strange sound coming from inside. This sound lasted only a short time, and just as those outside, puzzled, forcibly opened the door, they discovered that the people and goods inside had once again mysteriously disappeared, and there was no trace of their remains. The King's Hu sect sent many people at that time, including Scarface. The building was deserted. Not only were there no people, but even the large packages of medicinal herbs had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the lingering smell of herbs, everyone would have assumed the building had always been empty and uninhabited. This happened 3 times in a row, finally attracting the attention of the Green Bamboo sect. After that, no one dared to stay in the building anymore. The Green Bamboo sect wasn't satisfied and secretly installed many more closed-circuit cameras to monitor the building 24 hours a day. The person monitoring was Scarface. Less than a year later, the monster reappeared. When Scarface saw the monster in the building, he immediately sounded the alarm. They had a large number of fully armed personnel stationed near the building. As soon as the alarm rang, they rushed to the building. But what happened next left Scarface, watching the closed-circuit television, dumbfounded. The monster had a peculiar appearance, like a ghost. It could not only pass through walls but also cover people or objects, as if it had activated an invisibility mode, instantly making everything it covered disappear. The situation was extremely bizarre, as if it were a portal to another dimension, able to project everything it covered into another time and space. Some who struggled to escape were left with only their lower bodies or feet. Almost identical to the second bizarre incident, which terrified Scarface into immobility. The monster's appearance lasted only a minute or 2, but almost all the Green Bamboo sect members who rushed into the building mysteriously vanished, leaving only lower bodies and feet scattered on the ground, and 2 lucky survivors. The scene was horrifying. After the monster disappeared, Scarface reported everything, but during the subsequent review of the CCTV footage, something chilling happened. The monster seen on the CCTV had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. At this point, the Green Bamboo sect completely abandoned the building and left it vacant. Several times the building was rented out, but upon learning the truth, the tenants fled without panic, either canceling the lease or not even daring to collect the rent. As for the Bai family, who had bothered to tell them? Therefore, the Bai family remained unaware of this. After speaking, Scarface seemed to recall the scene, a look of terror appearing on his face. He trembled as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but before he could even take them out, they fell to the ground as if he couldn't hold them properly. Lin Tao frowned slightly and let him get out of the car first. A monster with a peculiar appearance, like a ghost, able to pass through walls and even suck people or objects into time and space? Upon hearing this, the name of a mysterious creature instantly flashed into Lin Tao's mind. After getting off the hovercar, Lin Tao crossed his arms, looked at the building in front of him, and chuckled. I really didn't expect that I would encounter such a terrifying creature instead of here, as I thought this was the place where such a terrifying creature would appear. In later generations, almost everyone owned a mecha, and some people even owned dozens or hundreds at once. Under normal circumstances, people who owned mecha needed to build a mecha hangar, otherwise they wouldn't be able to store such a large number of mechs. However, in later generations, no matter how many mechs one owned, there was no need to build a special mecha hangar. All one needed was a space button to store the mechs in a special mecha hangar. Space storage. This is a high-tech method for storing mechas, developed in later generations. This technology creates a small, dedicated space to house the mechas. When needed, a simple activation of a space button allows the mech to be retrieved or stored. Later mech pilots, when purchasing mechs, would often simply leave the mech store carrying a space button. This space button technology remained a secret until humanity retreated back to the solar system. Lin Tao had once tried to research this technology, but unfortunately, he had limited access to information, and researching it required even more advanced spatial technology. This technology was not extensively documented in books and was considered top secret by the Interstellar Federation. Even what was publicly revealed was only a small portion, intended to attract interested students for further study. However, even this limited information allowed Lin Tao to understand that the technology originated from a strange creature from outer space, later named Shadow. Indeed, according to Scarface's description, the monster considered a ghost in the building was the mysterious Shadow. Lin Tao hadn't learned advanced spatial technology, but he did have some knowledge of the creature Shadow, as the majority of the information focused on it. According to the information, once a shadow could be captured, it could be easily modified into a special spatial button. The space created using a shadow was larger than any spatial button from later generations. In later times, only 2 such spatial buttons were known to exist, one in the hands of the descendants of the Star General, and the other secretly kept in the Interstellar Federation's Spatial Technology Research Lab. Could this shadow be the first shadow discovered by the Interstellar Federation? Lin Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Knowing the creature Shadow, Lin Tao naturally knew how to lure it out, but he currently lacked the tools to capture it. It seems that if I want to carry more mechs, I'll have to find a way to capture this shadow. It was somewhat of a pity. Lin Tao sighed inwardly. The 2 men got out of the hovercar. Scarface was deathly pale, his body trembling occasionally. He even had to try several times to light his cigarette before finally succeeding. Lin Tao, on the other hand, stood facing the building, arms crossed, seemingly lost in thought. Zheng Tuo pondered for a moment before approaching. Lin Tao, is there really a ghost in this building? Lin Tao chuckled. Ghosts? Everything unknown can actually be categorized as a ghost. You mean? Zheng Tuo's entire body trembled, his pupils contracting instantly. I originally planned to have you use this building as your base, but that seems unlikely now. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Zheng Tuo, the medicinal herb town needs to be preserved, so your base can only be temporarily established near it. I will buy this building from the Bai family later. You can look after it for me for the time being. After a pause, Lin Tao added, remember, don't let anyone move in until I've dealt with that ghost, or there will be a lot of trouble. Shadow likes to absorb any interesting creatures or objects into its special space. Once you capture a shadow, you have to clean out the contents, otherwise the space capacity of the special knob will be greatly reduced, and you might not even be able to fit a single machine inside. Lin Tao's words were somewhat enigmatic, but Zheng Tuo clearly knew that Lin Tao knew the mystery of the ghost in the building. However, since Lin Tao didn't want to reveal it for the time being, Zheng Tuo didn't want to delve any deeper, since the 2 were now on the same side. I'll send more people to specifically monitor this building. The building is no longer usable. After you purchase the medicinal herbs, find another place to store them. I'll purchase the processing tools, and then we can officially begin manufacturing the gene serum, Lin Tao said. Gene serum? Zheng Tuo was startled again. This was one of the conditions of his cooperation with Lin Tao. His eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Lin Tao, what tools do you need? Give me the list, and I'll immediately send someone to build a dedicated laboratory. Zheng Tuo's tone was eager, as if he couldn't wait to obtain the gene serum that could alter his physical body. This was understandable. To cultivate the Zhang family's 8th finger technique, one needed to strengthen their physical body. Lin Tao smiled slightly, no need to be too ostentatious. The green bamboo sects set up in the medicinal herb town is actually a covert way to procure medicinal herbs. If I'm not mistaken, besides Xinya's laboratory, they should have another secret laboratory in another location. At this point, Lin Tao rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Zheng Tuo, try to allocate some manpower to secretly keep an eye on this woman, Xinya. In Lin Tao's memory, Xinya's disappearance from history seemed to be imminent. If they could capture her before she vanished, she might still be useful. Xinya? Is she the pharmacist Xinya who helped the Davis family research gene-enhancing drugs? Zheng Tuo asked in surprise. Chapter 106 Equity of 4 Symbols Mecha Company. Zheng Tuo valued Lin Tao highly and readily agreed to his request. Lin Tao understood the Zhang family's finger technique. Although he wasn't a member of the Zhang family, he could be considered half a member. Furthermore, his skill as a mecha pilot was astonishing. After watching Lin Tao's repeated Skynet battles, Zheng Tiyuo had initially thought Lin Tao relied solely on luck. Without the battle at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, he wouldn't have believed Lin Tao could annihilate a squadron of over 40 mechs with a single machine. Besides, Lin Tao seemed extremely mysterious, possessing gene-enhancing drug technology that even the Davis family hadn't yet mastered. After agreeing, Zheng Tiyuo suddenly had a thought. Seeing the others were some distance away, he lowered his voice. Lin Tao, do you want to join the Four Symbols Mecha Company? Oh? Lin Tao's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately recalling this matter. If he could join and control the Four Symbols Mecha Company, he wouldn't need to establish his own, as the complicated procedures would be quite time-consuming. Moreover, the Four Symbols Mecha Company was considered a relatively well-known mecha company in later generations. However, Lin Tao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Zheng Tiyuo, the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters only holds 10% of the shares in this mecha company. If I can't control the entire company after entering, it won't be of much use to me. Lin Tao wanted to use this mecha company to privately manufacture new mechs. If he couldn't have 100% control over the company, not only would the information be leaked, but even the plans would still be in the hands of others. Zheng Tiyuo revealed a mysterious smile. Lin Tao, although the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters only holds 10% of the shares, you have more than 10% behind you. Lin Tao was taken aback. The shares of the Four Symbols Mecha Company are divided into 3 parts. The first part is the 30% that the Star Mansion must hold. The second part is the shares held by the various behind-the-scenes investors of the Four Symbols Mecha Company. And the third part is the shares obtained by the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters through huge investments at crucial moments. Zheng Tiyuo explained in her low voice. Four Symbols Mecha Company is a mecha company initiated by the Liu family, who also hold a 30% stake. Currently, besides the 30% held by Xingfu and the 10% held by our Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, the remaining 30% is in the hands of individual investors. Lin Tao frowned slightly, remaining silent. I can handle Xingfu's situation, and you can also use the first Mecha Academy to persuade the Liu family to hold their 30%. This way, you can gain a 70% controlling stake in Four Symbols Mecha Company, and perhaps even take complete control of the entire company, Zheng Tiyuo said. Lin Tao was somewhat tempted. He had long suspected Zheng Tiyuo had some connection to Xingfu, but he hadn't expected him to be able to persuade them to take 30% of the shares. This suggested that the person behind Zheng Tiyuo held a very high position within Xingfu. However, would the first Mecha Academy help him persuade the Liu family? Zheng Tiyuo seemed to sense Lin Tao's concerns and continued, there are 12 mecha companies on Mingyuan Star, 7 of which are controlled by the Liu family. Each mecha company values the students of its respective Mecha Academy highly, especially the 7 companies owned by the Liu family, which practically want to snatch all the students from the first Mecha Academy. However, doing so would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the other mecha companies. Therefore, even though there are many members of the Liu family at the first Mecha Academy, they haven't dared to openly assign all the talented students to their mecha companies. You mean? Lin Tao's eyes lit up. With your current abilities at the first Mecha Academy, and considering what happened at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, if you say you want to join the Four Symbols Mecha Company, our Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, as an apology, we'll use this as a pretext to make connections for you. With the Star Mansion's approval, Dean Guzhanki of the First Mecha Academy will definitely go personally to persuade the Liu family. Seeing Dean Guzhanki and others personally visit Lin Tao at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, and how they doted on him, they were naturally shocked and inquired about everything that had happened to Lin Tao since arriving in Mingyuan City. Fortunately, Zheng Tiyuo also had some extraordinary connections and quickly learned of Lin Tao's amazing abilities, which led to his current idea. At that time, you will enter the Four Symbols Mecha Company with 70% of the shares, thus becoming the CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha Company. Then, you can use this privilege to clean up the entire Mecha Company and replace everyone with your own people, Zheng Tiyuo said. Lin Tao didn't speak immediately, pondering the matter in his mind. After a moment, he asked, what is the success rate? At least 70%, Zheng Tiyuo replied confidently. Oh? Lin Tao was slightly surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. Otherwise, why do you think Four Symbols Mecha Company is so eager to improve the Flying Tiger War God? This is just a signal. If no new Mecha appears, Four Symbols Mecha Company is very likely to be devoured by Black Wolf Mecha Company, Zheng Tuo said. Black Wolf Mecha Company? Lin Tao was taken aback again. Instantly, information about Black Wolf Mecha Company flashed through his mind. It was a large mecha company that existed almost at the same time as Four Symbols Mecha Company, belonging to the Interstellar Federation, and was a relatively well-known mecha company in later records. If it weren't for the split of the 8 great families, many mecha companies would probably have been devoured by this company. Of course, this mecha company was also unlucky, as it chose to locate on Liu family territory. After the incident involving the 8 great families, it completely disappeared from history. I've heard you have some ability in mecha frame design. If you can come up with a design blueprint for a relevant mecha in a short time, and it's estimated that it can improve the performance of the Four Symbols Mecha Company, I can nominate you in the name of the Blood Wolf Gang. Then, once the Star Palace gives its approval, you can contact the first Mecha Academy, and someone will naturally stand up for you. Zheng Tuo analyzed for Lin Tao again. Lin Tao immediately understood. A mecha that could sell well? Not to mention the distant past, all the mecha design blueprints of this era were in Lin Tao's mind. If he wanted to, he could easily find one. However, the Four Symbols Mecha Company was, after all, a biomimetic mecha production company based on the 4 sacred beasts. Lin Tao couldn't produce a mecha with the shape of other creatures. Otherwise he would be slandered. The shape of the 4 symbols? In a short time, a blueprint of a mecha appeared in Lin Tao's mind. Suddenly, Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Perhaps there's no need to even produce the blueprints for the mech, because he's the one who solved the X-33 engine problem. If he could produce a copy of the X-33 engine from this era, that engine alone would be enough to get him a job at Four Symbols Mech Company. Moreover, this engine could serve as a temporary transitional engine for self-trained mech pilots before the emergence of the neuron mech. Thinking of this, Lin Tao looked around to make sure no one could hear him before asking in a low voice, Zheng Tuo, how many trustworthy mech pilots do you have? Mech pilots are indispensable for establishing a powerful force. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tuo was stunned for a moment before reacting. His eyes flickered a few times. I don't have many mecha pilots under my command, only about 50, and these people are all very trustworthy. However, he paused, then frowned. If we really want to compare mecha technology, I think the mecha pilots from the first Mecha Academy are stronger. Seeing Lin Tao frown, Zheng Tuo quickly explained, the best mecha pilot under my command is Zheng Chang. He has a B-level mecha pilot license, and most of the others are below that level. But the mecha pilots from the first Mecha Academy, once they graduate, can at least get a B-level license, and some even have an A-level license. After a pause, Zheng Tuo pondered for a moment, then added, I've also heard that Liu Xueying from the Liu family is already a genius mecha pilot slated to be issued an S-level license by the military. Hearing Liu Xueying's name again, Lin Tao frowned slightly. Compared to Zheng Tuo, Lin Tao was much more familiar with this man. After all, this was a mecha pilot whose name would be recorded in later generations' mecha archives. Leaving aside his strength, he could even create his own set of mecha maneuvers, and even later mecha training manuals still included his maneuvering tutorials. S rank? Lin Tao secretly shook his head, realizing he was underestimating Liu Xueying's strength. As far as he knew, Liu Xueying's mecha piloting ability was at least SSS rank in this era. Of course, compared to later generations mecha pilots, S rank was still too high. However, given time, once Liu Xueying mastered all the later mecha maneuvers, his strength might quickly catch up. After all, besides physical endurance, a mecha pilot's ability primarily depends on their reaction speed. Aside from his arrogance, Liu Xueying's reaction speed was above average. Just as the two were whispering to each other, Bai Fan approached, his face full of helplessness. Lin Tao, my mom asked you if we wanted to go back for dinner? Clearly, Aunt Bai had contacted Bai Fan again, to prevent him from disappearing for several days again without explanation. We'll go back right away, Lin Tao smiled. He was also thinking of asking Aunt Bai to buy the entire building. Okay, I'll tell her now, Bai Fan nodded and left. Zheng Tuo, how much money do you have left? Lin Tao asked after Bai Fan left. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tuo frowned slightly. I only have about 3 billion on me right now. As for the money at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, we haven't sorted it out yet, so we're a bit tight on cash. Zheng Tiyuo had a large group of people to support and needed to maintain good relationships. 3 billion seemed like a lot, but after going through all the connections, not much would actually be left, especially since the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters dealt with more than just the officials in Anzhang City. Besides, Zheng Tiyuo had already spent 600 million on Lin Tao's matter. Lin Tao smiled slightly and pointed at Bai Fan. This building belongs to his family. I plan to take over the entire building to eliminate any future troubles. Mentioning the building, Lin Tao's gaze sharpened again. By the way, I heard something from Feng Let Hao before. The Liu family seems to be interested in this building as well, even resorting to underhanded methods to try and seize it directly. Could you keep an eye out for them and see if you can find out why the Liu family is interested in this building? Zheng Tiyuo was quite surprised, but quickly nodded. Chapter 107 The Bai Family Banquet. Night fell. Lin Tao and his group returned to Mingyuan City. At Bai Fan's invitation, Liang Ziu also came to Aunt Bai's house. Lin Tao, that gang leader Zheng seems quite easygoing, why didn't he come with us? Bai Fan asked, puzzled. Although Zheng Tiyuo was the leader of a gang, he at least didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards them. Besides, if they could really befriend someone like him, they would have an extra layer of protection if they encountered something similar to Feng Let Hao in the future. Before Lin Tao could speak, Liang Zi laughed. Bai Fan, he's the leader of a gang, he's very busy. You'll understand when you enter society and start working. Bai Fan immediately scratched his head. Lin Tao smiled without saying a word. Yaoke Town wasn't just King's Human's territory, it was also a medicinal herb collection point that the Davis family had painstakingly built up. The Blood Wolf Gang's seizure of it would inevitably provoke the Davis family's dissatisfaction, leading to open and covert struggles, and they might even send mechs to threaten them. It wouldn't be like what they were seeing now, something that could be resolved with a few words. Lin Tao estimated that he would have to intervene secretly then. However, Bai Fan wasn't involved in the underworld, nor had he ever been involved in society, so how could he understand these things? At Aunt Bai's house, the Du siblings had arrived early. Duruzi personally helped with the cooking, preparing a large table of delicious dishes. At a glance, there was plenty of meat and fish, even more dishes than when Lin Tao and his group had last visited. Mom, what day is it today? Bai Fan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tao, you're back. Seeing Lin Tao and the others, Aunt Bai immediately rushed forward to greet them with delight. As for Bai Fan, she only glanced at him and ignored him. Hey. Mom, I'm back too, why didn't you ask me? Noticing the glare, Bai Fan immediately complained. Your presence is enough, why should I bother with all this trouble? Aunt Bai rolled her eyes at him, then quickly pulled Lin Tao to sit down. Lin Tao, sit here, closer to Aunt Bai. Bai Fan felt annoyed. Looking closer, he realized that was his usual prime seat. Alright, Lin Tao isn't an outsider, and he's helped them a lot, so he'll accept it. Bai Fan suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. The group took their seats. They had barely sat down when. Lin Tao, this is braised fish head that Aunt Bai made herself. Come on, you've definitely never tried it before. A large piece of fish head was placed in Lin Tao's bowl. Lin Tao, this is my homemade stuffed bitter melon with shrimp. It can clear heat, relieve summer heat, improve eyesight, and detoxify. After eating it, you'll definitely get better grades. A piece of bitter melon, garnished with stuffed meat and topped with a shrimp, was placed in Lin Tao's bowl. Lin Tao, this is tiger fish eye that I bought early this morning. Eating it will make you see things more clearly. Only one fish market in the entire Mingyuan city sells it. As she spoke, Aunt Bai placed a fish eye, about half the size of a fist, into Lin Tao's bowl. Aunt Bai, you. Lin Tao was both amused and exasperated. He had only filled half his bowl with rice, and before he could even take a bite, Aunt Bai had already filled it to the brim with vegetables. Duruzi covered her mouth and chuckled softly, while Duruming shook his head helplessly. Liang Ziu's chopstick stopped in midair, quite surprised. Bai Fan was completely dumbfounded. For a long time, Aunt Bai ignored him, not even picking up a single piece of green vegetable, let alone any meat or vegetables. Mom, why didn't you pick one up for me? Bai Fan pouted on the spot. Don't you have hands? The chopsticks are right in your hands, can't you pick them up yourself? Are you trying to kill yourself? A grown man like you, daring to let your mother pick up food for you, what a waste of my life to have given birth to a son like you? Aunt Bai said irritably, rolling her eyes repeatedly. Bai Fan almost spat blood, pointing at Lin Tao's bowl full of meat and fish, including many of his favorite dishes. Lin Tao waved his hands repeatedly. Aunt Bai, don't be polite, this is enough, I can't put it all in, I really can't put it all in. Of course your bowl can't fit, but my bowl is still empty. Bai Fan almost fainted on the spot. If you can't put it down, then hurry up and eat. Look how many delicious dishes Aunt Bai has prepared for you, she just wants you to eat more. Aunt Bai didn't stop at all. Seeing Lin Tao pick up a fish eye, she immediately picked up a steamed abalone. Lin Tao, this abalone was personally bought by Aunt Bai from the seafood market. Just as she put it in Lin Tao's bowl, Aunt Bai said again, it's too close to the first Mecha Academy here, and most of the students there are from wealthy families, which has caused the prices of vegetables nearby to be much higher. Back when we were on the other side, the price of one abalone was enough to feed our whole family 10 or 8 times. Bai Fan's movements were a little stiff. He didn't understand. Who was the real son? Aunt Bai's hospitality made Lin Tao nervous. He quickly covered a bowl. Aunt Bai, don't be so polite, I'll do it myself. If you keep doing this, I won't come next time you call me. Only then did Aunt Bai stop eating. At this moment, Bai Fan handed over the empty bowl and waved it in front of Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai didn't even glance at him, focusing solely on talking to Lin Tao. PFFT. This time, not only the Du siblings, but even Liang Zi burst out laughing. Seeing Bai Fan's miserable face, Du Ruzi suppressed her laughter and picked up a plate of shrimp-stuffed bitter melon to ease his embarrassment. But unexpectedly, as soon as Du Ruzi handed it to Bai Fan, Aunt Bai glared at her. Ruzi, he's perfectly capable. Don't be polite with him, let him do it himself. Bai Fan almost dropped a bowl of rice. As she spoke, Aunt Bai served Du Ruzi the same dish. Of course, Aunt Bai also served Du Ruming and Liang Xiu, but seemed to have forgotten about Bai Fan. Mom, what's wrong with you today? I'm your son. Bai Fan felt aggrieved. Lin Tao, I heard you're an orphan, always alone, even earning your own money for school, right? Aunt Bai asked. Lin Tao nodded. Although he didn't have many memories, the identity of an orphan lingered in his mind, even affecting his information about Hyacinth Academy. The Du siblings quickly glanced at Lin Tao, and seeing that he wasn't displeased, they continued eating with normal expressions. Lin Tao, since you're not having an easy time either, just take the house over there if you want. Why send me money? Aunt Bai said, raising her right hand to transfer the money back to Lin Tao. Lin Tao quickly waved his hand. Aunt Bai, please don't do this. If you keep doing this, I won't even dare to rent your house anymore. Oh dear. Anyway, no one rents it or lives there. It's been empty all along. You're giving me $1 million for nothing. Aunt Bai can't accept that, Aunt Bai said. What a coincidence, Aunt Bai, I was just about to talk to you about that building. Mentioning the building in Yaoke Town, Lin Tao casually continued, Aunt Bai, I want to buy that building. What price do you want? What? Aunt Bai was taken aback, dropping her chopsticks before she could even react. Du Ruzi's eyes widened, unable to believe Lin Tao's words. Du Ruming was stunned for a moment, but remembering Lin Tao's mysterious nature, he breathed a sigh of relief and remained silent. Bai Fan and Liang Xiu already knew about this and didn't say anything either. It's like this, a friend of mine wants to buy the entire building, including the land, so I'm letting you know first, Lin Tao said. Oh, I see. I thought you were going to waste money again. Aunt Bai breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could finish, she exclaimed, Lin Tao, I've heard people say that house is haunted. Your friend really dares to want it? Lin Tao smiled and nodded. Aunt Bai, just name your price. Alright, then have your friend contact me directly. Aunt Bai paused, then seemed to remember something, and quickly tried to transfer the 1 million star coins back to Lin Tao. Since your friend wants to buy it, I'll return the money to you. No need, Aunt Bai, consider that money as our rent for this place. Lin Tao waved his hand. 1 or 2 million wasn't much for him right now. You've already given me 2 million, won't that be enough for your living expenses? Aunt Bai was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Aunt Bai, you don't need to worry about things here. Seeing Bai Fan pouting beside him, Lin Tao smiled again. Aunt Bai should be worried about Bai Fan. Ugh, I'm too lazy to even worry about this guy. Aunt Bai glanced at Bai Fan and said irritably. I. Bai Fan looked like he was about to cry. Lin Tao is so much better. If only Aunt Bai had a son as good as you. Aunt Bai looked at Bai Fan with eyes full of disappointment. Look at Lin Tao, not only are his grades good, but he's also become the number 1 in the academy right after entering the first Mecha Academy. This news has spread throughout Mingyuan City. I hear people talking about him from far away when I go to the market to buy groceries. And Lin Tao earned all his money on his own. If my Bai Fan could earn tens of millions at this age, I could walk around with my head held high. Cough 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 cough. Bai Fan almost choked on his food. With this comparison, it was obvious that they had raised a good-for-nothing. The two siblings smiled, but the comparison with Lin Tao immediately dampened their smiles. After all, they didn't have Lin Tao's abilities and were about the same as Bai Fan. Liang Xiu, standing to the side, shook his head slightly, as he was already working and his income wasn't low. Aunt Bai Fan is a student at the first Mecha Academy. Once he graduates, he can earn millions to support you in your old age, Lin Tao said, trying to smooth things over. Sigh. I don't even know if I'll live to see that day. Aunt Bai rolled her eyes at Bai Fan again. She looked like she wished she had given birth to a piece of meat instead of Bai Fan, so she could cook it and eat it, not wasting anything. Bai Fan was completely speechless. However, thinking about how he was obsessed with chip racing cars, and how he might have fallen into Feng Lehao's trap if Lin Tao hadn't intervened, and even almost endangered Aunt Bai in front of him, Bai Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Mom, don't worry, starting today, Bai Fan, will follow Lin Tao and I'll definitely get good grades so you can walk with your head held high from now on. Bai Fan straightened his expression. You're a sensible boy. Hearing this, Aunt Bai put some of Bai Fan's favorite dishes into his bowl. Okay, this is a real mother. Bai Fan's heart finally felt at peace. The atmosphere began to become harmonious. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Chapter 108. Returning to the academy. The next day, as the sun rose, Lin Tao and the others got up. Lin Tao had just stepped out of his room when he saw Liang Xiu already sitting on the sofa. Seeing Lin Tao, Liang Xiu immediately pulled him aside. Lin Tao, I'm planning to go back to the company first. Liang Xiu was originally an employee of Four Symbols Mecha Company, but he had been gone for several days and didn't know the current situation of the company or whether there was still a place for him. After all, employees like him who devoted all their time to working hard rarely had close colleagues, so he sent several messages back, but received no reply. Going back is good, Lin Tao nodded upon hearing this. Now you know I'll be joining Four Symbols Mecha Company. When you go back, don't just bury yourself in work. Pay attention to the people in the company, and write down anything that seems suspicious. Liang Zi understood. Knowing that Lin Tao would be going to Four Symbols Mecha Company, he had made this decision on the spur of the moment. Firstly, he could gather some information in advance, and secondly, he could research the company's clients and business to pave the way for Lin Tao. After the two siblings came out of their room, Liang Zi left alone. After washing up, Bai Fan brought breakfast, but his face still looked somewhat aggrieved after last night's banquet, prompting Du Ruzi to tease him from time to time, making him roll his eyes repeatedly. The four of them returned to the academy. Lin Tao originally wanted to go back to the material science department, but then changed his mind and ran towards the dean's office. He hadn't gone far when students recognized him. It's Lin Tao, that's Lin Tao. What? The academy's number 1, the only one to enter the special class, Lin Tao? Where is he going? People in the special class can go anywhere, of course. Didn't you see the notice? Lin Tao can now attend classes in various departments, and he can directly enter the top class. Among the students, some were jealous, some envious, and many others looked sour. Along the way, many people greeted Lin Tao, even the professors. Lin Tao nodded to everyone who greeted him. He had encountered this kind of thing many times in his later life, so he wasn't surprised. Capable people are always envied and admired, but more often they are respected. He arrived at the dean's office. It was a bit early, the dean hadn't returned yet. However, the dean's assistant had already arrived. She was a beautiful young woman in her 30s, dressed in a formal suit. She immediately recognized Lin Tao. You're Lin Tao. Wait a moment, I'll inform the dean right away. Seeing Lin Tao leave with a frown, she quickly called him back. Lin Tao was now the number 1 student in the academy, with a noble status, no less than the genius Mecha pilots in the Mecha pilot department. If he was neglected, the dean would definitely punish him. Lin Tao nodded and went straight into the dean's office. A short while later, he heard a series of footsteps. Turning around, he saw the dean rushing over, panting. Huff, huff. Lin Tao, you brat. The dean, still catching his breath, pointed at Lin Tao, his face full of anger, and shouted, "You said you'd take 2 days off, and you really disappeared for 2 days." He thought Lin Tao would at least keep in touch with them, the old men, after taking 2 days off, but there wasn't a single word from him. It was as if he had vanished again. Nowhere to be seen. Lin Tao shrugged. If he hadn't wanted to go back to the academy to recruit some people, he really wouldn't have planned to come back. "You brat, you finally decided to come back, huh?" Seeing Lin Tao, the dean was relieved and quickly went to the washroom to wash up, as if he had just been woken up and rushed over. After a hurried wash and a quick tidying up, the dean stood in front of Lin Tao again. "Lin Tao, where have you been these past 2 days? Director Tong and Director Liu have been coming to me asking about your whereabouts," the dean scolded. Lin Tao had been assigned a problem by one department and a blueprint by the other, but neither department could solve it. Unable to find Lin Tao, they had no choice but to appeal to the dean, who had granted him 2 days of leave on the spot. Lin Tao smiled silently, waiting until the dean finished speaking before raising his wrist and operating his wristwatch. Instantly, a 3D mecha leaped into the air. It was a 3D rendering of the mecha. The dean squinted at it. It was a massive mecha resembling a tiger. Unlike typical tiger-type mechs, this giant tiger was noticeably bulky, like an elephant, and was covered in countless weapons. "This is..." The dean couldn't see anything amiss, his eyes clearly showing a hint of doubt. "This is a tiger-shaped mech I recently designed," Lin Tao said. "This mech uses a common 4-limbed chassis, but its weapons and explosive charge are doubled compared to ordinary mechs." "Double the weapons and explosive charge? Can the power system keep up?" The dean squinted, circling the 3D graphics. The military had been designing to enhance weapons and ammunition, but with the increase in weapons and ammunition, the limbs, acting as the chassis, also needed corresponding reinforcement based on the weight ratio, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the extra weight. However, if the weight increased, the engine would inevitably be affected. This would not only slow down the mech's movement but also increase engine wear and tear, making it more prone to damage. Lin Tao smiled. As a well-informed transmigrator from a later era, he was certainly prepared. "Dean, look at these parts." Lin Tao pointed to the limbs, specifically the joints of the tiger-shaped mech. The dean's eyes narrowed to slits. In a moment, the dean, a former head of the frame design department, immediately recognized the difference and exclaimed, "This is..." Although the appearance had changed, he could still recognize it at a glance. It was a miniaturized mecha engine. That's right. A mecha's engine isn't just the heart of the machine, it can have various other functions. Look, these parts are actually equipped with corresponding small engines. Once they're all activated, this mecha can unleash performance far exceeding that of ordinary mechas, Lin Tao said. In this era, engines were generally only used as power units and rarely utilized for other purposes. Therefore, without the development of new engines, this mecha had come to Lin Tao's attention. Of course, Lin Tao could have used the new engine from later generations, but that would have added a lot of trouble. So, he naturally chose the more convenient method. If this mecha followed a normal historical progression, it was a mecha developed to counter the Black Wolf Mecha Company after the failure of the Flying Tiger War God improved version. Not only were its weapons and ammunition doubled, but even its armor had been strengthened. However, with various enhancements, this mech's performance is in no way inferior to that of a normally comparable mech. "I see," the dean exclaimed, nodding repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. This design perfectly utilizes the engines." But he suddenly frowned again. "Lin Tao, putting aside engine size, how much energy does this mech need to carry with so many engines? Mechas of this era use ultra-high power electrical energy. Too many engines would increase energy consumption, significantly reducing endurance. In a battle between two mechas, sometimes it's not about weapons, but endurance. After all, if one mech runs out of energy after dodging attacks, it becomes an easy target." Lin Tao smiled slightly. "Dean, haven't you noticed yet?" The dean frowned. Double. Lin Tao reminded him. The dean was taken aback, then his eyes widened in disbelief. "Lin Tao, Could it be that you're even carrying double the power supply? In this era, carrying double the power supply isn't as simple as adding 1 to 1, it requires a certain level of design skill. Moreover, while this might seem to improve endurance, it also makes it more prone to accidental explosions. Lin Tao smiled and nodded without saying a word. The dean's face showed astonishment, and he quickly circled the 3D mech several more times, examining it closely. Can it really work? The dean was still somewhat skeptical. It can work. Lin Tao nodded vigorously. With double the weapons, ammunition, and energy, and even double the armor, this protects the energy supply while also increasing the mech's defense. When this mech was launched, it quickly overshadowed Black Wolf Mech Company, forcing them to research a similar mech. It's worth noting that this mech was launched when Four Symbols Mech Company was facing a crisis with the Flying Tiger War God improved mech. A single misstep could have ruined the entire company's reputation. This very mecha received high praise not only from the military but also from various other sectors, ultimately becoming a best-selling model, with even numerous space exploration teams placing orders. The dean gasped. This was simply beyond the imagination of a typical framework designer. Yesterday, people from the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters came to apologize to me. They happened to see this model and said it was quite suitable for the Four Symbols Mecha Company, and they were going to recommend me for a position with their 10% stake. Seeing the opportune moment, Lin Tao quickly seized the opportunity. Those wolf cubs. Mentioning the Blood Wolf Gang, the dean's face darkened, but upon hearing that the Blood Wolf Gang also owned 10% of the Four Symbols Mecha Company, he was taken aback. When did they get 10% of the shares? It seemed the dean was unaware of this as well. Lin Tao wasn't surprised. The Mecha Company's shareholdings, except for a few individual shareholders, were not publicly disclosed. This was permitted by the Interstellar Federation to protect the Mecha Company, so the dean's lack of knowledge was understandable. The Blood Wolf Gang thinks this mecha might sell like hotcakes if it's manufactured, and they want to take it to the Star Palace and apply for my approval to become the CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha Company. Lin Tao said casually, although it seems unlikely, they kept pestering me, so I had them send over a set of blueprints. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Another regular meeting. Lin Tao, you're foolish. Hearing that the Blood Wolf Gang had taken the blueprints from Lin Tao, the dean's beard twitched, and his face darkened further. He frowned deeply, paced back and forth, hands behind his back, his face contorted with anger, muttering, how could those wolf cubs have tricked us into giving up the blueprints? The Blood Wolf Gang, the Blood Wolf Gang, what do they want the blueprints for? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Judging from the dean's expression, it seemed quite different from what Zhang Tuo had said. He hadn't gone to the Liu family to apply for the 30% equity stake for him. Could Zhang Tuo's guess be wrong? Just as Lin Tao was thinking this, the dean suddenly exclaimed in surprise, the current leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, isn't his name Zhang Tuo? He looked at Lin Tao, as if asking him a question. Lin Tao nodded, feigning a sudden recollection. It seems that person called himself that yesterday too. Zhang Tuo? Zhang Tuo? So you're one of old Ghost Zhang's men. No wonder he said he wanted to push you to be the CEO of Four Symbols Mecha Company. The dean suddenly realized, then his expression softened. He seemed to have thought of something, and after a moment's thought, he smiled and pulled Lin Tao to sit down on the sofa. Lin Tao, if you really become the CEO of Four Symbols Mecha Company, what will you do? This old guy, was he trying to get information out of him? Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he said, after the commotion caused by the frame design department last time, if I'm not mistaken, students from our first Mecha Academy will either be ignored or ostracized by the Four Symbols Mecha Company. If I take office, I imagine there will be quite a few people opposing me. However, with the support of a 40% stake, perhaps I can use this situation to reorganize the entire company from top to bottom, making the entire Four Symbols Mecha Company loyal to our first Mecha Academy, so as to create a good environment in the future where all students of the first Mecha Academy can find a sense of belonging. Lin Tao spoke confidently. Good. Very good. The dean had asked Lin Tao this time precisely to see if Lin Tao felt a sense of belonging to the first Mecha Academy. Upon hearing this, he nodded repeatedly, praising him highly. This was understandable. Lin Tao's abilities were already considered the best in the academy. If Lin Tao applied for graduation now, both the materials science and engineering department and the engine design department would definitely approve him on the spot. Therefore, the dean had a good impression of Lin Tao and had no doubts whatsoever. After speaking, the dean narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression tightening. However, with only 40% equity support, you're still somewhat at a disadvantage. Lin Tao immediately understood the crucial moment and quickly straightened his expression. Dean, what suggestions do you have? Lin Tao even used a respectful form of address, which pleased the dean, who stroked his beard with satisfaction. Well, wait a couple of days. I'll get some exercise and see if I can help you. The dean didn't speak directly, but simply smiled at Lin Tao. Then he changed the subject. Lin Tao, if you have time, go back and see if you can resolve the problems in the materials science department and the engine design department's drawings. Old Liu and Old Tong have practically razed this place to the ground these past 2 days. By the way, give me a copy of your drawings first. I'll have the heads of the various departments take a look. If it really works, I'll directly apply for another production batch number for you. Once you take office, you can use this. Before the dean could finish speaking, a flurry of footsteps sounded outside the door. Dean, I heard Lin Tao is here. The door opened. Before the person even entered, a loud, excited voice could be heard. It was Director Tong from the engine design department. Although he seemed to be asking the dean, his eyes were already fixed on Lin Tao. Lin Tao, you're finally back. Director Tong was overjoyed, striding forward and grabbing Lin Tao. Lin Tao, come here, come with me. Our engine design department has been waiting for you for a long time. He was still dragging Lin Tao out of the dean's office when there was another burst of hurried footsteps outside. Dean. Liu Xueying had just arrived. Seeing Director Tong trying to pull Lin Tao away, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately scolded, Old Tong, why are you trying to snatch someone from our materials science department? What do you mean materials science department? This is the dean's building, the dean's office. Director Tong glared and immediately retorted, I don't care. Liu Xueying was furious, his face contorted with rage. Lin Tao is from our materials science department. He transferred here on his first day and immediately applied to be from our department. As if remembering something, Liu Xueying roared again, and Lin Tao didn't like you from the very first day he arrived. Otherwise, ask him who he was referring to when he called him old guy. You. Director Tong was speechless, his face turning bright red. On his first day after transferring, Lin Tao had indeed pointed directly at him and called him old guy. The assistant dean almost burst out laughing. The dean was stunned for a moment, then his face showed annoyance. HMPH. He actually dares to steal someone from our materials science department. Liu Xueying stormed up to Lin Tao. Lin Tao, come back to the materials science department with me. Go back my ass. At this moment, the dean trembled with anger, standing up with a shake. These two department heads had practically dug up every detail of each other's past to get a student. Dean, Lin Tao is from our materials science department, Liu Xueying quickly said. Bullshit. Lin Tao is now in the top tier class, he can go to any department. Suddenly, remembering the newly established top tier class, Director Tong straightened his back again. Have you two had enough? The dean roared angrily. No. That's right, no. The two department heads said in unison. They really dared to say they hadn't had enough, which infuriated the dean. You. The dean trembled with anger. At this moment, Lin Tao finally couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice, changing the subject. Dean, didn't you just ask me to send you the blueprints? Blueprints? What blueprints? Liu Xueying and Director Tong were stunned. The dean looked at the two of them, feeling annoyed. When Lin Tao mentioned the blueprints, an idea immediately came to him. No need, Lin Tao, you can stay. Today, all the department heads should have another routine meeting. Another routine meeting? Lin Tao blinked. Dean, important matters need to be addressed. That's right, Dean, that X-33 engine. Liu Xueying and Director Tong became anxious. Do you realize how urgent this is now? The dean snorted slightly, ignoring him, and turned to his assistant, who was almost laughing so hard he was choked with rage, and ordered, summon all the department heads immediately for a regular meeting. Yes, Dean. The assistant hurriedly ran off. From a distance, Her soft laughter could be heard. The two department heads exchanged glances, their faces filled with sorrow. Soon after, all the department heads arrived at the dean's office. This time, almost every department head greeted Lin Tao immediately upon seeing him. Putting aside Lin Tao's academic abilities, just the fact that he was kidnapped by the Blood Wolf Gang not only led to the destruction of the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters, but also resulted in everyone in the upper echelons having a copy of Lin Tao's information. Lin Tao was currently a hot topic, and even the Pegasus Mecha company had come to beg for his services several times. If the dean hadn't turned them away, Lin Tao probably wouldn't have had any peace. After all the department heads had arrived, the regular meeting officially began. The dean, his face stern, pushed Lin Tao forward. Lin Tao, show them the renderings. Lin Tao was puzzled, but still projected the 3D rendering of the tiger-shaped mecha into the air. What kind of mecha is this? Why is its shape so strange? With this weight distribution, can the chassis support it? If the chassis is reinforced, bearing the weight isn't difficult. The main problem is whether its speed can keep up. The department heads all had sharp eyes and immediately saw the mecha's numerous flaws. Hearing the department heads' comments, a smile appeared on the dean's lips, because his initial thoughts were exactly the same. After the department heads quieted down, he stepped forward leisurely, pointing slowly and methodically to the various joints of the mecha Lin Tao had indicated, and said calmly, "Take another look. What are these things?" The department heads looked, and Director Tong of the engine design department's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately exclaimed, "Aren't those smaller engines? Engines? Could this heavy mecha be using these smaller engines to improve its speed? That's possible, but so many engines would require a much larger energy supply. Does the mecha use a dual power source? Impossible. Exposed dual power sources are a major threat. If accidentally touched by weapons or ammunition, they would explode on the spot, rendering the entire mecha unusable. That's not quite right. Didn't you see the mecha uses reinforced armor? Perhaps the power source area also uses the same protection. If so, it might still be feasible. That's right, with a mecha's defensive capabilities, it should be able to avoid that." Soon, the department head's shock turned into heated discussion. After an unknown amount of time, everyone turned to the dean. "Dean, who designed this mech?" Several department heads, like Director Tong of the engine design department and Liu Xueying of the materials science department, also looked at Lin Tao. They had high expectations for him. "This mech was designed by Lin Tao," the dean said. A collective gasp swept through the room as everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, did you design this mech alone? Lin Tao, what were your thoughts on the engine and power supply? Lin Tao, do you have performance data for this mech?" The department heads practically lunged forward to interrogate Lin Tao. Ahem. Seeing this, the dean quickly coughed twice. "All right. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss the feasibility of this mech. Of course, Lin Tao, you should also try to bring out a detailed design drawing of this mech so we can study it carefully and see if we can actually design it," the dean said to Lin Tao. "Blueprints? I've already designed them," Lin Tao said, then manipulated his wristwatch again, projecting the blueprints of the machine into the air. Chapter 110 The Shock Department Heads. Renderings and design drawings are not the same thing. To put it simply, renderings allow for free expression, directly applying ideas from the mind to the drawing. However, when designing based on renderings, numerous factors must be considered, otherwise, the design will fail. Like architecture, renderings can be as beautiful as desired, but during actual construction, various problems arise, such as technical issues and overlooked details. These problems can even lead to an unfinished project. The same applies to mecha renderings and design drawings. Renderings are immediately visible, but design drawings require repeated design iterations and the resolution of crucial details before completion. The complexity is evident even in the first Mecha Academy, where mecha design alone is divided into numerous departments. Designing a mecha involves much more than just mastering the framework or engine. Upon hearing that Lin Tao had already completed the design drawings, not only were the department heads stunned, but the dean also paused for a moment. At this moment, Lin Tao had already projected the design drawings again. The design drawings for mecha in this era were not as simple as just piling things up in later generations. They involved various aspects, including drawings from different design departments and 3D models of the necessary components. In the blink of an eye, a series of graphics flashed across the air. This This is really the final design drawing? The dean's mouth dropped open. How is this possible? Even Director Tong couldn't quite believe it. This can't be real, can it? The department heads and the dean stood there dumbfounded. This mecha was something Lin Tao had painstakingly drawn, piece by piece, using his wristwatch, over almost an entire night. Department heads present, please send me your contact numbers. I'll send the corresponding drawings to your wristwatches, Lin Tao said with a smile. The department heads immediately snapped to attention, quickly sending their contact numbers to Lin Tao and noting their respective departments. They were anxious, eager to see the mecha's design drawings immediately, especially Director Tong of the Engine Design Department, Director Hu Wei of the Electronic Design Department, and the Dean. Lin Tao's mecha represented a significant breakthrough compared to previous designs, particularly in its frame, engine, and energy systems, areas these three were precisely focused on. Their minds were racing. Soon, Lin Tao sent the design drawings for each aspect of the mecha to the wristwatches of the department heads and the Dean. Department heads, Dean, do you think this mecha can be designed? Lin Tao asked. Silence. The entire Dean's office fell silent. Everyone's attention was focused on their wristwatches, and no one paid any attention to Lin Tao's words. Well, Lin Tao frowned and could only stand still. After an unknown amount of time. Brilliant, truly brilliant. This design is indeed extraordinary. The Dean, as expected of someone with extensive experience, quickly finished reviewing the design drawings. Of course, the frame didn't involve many details, the most important aspects were the weight distribution and the placement of various components, so it was almost immediately apparent. Lin Tao, what are your thoughts? The Dean's beard trembled with excitement as he repeatedly asked. What were his thoughts? Lin Tao genuinely didn't know what the chief designer of this design was thinking, as he had simply copied it from memory. What was that person's name again? Lin Tao frowned. Right, it seemed to be Zheng Xiao, and he should still be at Four Symbols Mecha Company. Damn, he forgot to ask Lian Xiu to keep an eye out for this person. However, being able to become the chief designer at Four Symbols Mecha Company meant he was quite a figure. He hoped he could meet this person as soon as he arrived at Four Symbols Mecha Company. Lin Tao thought to himself. At this moment, many department heads also raised their heads, staring intently at Lin Tao, practically wanting to recruit him into their departments on the spot. After all, Lin Tao had left a problem for the Materials Science Department, and he had also solved the X-33 engines problem in the Engine Design Department. If Lin Tao were in their department, would he achieve similar success? The department heads' eyes gleamed like wolves, fixed intently on Lin Tao. Lin Tao felt a chill run down his spine from their stares. Fortunately, the Dean noticed that the department heads had also finished reviewing the blueprints and quickly coughed twice. Department heads, after reviewing the blueprints, what are your chances of this mecha being successfully designed? Director Tong spoke first, letting out a long sigh. Regarding the engine, I believe there's an 80% chance it will pass the engine test. This mecha employs a triple energy design, and I believe the design method is feasible. Department head Hu Wei nodded in agreement. Although the chassis adds considerable weight, if the small engine functions effectively, the combination of the two will allow this mecha to perform at a level comparable to any current bionic mecha. Rui Zhi from the chassis department also nodded in agreement. Soon after, all the department heads had expressed their opinions, unanimously agreeing that the mecha had an 80% chance of success. Dean, let's put it this way, as long as we take these blueprints back and get them approved by the computer, we should be able to apply for a production batch number. Director Tong nodded confidently. Director Tong is right, and I believe that with these blueprints in hand, they will definitely pass the computer review. Su Junsheng, the head of the mechanical engineering department, almost patted his chest to guarantee it. He had seen many mecha blueprints and was equally experienced, so he could roughly judge the probability of the mecha's success. Since everyone says so, let's go back and test it immediately after the meeting. If it passes, we'll immediately apply for a production batch number for Lin Tao. The Dean was very satisfied. Apply for a production batch number immediately? Lu Zuwen was taken aback. This seemed a bit too hasty, didn't it? It seemed like just a few days ago that Liu Xueying from the frame design department had his incident. Seeing everyone looking at him with suspicion, the Dean quickly coughed again. Alright, there's something else I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, the Blood Wolf gang saw these blueprints at Lin Tao's place. Before the Dean could finish speaking, The department heads immediately started shouting. What? The Blood Wolf gangs on the blueprints too? What are these wolf cubs up to? Are they planning to resell the blueprints? Yeah, these guys just captured Lin Tao, what are they up to now? A group of department heads sided with Lin Tao. Everyone had witnessed Lin Tao's potential, he was truly the number one in the academy, and once he became famous, he might even rival Master Goulet. Right now, their academy needed someone like Master Goulet, and Lin Tao was their ideal candidate. Putting all that aside, just Lin Tao's performance in the materials science and engineering and engine design departments alone made many department heads want to bring him back to their departments to see if he could prove himself. Perhaps their department would be the next to become famous. Ahem. The dean coughed again, silencing the crowd. The Blood Wolf gang owns 10% of the shares in Four Symbols Mecha Company, so they plan to submit the blueprints to Star Mansion to acquire the remaining 30% and appoint Lin Tao as the CEO of Four Symbols Mecha Company, the dean said softly. Really? Are they really that kind of people? Appointing him as CEO? It's hard to say, after all, the Blood Wolf gang owns 10% of the shares. Lin Tao is our number one in the academy, perhaps they'd do this to apologize to him. The department heads discussed amongst themselves again. By the way, who's the new leader of the Blood Wolf gang? Suddenly, Director Tong frowned slightly. I think his name is Zhang Tuo, Department Head Ruizhi replied, his pupils contracting again as he finished speaking. Zhang Tuo? That name sounds familiar. I understand. Suddenly, Department Head Hu Wei exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Wasn't the Four Symbols Mecha Company suppressed by the Black Wolf Mecha Company a while ago? I heard it was because the current CEO was incompetent, and even the Liu family wanted to replace him. Did the Blood Wolf gang see this design and Lin Tao's potential, which is why they casually mentioned it? Hu Wei said. Upon hearing this, the dean's heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head. Lin Tao, did they see the rendering or the final design? Everyone looked at Lin Tao again. This was crucial. If it was just a rendering, they might just mention it casually and not take it to heart, but if it was the final design, it was hard to say. Lin Tao hesitated for a moment, pretending to think about it. I was drawing the blueprints at the time, and a guy named Zhang Tuo saw them and said he would send them to Xingfu for a look. He even took a few photos. Zhang Tuo had already taken care of everything with Lin Tao, just waiting for the dean and others to make the suggestion to the Liu family, so Xingfu had already given their full approval. It seems the Blood Wolf gang has been dissatisfied with Four Symbols Mecha Company for a long time, Liu Xueying said. Everyone agreed. Oh, right, could this Zhang Tuo be that one from the Star Mansion? Suddenly, Director Tong's old face showed surprise, and he quickly looked at the dean. The dean stroked his beard and nodded without saying a word. Haha, Director Tong laughed loudly, it seems the Star Mansion will definitely agree. In this way, Lin Tao will at least get 40% of the shares, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to become the CEO of Four Symbols Mecha Company. The department heads present were all people with connections and backgrounds, and after a moment's thought, they immediately understood. He 40%? Suddenly, the dean glanced around and chuckled, do you think 40% is enough for Lin Tao to make a difference in Four Symbols Mecha Company? Everyone was stunned, as if they had thought of something, and suddenly they all fell silent, lost in thought. Director Tong reacted quickly. His eyes flickered a few times before suddenly lighting up. He asked, Dean, do you mean two? That's right. Lin Tao is a member of our first Mecha Academy. If he can get enough support to become the CEO of Four Symbols Mecha Company, then the Liu Xueying incident from a while ago will not happen again. The dean said in a deep voice. Chapter 111, A Chance Encounter on Campus. As everyone knows, besides the 30% stake held by Xingfu, another 30% of the Four Symbols Mecha Company is held by the Liu family. After all, this is a mecha company established by the Liu family, just like the Pegasus Mecha Company, both belong into the Liu family. As for the remaining 40%, 20% is held by individual shareholders as required by Xingfu, while the remaining 20% is held by company insiders. In other words, if the Blood Wolf gang hadn't spoken up, no one would have known that they held 10% of the shares. The Liu Xueying incident not only concerned the dean, but also deeply saddened the department heads. They are the first Mecha Academy, quite renowned even in the entire Interstellar Federation. Who would have thought that someone from their academy would enter a mecha company controlled by the Liu family and be forced into such a predicament? Of course, Someone of the dean's position naturally understands that the Liu family must have been behind this, otherwise, given Sun Kangping's background, he wouldn't have done such a thing. If it weren't for Lin Tao's performance at the time, perhaps the dean would have just talked things out with Sun Kangping and let it go. However, to ensure the best possible treatment for the students within the academy, Lin Tao still needed to take this step. I plan to visit the Liu family. If all goes well, Lin Tao will receive 70% equity support. In the future, any students from our first Mecha Academy who feel unfairly treated in other Mecha companies can immediately return and join the Four Symbols Mecha company, the dean said. Hearing this, Lin Tao's heart tightened. All the department heads fell into deep thought. Fortunately, someone spoke up quickly, the first being Department Head Yan Zhi. I agree with the dean's approach. Department Head Yan Zhi was the person directly involved in the Liu Xueying incident. Although he harbored resentment towards Sun Kangping and Liu Xueying, his investigation revealed Liu Xueying's situation at the Four Symbols Mecha company, causing him great distress. If this had happened in his department, for the sake of his beloved students' futures, he might have taken the same step. Seeing Department Head Yan Zhi speak, the other department heads immediately chimed in. The answer was surprisingly unanimous, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Tao, after the meeting, the department heads will go through these blueprints on the computer. Once they're approved, we'll help you apply for a production batch number. After you join Four Symbols Mecha company, make good use of these blueprints. I doubt we need to say anything more. The dean looked at Lin Tao, a satisfied look in his eyes, as if Lin Tao was the only student he truly cared about after years of teaching. Lin Tao had witnessed the dean's hypocrisy before, but he still nodded. Dean, I understand. Once I join Four Symbols Mecha company, all students from the first Mecha Academy will receive the best treatment. Lin Tao certainly wanted the best treatment, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the Du siblings to the first Mecha Academy. He planned to make good use of these two to recruit all the students from the academy into Four Symbols Mecha company. After the meeting, the department heads returned to their respective departments to go through the blueprints on the computer. However, Director Tong of the Engine Design Department and Liu Xueying of the Material Science Department started arguing again, both wanting to bring Lin Tao back to their departments. Fortunately, Lin Tao was no longer the same person he was before the meeting. Before they could even speak, Rui Zhi, the head of the chassis department, stepped forward to separate the three. Are you getting more and more confused as you get older? Lin Tao doesn't belong to either of your departments. Once this Mecha design is approved, Lin Tao belongs to every single one of our departments. That's right, old Rui is right. Yes, if we're really talking about it, Lin Tao should come to our department first. Old Tong, old Liu, your departments already have results, while ours has nothing. If you want to take him, then we'll just have to stay here and fight you for him. The department heads glared at the two of them. Director Tong and Liu Xueying sighed awkwardly, but as they left, Liu Xueying's eyes darted around, and he tapped his wristwatch a few times. Lin Tao had only returned to the academy to help the dean persuade the Liu family. Now that the matter was resolved, he was leaving the academy. Just outside the dean's building, Lin Tao spotted a graceful figure in a school uniform. It's you? Lin Tao's eyes widened in surprise. The person before him was none other than Liu Xueying, the genius student he'd met in the material science department. What, you don't want to see me? Liu Xueying raised a handsome eyebrow, tilting his head and looking at Lin Tao with a half-smile. Lin Tao smiled slightly, shrugged, and remained silent. You're really something, Liu Xueying snorted, expressing his displeasure. After appearing once that day, you disappeared for so many days. What? You're not planning to go back to the material science department now that you're back? Liu Xueying asked. His tone was unyielding, as if he wanted to drag Lin Tao back to the material science department. However, Lin Tao really didn't intend to go back. I have some things to take care of outside, I'm planning to go there. Lin Tao shrugged and headed towards the school gate. Hey. You. Liu Xueying was annoyed, and even more surprised to see Lin Tao leave. Putting aside the Liu family's status, Liu Xueying was not only a genius student in the material science department, but also a great beauty. She had never been so ignored before. Not only did she have many suitors in the material science department, but she also had many suitors in other departments. She had never seen a boy like Lin Tao. Seeing Lin Tao walking further and further away, Liu Xueying felt anxious and quickly chased after him. Lin Tao, where are you going? At the other end of the academy, 3 students were walking side by side. Brother Li, I heard that Lin Tao is back. You drank with him, do you still want to duel with him? These 3 were Liang's trio, and the one who spoke was the rookie third brother. Liang frowned slightly and did not speak, but his face also showed a look of annoyance. Due to his performance in the materials science department, engine design department, and even repair department and frame design department, Lin Tao is already regarded as the number 1 in the academy. His status had far surpassed that of some future genius Mecha pilots in the Mecha pilot department. Even Liu Xueying, who had left the academy some time ago, was not as dazzling as him. Moreover, the incident at the Blood Wolfgang headquarters some time ago had deeply alarmed Liang. Merely suspecting that the Blood Wolfgang headquarters had kidnapped Lin Tao, the dean forbade all patrol mechs from going to the rescue, allowing the Blood Wolfgang headquarters to be nearly wiped out by the mysterious organization. That day, although they were far away, they were on duty and saw at least 50 fires, indicating that at least 50 mechs had been destroyed. Such a large-scale mech battle in Mingyuan City should have prompted intervention from not only the first Mech Academy but also the Star Palace. But what happened? Neither the first Mech Academy's patrol mechs nor anyone from the Star Palace went. This showed that Lin Tao was highly valued by the dean and other elders. If you were to challenge Lin Tao now, the head of the mech pilot department, Wei Lin, would probably beat him to pulp. Seeing Liang's expression, the second brother quickly spoke up. Lin Tao is a hot favorite in the academy right now. After all these days, he might have already forgotten about it. Besides, we drank Godoer, so we don't necessarily have to challenge him immediately. It's postponed. Postponed? The rookie third brother stuck out his tongue. Huh? Suddenly, he stumbled, and after regaining his balance, stared in a certain direction, his eyes wide. Rookie, what's going on? Aren't you going to hurry up and, hurry up and, hurry up? The second brother's words were cut short as he immediately adopted the same expression as the rookie third brother. You two, what's going on? Liang turned around and glared at the two. Unfortunately, the two were already stunned, and his glare had no effect. Curious, Liang followed their gaze. Upon seeing this, Liang almost stumbled, his steps faltering. He snapped back to reality, frozen in place. What's going on? Not far away, Lin Tao, the man they'd been talking about, was walking forward with his arms crossed and a furrowed brow. Behind him followed a long-haired beauty in a school uniform, seemingly rejected by Lin Tao, running after him relentlessly. This girl was none other than Liu Xueying, the one Liang had been trying to win over but could never get. What kind of magic did Lin Tao use? Liang was filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he were the one Liu Xueying was chasing. Third brother, Lin Tao seems to have just met Liu Xueying once, right? The second brother swallowed hard. Yet, the rookie third brother loved collecting these kinds of rumors. I heard they only met once, that day. Could it be that Liu Xueying is going to pursue Lin Tao? The second brother still couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Very likely, this Lin Tao is the number 1 in the academy, said the rookie third brother. One is talented, the other is wealthy. These two are very. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit hard on the forehead. Who hit me? The rookie third brother was furious, and looked up sharply, only to see Liang's face dark and gloomy. Brotherly. The rookie third brother almost cried in fright, as if he had forgotten that the brother Li in front of him was one of Liu Xueying's suitors. Watching Lin Tao stride away, completely ignoring Liu Xueying, Liang's eyes blazed with anger. This guy, even if he doesn't like someone, he could at least say so. Why does he have to torment people like this? It's really. Damn it, what kind of magic does Lin Tao possess that he could steal Liu Xueying's heart with just one glance? Liang gritted his teeth. Wishing he could rush up to Lin Tao right then and there, hug his leg, and ask him for tips on picking up girls. No way. Liu Xueying is his. Liang snapped back to reality and roared, Lin Tao, you stop right there. With that, he strode over. A challenge. Now that he'd drunk the Jetuer, he was going to challenge Lin Tao. Even if department head Wei Lin turned him into a human stick, he'd still trample Lin Tao to the ground and stomp on him a few times. How dare he abandon Liu Xueying? No, how dare he steal his Liu Xueying? This is big trouble. The second brother's eyes twitched a few times. The rookie third brother also slapped his forehead. Chapter 112 Liang's Goddard Challenge. Lin Tao, you stop right there. A sudden shout jolted Lin Tao to his feet. He turned to see a somewhat familiar figure striding towards him. Who is this guy? Even with his photographic memory, Lin Tao had been quite busy lately and had momentarily forgotten about Liang. Liu Xueying was also startled, turning to look at him, her eyelashes furrowing in disbelief. Liang, what are you doing? I'm going deaf. Liang, who was rushing towards them, stumbled at Liu Xueying's shout, startling him so much that it felt like his heart had been ripped out. Before he even arrived, Liang's expression changed again, then softened. He limped over to Liu Xueying, feigning concern. Xueying, I didn't mean to. Shall I take you to see the school doctor? Get lost. As Liang approached, Liu Xueying's face darkened, and she kicked him. This kick sent Liang, the burly Mecha pilot, flying several steps away. Liang? Liu Xueying shouted, and Lin Tao finally remembered the person in front of him. After a moment's thought, he understood why Liang had sought him out. You intend to challenge me now? Lin Tao crossed his arms. By age, Lin Tao was already a Mecha pilot in his mid-30s, no longer a child. Why would he challenge someone over a couple of so-called beauties? Moreover, Liang's strength in Skynet was only 5th in the rankings. A Mecha pilot of that level could be easily crushed even with a bionic Mecha. Lin Tao intended to finish the fight quickly. Since you've already drunk the Gauter, then you must accept my challenge. Liang's anger blazed in his eyes as he straightened his back and stood before Lin Tao. Gauter? Liu Xueying exclaimed in surprise. When did this happen? Ignoring her, Lin Tao smiled at Liang. Now, or should we schedule another time? Now. I'm going to challenge you now. Liang sneered. He had investigated Lin Tao's background. Even though Lin Tao excelled in the material science and engine design departments of the first Mecha Academy, he had always stayed in the maintenance department at Hyacinth Academy, never even entering the Mecha Center. Such a person was easily trampled underfoot and utterly humiliated. He would make sure Lin Tao was completely out of Liu Xueying's sight, or else he would humiliate him every time he saw him. Thinking this, Liang snorted inwardly. Just then, suddenly, Liang's vision blurred, and a sharp pain shot through his ear. Glancing around, he saw Liu Xueying standing before him, suddenly grabbing his ear. I'm asking you a question, and you're all ignoring me? Liu Xueying grumbled. Xueying, let go right now. Liang winced in pain, but he didn't dare to pry Liu Xueying's hand off. At this moment, the second in command and the rookie third in command, who were on Liang's team, also came over. Seeing the scene before them, the two exchanged glances and looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Tao also couldn't stand it. In broad daylight, what are you doing, pulling someone's ear? That's right, in broad daylight, why are you pulling my ear? Liang roared inwardly, but when he said it, it had a different meaning. Lin Tao, is it any of your business? I just like having Xueying pull my ear. You. Liu Xueying was extremely embarrassed and pulled even harder before letting go. She took a few steps back and glared at Liang hatefully. Liang's ear was almost pulled off, and his mouth was agape. However, Liu Xueying's hateful gaze warmed his heart. After all, Liu Xueying had at least looked at him properly. Tell me, when did you drink the Gauter? Liu Xueying asked angrily. A few days ago, just a few days ago, Liang quickly replied. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. He was in a hurry and couldn't help but ask, Liang, if you're going to challenge me now, then lead the way immediately. Lin Tao, you? Liu Xueying's face immediately darkened. Ever since the Material Science Department witnessed Lin Tao's performance, she had also investigated him and was well aware of his abilities. Did this guy know that drinking Gauter required a Mecha battle? Liang was ranked 5th in Skynet, while Lin Tao was just a rookie. He hadn't even touched a Mecha cockpit, let alone a simulator in the Mecha Center. She was trying to stop this duel for his sake. But now, Lin Tao was so ungrateful that he wanted to go head-to-head with Liang, who was ranked 5th in Skynet. Did he really think he was a Mecha pilot? Fine, I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Liu Xueying said, fuming, and strode away. As soon as Liu Xueying left, Liang, anxious, vented his anger on Lin Tao. His face was ashen. Lin Tao, come with me. The second brother and the rookie third brother exchanged a glance and followed. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Liang turned back, his face stern. You two stay here. After he finished tormenting Lin Tao, Liang planned to teach him a lesson again to keep him away from Liu Xueying. Besides, How could he let outsiders see him punish his rival? Brotherly. Liang. The second brother and the rookie third brother stood frozen in place. Just outside the school gate, Lin Tao saw Liang speeding towards them in a hovercar. Lin Tao, get in. Liang said without hesitation. Where to? Lin Tao asked. He was in a hurry, he just wanted to win and leave immediately. You'll see when we get there. Liang didn't answer. After Lin Tao got into the car, he slammed on the accelerator. The car roared, circled around a large area, and then sped off. The sudden acceleration made Lin Tao, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt, sway. If it weren't for his enhanced physique, he would have been thrown forward. In the rearview mirror, Liang saw that Lin Tao hadn't fallen over despite this sudden acceleration, which made him a little embarrassed. The car circled the city several times before arriving at a rather upscale building. After parking the hovercar, Liang led Lin Tao upstairs. Where are we going? Lin Tao asked, puzzled. This upscale building clearly couldn't be the Mecha Center. Of course, we're going to my house. I have several simulators installed there, Liang said nonchalantly. Lin Tao had no experience in Mecha combat, and as the fifth-ranked member of Skynet, if he were seen outside, he would be the one who embarrasses himself. Liang wasn't stupid. Liang rented an apartment on the 30th floor, seemingly the entire floor. The lobby was quite large, with 5 Mecha simulators in the center. Lin Tao noticed and couldn't help but take a look. Don't touch them. These are extremely expensive Mecha simulators. I'll adjust them for you, Liang warned. These were all high-end, deluxe simulators, personally adjusted by him after purchase, truly custom-made. If they were damaged, Liang would be devastated. This wasn't special equipment that money could buy. Lin Tao chuckled softly, not taking it to heart. Liang entered one of the simulators and emerged a short while later, beckoning to Lin Tao. Lin Tao, come here. I've already turned it on. Do you have an account? Liang asked. Lin Tao stepped forward and examined the simulation pods before him. These luxurious pods were almost identical in configuration to the ordinary pods at Zhangwei Mech Center, the only difference being the multi-layered design around the pods, allowing the pilot's seat to rotate 360 degrees, almost perfectly mimicking the real mech cockpit. If you have an account, scan it here with your wristwatch. If not, I'll create one for you, Liang feigned concern. Yes, Lin Tao replied, operating his wristwatch and firing a scanning beam. An account? Liang's brow twitched. This was somewhat unexpected. Lin Tao scanned the account into the pod and immediately logged in, displaying an account named L. Liang's gaze naturally fell on the account stats. Stats. 20 losses, 18 wins. PFFT. Liang almost burst out laughing. Leaving aside the 20 losses, even the 18 wins are practically those of a complete novice. Pilots with that level of skill are a dime a dozen on Skynet. He'd even thought Lin Tao had an account and was secretly training his pilots. Turns out, only 18 wins and 20 losses. Liang suppressed a laugh and, feigning expertise, pulled out a keyboard-like keypad from the simulator. Since you have experience, I don't need to explain these buttons, right? Liang was definitely doing this on purpose. This keypad is also called a preset keypad. Each button can make the mech perform a specific action. By setting the delay for each button, the mech can automatically perform specific actions. Of course, to perform these specific actions, besides having rich combat experience, one also needs a lot of spectator footage to create a set of actions tailored to their own. Generally, only highly skilled mech pilots use it. As for newbies, they probably don't even understand the key bindings. Sure enough. Lin Tao looked at the keyboard with suspicion. How do you use this? Liang almost laughed out loud. Why would he waste time teaching Lin Tao, who was just a novice Mecha pilot? He waved his hand repeatedly. Forget it, since you don't understand, let's use the basic operation method. Little did Liang know that Mecha in later generations had long since transitioned from preset keys to chip operation. Everything only required inputting data into the chip via a quantum computer, and the chip would complete a series of Mecha actions. As for ancient martial arts Mecha pilots like Lin Tao, who stood at the top of the Mecha piloting hierarchy, they naturally looked down on these fancy methods and relied mainly on instinct to operate. Sometimes, a Mecha pilot's reaction was even ahead of the chip's. Seeing that everything was ready on Lin Tao's end, Liang also chose a simulator and sat inside. In a short while, Liang had also finished setting it up. What Liang set up was a local area network. After all, this was a battle between a super expert and a novice, so why would he casually upload it to the network? If anyone saw it, it would definitely make him, the 5th-ranked pilot of the Skynet, lose face. Chapter 113 Liang gradually begins to question life. Assuming Lin Tao was just a novice, Liang quickly added Lin Tao's account to the LAN after setting it up. Using a single letter as an account name, does he really think he's a hidden master in the Skynet? Liang chuckled inwardly, looking at Lin Tao's account. Since LAN scores were also counted within the Skynet, Lin Tao immediately saw Liang's account after being added to the LAN. Account name, Liang record. 20,371 wins, 315 losses. That's a pretty good record. Lin Tao was somewhat surprised to see over 20,000 wins. At this time in the Skynet, the standard battle time was around 60 minutes, based on the energy consumption of regular mechs. Of course, there were some special mechs, but due to their large size, their maneuverability was generally less than this. Normally, it was 30 minutes. However, even so, not everyone could last more than 30 minutes in a battle. Therefore, a battle could last anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes to an hour, until the time limit was exhausted. In other words, at most, one could fight 20 or 30 battles a day. Even if we have that to 25 battles a day, Liang's record would still require him to stay on Skynet every day for at least 3 years to achieve. This gives you an idea of how long Liang would have to stay on Skynet. Of course, it's not impossible that he might have used accounts that were essentially giving away freebies, like the ones Lin Tao encountered at this Hangwei Mech Center, since Skynet wouldn't deliberately investigate. However, a record achieved through such methods would be practically useless. The difference between experts can be determined simply by entering the battlefield, so a record artificially inflated would ultimately become a joke. This record only ranks 5th on Skynet, so what about Liu Hengqin's real record? Lin Tao hadn't seen Liu Hengqin's main account yet and couldn't help but wonder. Liang chose a wolf-shaped bionic mech. Lin Tao frowned slightly and, instead of choosing a humanoid mech, opted for a tiger-shaped one, the standard mech he had seen in the Blood Wolf Gang. It's actually the standard tiger-shaped mech from 4 Symbols Mech Company? Liang almost burst out laughing when he saw Lin Tao's mech. Mech companies sometimes clash with each other. To name a few, the one Liang had witnessed was the battle between Black Wolf Mech Company and 4 Symbols Mech Company. For some reason, recently most mech pilots had chosen mechs from these two companies. Black Wolf Mech Company's signature mech was the wolf-shaped one, while 4 Symbols Mech Company's was the tiger-shaped one. Because many skilled pilots chose the wolf-shaped mech, after defeating those piloting the tiger-shaped one, they even posted their strategies on the Skynet BBS. Following these guides, some weaker, lower-level mech pilots were even able to destroy higher-level mech pilots piloting tiger-shaped mechs on the spot. There were quite a few similar battles, some of which were even made into videos and uploaded online. One of these videos showed a battle between 2 official mech pilots. A newly licensed F-class mech pilot actually blasted a C-class mech pilot, flying a tiger-shaped mech off the spot. This video immediately went viral on the Skynet BBS, causing most mech pilots to doubt the mechs of 4 Symbols Mech Company. After all, the difference between an F-class and a C-class mech pilot isn't just 3 levels, but also combat experience. Yet, despite this disparity, the tiger-shaped mech lost the battle. And not just once, but twice. It was these 2 videos that allowed Black Wolf Mech Company to completely overshadow 4 Symbols Mech Company. Now, very few people choose 4 Symbols Mech Company's tiger-shaped mechs. Newcomers are unhappy, and experienced pilots can't afford the loss. Becoming a C-class mech pilot like in that video would be incredibly embarrassing. It seems Lin Tao hasn't been on Skynet for quite some time, Liang shrugged. Originally, Liang had already planned how to humiliate Lin Tao, but he hadn't expected Lin Tao to choose the tiger-shaped mecha, which was practically a gift. Liang had researched how to defeat tiger-shaped mecha before, which was why he chose the wolf-shaped one out of habit. Since you want me to humiliate you, then I'll humiliate you mercilessly. Liang's lips curled into a strange smile. Both clicked to enter battle. The battlefield was a flat plain, a type of map without obstacles, conducive to face-to-face combat. Of course, if used for a brutal massacre, the effect would be even more pronounced. This was a battlefield Liang had deliberately chosen. Entering the battlefield. Lin Tao was taken aback. With the tiger-shaped mech's movements, the cockpit seat not only rotated slightly but also vibrated, making it feel as if he were actually piloting the mecha himself. I really didn't expect Liang to have such high standards for the simulator. Lin Tao smiled slightly. In his later life, he had also seen luxurious simulators, but they were still quite different from the one Liang had personally adjusted. No wonder Liang was able to achieve 5th place in Skynet. Without an obsession far exceeding that of ordinary people, he might not have been able to achieve such a result. Just as he was pondering, the opponent's wolf-shaped mecha also began to launch a tentative attack. The weapons of both mechas were very well balanced, almost identical, a long cannon on its back, 2 internal missiles, and a retractable knife in its mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, the opposing wolf-shaped mecha tentatively fired. Lin Tao simply had his tiger-shaped mecha leap to the left to dodge the attack. Unbeknownst to him, upon seeing Lin Tao's dodge, Liang, inside the wolf-shaped mech, let out a soft exclamation. Lin Tao's actions were somewhat unexpected. After all, a mech pilot capable of dodging attacks in a short time was at least a skilled pilot within Skynet. Yet Lin Tao's record was only 20 losses and 18 wins. How could such a record possibly indicate a master? Liang narrowed his eyes, and with a series of maneuvers, he made the wolf-shaped mech run. Lin Tao's tiger-shaped mech remained stationary, seemingly unable to control its movement. Having already tested the waters once, Liang naturally wouldn't fall for this trick again. In a moment, the shortcomings of the tiger-shaped mech surfaced in Liang's mind, and his expression darkened. HMPH. Let's see how many times you can dodge my attacks. With that, the wolf-shaped mech leaped, the entire mech soaring into the air. The tiger-shaped mech from the 4 Symbols Mech Company has a weakness, a blind spot directly above it. By jumping into this blind spot at lightning speed and then quickly changing direction, one can easily exploit this weakness to annihilate the tiger-shaped mech. Even a C-rank mech pilot inside might not be able to withstand the attack of an F-rank mech pilot. Now, having just adjusted his mech's position, Liang's eyes lit up, and his hands moved swiftly, ready to lock the missile onto the tiger-shaped mech below. Buzz! 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 Just then, a sudden, forced lock alarm sounded from the cockpit. What's going on? Liang was shocked and quickly retrieved the surveillance camera. Before he could even retrieve it, a deafening explosion rang in his ears, and the cockpit shook violently, rotating 2 360-degree turns. Looking closely, the screen went black, then white. Sorry, you've lost. Along with these words appeared the melodious voice of Federation superstar Liu Xueying. This. Liang was completely bewildered, he didn't understand what had happened. At that moment, Lin Tao's fight again message lit up on the screen again. Damn it! Liang's eyes twitched violently. He quickly refused. Fight you, my ass. You don't even know how you lost, how can we fight again? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liang quickly retrieved the previous battle recording. In the recording, just as his wolf-shaped mecha was about to leap, Lin Tao's tiger-shaped mecha also began to move, and while running, it casually fired 2 missiles. Although the tiger-shaped mecha had a blind spot directly above it, most bionic mechas have a blind spot directly below. Therefore, Liang didn't notice the 2 missiles from the tiger-shaped mecha. It was precisely because of this that the wolf-shaped mecha was destroyed on the spot. Damn it! Liang's eyes twitched uncontrollably, utterly speechless. He had been so focused on getting his mech to exploit the tiger-shaped mech's weaknesses that he had completely forgotten about the wolf-shaped one. Carelessness. Liang shook his head helplessly. He had planned to utterly crush Lin Tao, but he had failed due to momentary carelessness. Okay, this one doesn't count. Liang, do you still want to fight? Seeing that Liang hadn't accepted the challenge, Lin Tao frowned and shouted loudly in the simulation pod. Originally, one battle with Goddard was enough, but Lin Tao had only just warmed up and wasn't about to leave easily. He hadn't been on the Skynet for a long time. Fight, I'll accept the challenge right away. Liang's face darkened, almost cursing out loud. Damn it, he only won 1 round, why was he so arrogant? It seemed that in the next round, he wouldn't be Liang if he didn't utterly crush Lin Tao's pants. Liang angrily clicked fight again. However, upon entering the map, Liang was taken aback again. The tiger-shaped mech opposite him seemed to have been equipped with new gear, it was noticeably larger, and even the long cannon on its back had disappeared. He frowned deeply upon closer inspection, How did Lin Tao manage to equip the tiger-shaped mech with all missile weapons? Just as he was wondering, the tiger-shaped mech moved. However, due to the large number of missiles mounted on its body, its speed plummeted, even less than half of its initial speed. With moves like this, let's see what tricks you're trying to pull, Liang said with disdain. Meanwhile, in the simulation pod, Lin Tao, after some control, noticed that the tiger-shaped mech speed was significantly slower than before and frowned inwardly. It seems that a purely land-based mecha isn't suitable for that move. Chapter 114 Liang gradually begins to question life. Indeed, after the first battle, Lin Tao wanted to force Liang to reveal his true strength. Having achieved over 20,000 victories in Skynet and ranked 5th, and still only a Mecha pilot trainee, such a person, with a little guidance, could certainly unleash strength no weaker than a future S-class Mecha pilot. Lin Tao loaded his Mecha with missiles precisely to see how Liang would react under the heavenly net. However, even Lin Tao hadn't expected that after the tiger-shaped Mecha was fully loaded with missiles, its speed would decrease by nearly half, leaving him somewhat amused and exasperated. In his later life, Lin Tao had also studied the heavenly net, but the heavenly net of that time had already developed to a different level, incomparable to this era. This was understandable. Mechs that normally use this technique were generally humanoid, and even then, mechs with flight capabilities. Only mechs with flight capabilities could guarantee speed. Lin Tao had chosen a purely land-based mecha, whose performance was naturally far inferior. Moreover, it was a purely land-based bionic mech. However, this was no challenge for Lin Tao. As soon as the tiger-shaped mech moved, Liang, piloting the wolf-shaped mech, charged forward. The two, one fast and one slow, were about to make contact. This time, Liang was fully prepared, even locking his surveillance camera tightly onto the tiger-shaped mech. As soon as the opportunity arose, Liang immediately controlled the wolf-shaped mech to jump into the air again. Huh? Suddenly, Liang was startled, because he saw that Lin Tao's mech had also jumped into the air at the same moment. What's going on? Liang was dumbfounded. Liang was stunned, but Lin Tao had been preparing just as well. As soon as his mech jumped into the air, he immediately manipulated his hands, and a series of missile launches rang out on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tao had launched all the missiles carried by his mech in one go. Holy crap! This is... Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. As the 5th-ranked Mecha pilot in Skynet, he naturally recognized the move Heavenly Net. This was an unbeatable technique for aerial mechs against purely land-based mechs. In Skynet, even an angel who could only use this move could rank 87th. Lin Tao's mecha, although only a purely land-based tiger-shaped mecha, had the problem that Liang's wolf-shaped mecha had also jumped into the air. In mid-air, bionic mechs really had no way to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with missiles. Liang was completely moved to tears. Damn it! Who said he was a rookie mecha pilot if he could use a purely land-based mecha to unleash Heavenly Net? Liang began to doubt his initial judgment. The wolf-shaped mecha in mid-air, facing this Heavenly Net, had no way to avoid it and was hit by several missiles on the spot, turning into fragments. The battle ended. How did someone with this level of strength rank 5th in Skynet? Lin Tao frowned, utterly bewildered. If it were him, in this situation, he would have at least 5 ways to dodge. Aside from those requiring complex maneuvers, Lin Tao would have at least 2 different methods to avoid these missiles in mid-air. One of them was a small angle dodge, which involved slight shifting and leaping within a certain range to quickly avoid the missiles. This was because the missiles Lin Tao chose were all ordinary missiles without tracking capabilities. In other words, basically, if he timed his dodges right on a few missiles, the rest wouldn't hit him. This guy is a bit weak, Lin Tao shook his head. The battle had barely ended when Liang impatiently clicked to replay it, without even watching the replay. Watching it wouldn't have mattered. Facing a barrage of missiles, facing the Skynet, only a humanoid mech could break free from this attack. Moreover, anyone capable of using this move was definitely not a novice. Damn it! He was playing dumb in front of me. Enraged, Liang immediately switched back to his most comfortable mech, a humanoid mech. A humanoid mech? Faced with Liang's challenge, Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. He had already considered leaving after sensing Liang's reaction speed, but seeing Liang switch to a humanoid mech, he couldn't help but choose one as well. Humanoid mechs, although mandated by the Interstellar Federation for advanced mech pilots to practice with, were undeniably powerful once mastered. Liang's switch to a humanoid mech meant he was finally going all out. Lin Tao would naturally play along for a while. Lin Tao's mech was still the Heavenly Armor General. After seizing a Heavenly Armor General from Hao Tonghe at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, Lin Tao had become interested in this mech. However, the Celestial Armor General was merely a mecha with a flashy name. In terms of actual combat power, it wasn't particularly strong, ranking only slightly below average among humanoid mechs. Lin Tao glanced at Liang's mecha and immediately grinned. The mecha Liang had chosen was an unnamed machine, codenamed T11. It was a modified mecha that had already obtained a production batch number but hadn't yet entered the production process. Normally, once a mecha was designed and passed various reviews, it would receive a production batch number. However, mecha companies wouldn't immediately release new mechas. Instead, they would first upload the mecha to the Skynet, and only after gaining recognition from many mecha pilots and establishing a certain fan base would they begin production. This way, they could secure orders not only from the military but also from numerous space exploration teams. Just like the mecha Lin Tao would later join the Four Symbols Mecha Company, the one he retrieved from his memories would also follow the same strategy. T11, a nice mecha, Lin Tao smiled. In a flash, Lin Tao's mind processed the performance of this mech. It was an improved version, extremely suitable for mech pilots with experience piloting humanoid mechas. It seemed Liang was truly going all out. Knowing Lin Tao could use Heavenly Net, Liang didn't dare choose the plains map this time, instead opting for a jungle map. This type of map was more suitable for cautious combat. The battle began. Liang immediately entered the jungle. Lin Tao chose the frenzied combat mode, and as soon as the battle started, he immediately launched his mech into the air. Under radar scanning, Liang's presence was instantly detected. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, and with a flurry of maneuvers, launched a series of missiles, trapping Liang in place. At the same time, Lin Tao controlled his mech with a whoosh, diving rapidly and closing in. Upon approaching, Lin Tao took out a small metal knife and attacked Liang's mech. After downing the humanoid mecha, Liang possessed considerable combat capability. Facing Lin Tao's attack, he reacted immediately, leaping slightly to the left. However, this had little effect. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tao was upon him again, his weapon still the same small knife. Don't even think about it. Liang gritted his teeth, launching multiple missiles with both hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Tao, unfazed, met the attack with his metal knife, slicing each missile in half, which fell to the ground. Cutting missiles? Impossible. Liang froze, his eyes wide. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Tao controlled his mecha, quickly reaching Liang. Whoosh! The metal knife flashed past. The battle was over. The screen in Liang's simulator returned to white light. Is this the power of a full-force attack? Lin Tao shook his head. In truth, it wasn't that Liang was too weak, but rather that Lin Tao was simply too strong. Even among the top-ranked Skynet mecha pilots, few could cut missiles like this. What's going on? How can he be so strong? Liang felt a wave of dizziness. Cutting through a missile? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Luck. It must be luck. After a moment of stunned silence, Liang didn't hesitate to choose fight again. After a long while, Lin Tao didn't react at all. Liang couldn't help but stick his head out and shout urgently, "Lin Tao, one more time, one more time." Liang almost cursed inwardly. He didn't believe that Lin Tao's luck would be so good every time. A persistent person, a persistent fighter. Lin Tao couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. However, if you want to be listed in Skynet, you really won't succeed without this kind of persistence. This Liang must be a mech pilot who is very persistent in winning. Oh well, since he's not in a hurry to go back and make the enhanced gene serum, he might as well stay and keep this guy company. Lin Tao had a certain liking for persistent people. In later years, Lin Tao possessed the same unwavering dedication to master a mecha maneuver. Without it, he might not have been able to complete that maneuver, nor become the renowned ancient martial arts mecha master. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches. Lin Tao's record rose from 20 losses to 18 wins, then to 20 losses to 30 wins. In a short time, the two had already fought 12 matches. Finally, upon seeing the white screen again, Liang's eyes twitched violently, his hands trembled, and he dared not click fight again. How is this possible? How could I keep losing? A brutal massacre. This was truly a brutal massacre. However, the massacre Liang had imagined was with a different person. At this moment, Liang even began to doubt whether his previous 5th place ranking on the Skynet was actually rigged, whether someone had handed it to him. I don't believe it. Liang gritted his teeth, immediately disbanded the local network, his face ashen, and reconnected to the Skynet. The Skynet was still the familiar Skynet. As soon as Liang entered Xianwang, he immediately saw a familiar ID account. It belonged to the guy ranked 6th on Xianwang. This guy was quite skilled, although he was only one ranking below Liang. Their usual strength was evenly matched. If Liang hadn't been diligent and consistently fought on Xianwang, his record would probably be lower than this guy's. Therefore, the two often clashed to test their skills, though Liang still lost more often than he won. You're the one. Without hesitation, Liang clicked the challenge button. He desperately needed results to see if his strength was truly faked. Chapter 115. Take me as your disciple. Anshang City, a Mecha Center. This Mecha Center belongs to the Green Bamboo sect of the Davis family. Since his defeat by the mysterious account Liu Xueying has remained in Anshang City, hoping to use the Green Bamboo sect's influence to find the mysterious L. Initially, Liu Xueying thought that L was his twin brother, Liu Xueying. Liu Xueying was one of the 3 future genius mecha pilots of the Liu family, also a top expert on the heavenly outer heaven ranking, and possessed the ability to quickly learn his opponent's maneuvers and execute them even better than his master. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. Information gathered by the Green Bamboo sect indicated that although Liu Xueying had visited Anshang City, he only went to visit Liu Xueying, the Liu family member taken away by Master Gulei, before leaving. He hadn't entered the Skynet network or even the Mecha Center during that time. If it's not Liu Xueying, then who could it be? With this question in mind, Liu Xueying again instructed the Green Bamboo sect to inquire about the list of everyone at the Xianzhangwei Mecha Center. Although he was waiting for news, Liu Xueying entered the Heavenly Net every day, hoping to encounter the mysterious L so he could gather information and find out their true identity. This day, Liu Xueying entered the Heavenly Net again. He entered with his main account. Liu Xueying, record. 35,253 wins, 12 losses. Almost all of Liu Xueying's 12 losses came from other top players on the Heavenly Outer Heaven ranking. That's right, Liu Xueying wanted to challenge L openly and honestly with his main account, to let everyone know that he was the real Liu Xueying, and that L was just a figurehead, a piece of trash who was only there to tarnish Liu Xueying's reputation. Thinking of being defeated by the opponent's heavenly armor general, and even more so by his self-created arc step, Liu Xueying gritted his teeth in hatred. After entering the Heavenly Net, Liu Xueying didn't challenge anyone, even rejecting several challenges from other top players on the Heavenly Outer Heaven ranking. He was waiting for the mysterious L to log in. To this end, Liu Xueying created a small program that would immediately notify him whenever L's account logged in. Beep beep. Beep beep. Just as he was pondering, a series of rapid beeps suddenly came from the Xianwang account. Liu Xueying was startled, then overjoyed. The small program had been activated. L, you've finally logged in? Liu Xueying narrowed his eyes, his hands frantically searching, and immediately found L's account 20 losses, 30 wins? Looking at the familiar 20 losses, Liu Xueying's face darkened, but the sudden increase of 30 wins made him pause for a moment before he suddenly realized what was happening and immediately snorted coldly, so you've been fighting offline all this time. No wonder I couldn't find you. Liu Xueying had been monitoring L's account closely. Once the other party entered Xianwang, it would be activated immediately. These past few days, there had been no response, yet L's record had improved, clearly indicating that he was fighting on a local area network, LAN. LAN records could also be transferred to Xianwang. However, 30 wins is nothing compared to Liu Xueying's 35,253 wins on his main account. Liu Xueying narrowed his eyes and clicked the challenge button. Lin Tao was waiting for Liang's rematch when the local network was abruptly disbanded. The screen changed, and the familiar Skynet panel appeared. Entered Skynet? Lin Tao was taken aback. Skynet was still the familiar Skynet, the only difference being that the mechs were less advanced. However, this did not affect Lin Tao's love for Skynet. After entering Skynet, Lin Tao was about to browse around when the screen changed again, and a battle box popped up with a bang. Lin Tao was stunned for a moment and looked at the challenger's account. Challenger, Liu Xueying? Liu Xueying? Lin Tao was stunned and looked up at the opponent's record. 35,253 wins and 12 losses. Here, could it be him? Lin Tao smiled slightly. Suddenly, Lin Tao thought of the LZC account he had encountered at this Hangwei Mech Center. That LZC seems to be Liu Xueying's account too. A single battle with him, with only 10 million in betting money, brought in nearly half 100 million in revenue. If the betting money increases, will it increase even more? Lin Tao raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Lin Tao originally only had a little over 49 million star coins left. Last time, he received 100 million from Zhang Tuo in the herb town to buy natural chenshi. Although Zhang Tuo owned 100 jin, he had sold some, so the total cost was less than 50 million. Currently, Lin Tao's account still has a round number of 100 million. Zhang Tuo hadn't spoken at the time, but Lin Tao understood that this 100 million had to be repaid, as it was Zhang Tuo's gang's operating funds. Once repaid, Lin Tao would be penniless again. Thinking this, Lin Tao raised his hand and refused Liu Xueying's challenge. Refuse? On the other end, Liu Xueying's face darkened upon seeing the rejection message. What's going on? Why didn't you accept the challenge? Did you see my main account and are afraid of being embarrassed? Don't even think about it. Liu Xueying snorted coldly and clicked the challenge option again. He had used his self-created arc-shaped step to kill him, and even used his reputation to make money. If he didn't severely suppress him, how could he, Liu Xueying, survive in the Skynet community? He challenged again. Suddenly, a message was sent back. The opponent has entered the gambling area. To challenge, please show your relevant challenge qualifications. Liu Xueying was stunned for a moment. After realizing what was happening, his face turned ashen, like a dark cloud after rain. No wonder that Gao refused. He wanted to gamble with me. HMPH. A gambling match it is. Let me see what qualifications you have. Liu Xueying was furious. He immediately entered the gambling area and clicked the challenge again. The opponent's bet is 100 million. Would you like to link your bank account? Along with a message notification came a melodious voice, the heavenly voice of Federation superstar Liu Xueying. This voice, upon hearing Liu Xueying's ears, almost made him vomit blood. There were 8 zeros after the 1. Holy crap, that's 100 million. Liu Xueying gasped. 100 million, that was the highest bet in Skynet. One match could practically create a billionaire. How does this L have so much money? Liu Xueying's face turned ashen, extremely ugly. 100 million was an unattainable sum for ordinary people. Even on Mingyuan Star, those who could casually pull out 100 million were few and far between. 100 million for a mecha duel, such audacity was something Liu Xueying had never seen in all his years in Skynet. Of course, there are quite a few battles in the Skynet that dare to offer such high stakes, but those all represent a contest between two forces. Clearly, this L is no ordinary person. Liu Xueying's expression was uncertain. He wasn't someone who couldn't come up with 100 million, but he was still unsure whether to offer 100 million just for a single bet. To fight? Or not to fight? Does this L want to refuse the challenge, or is he trying to make money off this? Just as Liu Xueying was pondering this, a message popped up in front of him. A bet challenge from L. Does player Liu Xueying accept the challenge? PFFT. Liu Xueying could no longer hold back. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed from his throat. Damn it, this L deliberately raised the bet to the highest level in the Skynet. It really was for him. Liu Xueying was so angry that he almost clicked accept on the spot. Fortunately, Liu Xueying still retained a sliver of composure, deliberately increasing the betting stakes just to challenge me? Does this guy really have the confidence to defeat me? A cold glint flashed in Liu Xueying's eyes. After a moment's thought, Liu Xueying chuckled coldly, then clicked reject battle. After rejecting the challenge, he exited the Skynet. There weren't many people on the entire Mingyuan Star who could casually throw out 100 million for Skynet betting. Just based on that, Liu Xueying didn't believe he couldn't find L's true form. Once he found L's true form, Liu Xueying could challenge him freely in reality. Why throw out 100 million now? Rejected? Lin Tao was stunned. Liu Xueying rejected it? At the same time, a shocked voice came from outside the simulation pod. Lin Tao turned around and saw it was Liang. Liang stood blankly outside the simulation pod, his eyes filled with disbelief. Facing Lin Tao, Liang had lost 12 consecutive times, almost questioning his life and losing confidence. However, after entering the Skynet, he discovered that his strength had suddenly increased dramatically as he challenged the 6th-ranked player, resulting in a series of victories. Although Liang was ranked 5th, he had always been at a disadvantage in one-on-one battles against this 6th-ranked player. After entering the Skynet, Liang challenged the 6th-ranked player again and found that he could easily win. Once or twice might be considered luck, but the 6th-ranked player then challenged him 3 more times in a row, and Liang won all 3 battles completely, even more easily than before, without any of the disadvantages he had previously experienced. Faced with this situation, there was only one explanation. Lin Tao was definitely a Skynet mecha pilot with considerable strength. Only after being defeated by a master could one's strength improve, a fact that Liang had always known. The 12-game losing streak was instantly forgotten by Liang. Easily winning 3 consecutive battles against the 6th-ranked player in the Skynet, Liang was excited and was about to find someone to vent his frustration when he arrived at Lin Tao's simulator. Through the window, he saw Lin Tao challenging Liu Xueying. The record of 35,253 wins and 12 losses definitely belonged to Liu Xueying's real account. But now, this real Liu Xueying, facing Lin Tao's L account, chose to retreat without a fight. What exactly happened? Liang was dumbfounded. After a 12-game winning streak, Lin Tao's L account only had a record of 20 wins and 30 losses. Yet Liu Xueying's real account, with 35,253 wins and 12 losses, retreated without a fight, and the account even went gray, disappearing from the internet. Could it be that Liu Xueying had also lost to Lin Tao? Liang's eyes twitched a few times. Of course, Liang didn't see the 100 million yuan betting amount with 8 zeros listed under Lin Tao's L account. If he encountered someone like that, regardless of whether it was a new account or not, he would definitely chicken out and dare not accept the challenge. With a gulp, seeing Lin Tao walk out of the simulation pod, Liang didn't hesitate and immediately knelt down. Lin Tao, please take me as your disciple. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 I'll teach you a move. Lin Tao, no, brother Lin, I know you must be a high-level mecha pilot, and, please take me as your apprentice. Overwhelmed with excitement, Liang stammered. As a mecha pilot student from the first Mecha Academy, Liang had seen much of the world, but he ultimately understood one thing: before a mecha pilot with formidable strength, everything else was insignificant. Just like the Liu family, one of the 8 great clans, even with Mingyuan Star as their territory, they still humbled themselves to recruit a future mecha pilot with extraordinary talent. It was clear that a top-tier mecha pilot was highly sought after by both the 8 great clans and the Interstellar Federation. Even without submitting to these forces, one could become an interstellar adventurer, exploring planets with a large fleet. With powerful mecha pilot abilities, not only could one have love, but also power, money, and influence. Faced with such an opportunity, Liang naturally chose the latter, especially since he hadn't even received a second glance from Liu Xueying. Thinking of this, Liang felt a wave of dejection, but after a moment's reflection, he immediately understood. It was no wonder Liu Xueying was from one of the 8 great families. If he were to choose a partner, even if not someone from another of the 8 great families, he would choose someone with considerable ability. Take you as my apprentice? Lin Tao blinked. Brother Lin, we've had the chance to drink Jita wine together, it's like we hit it off immediately. Liang wasn't stupid. He was capable of becoming the captain of the Mecha Patrol team and even working as a test pilot at the Mecha company. He was quite intelligent. But now, when it came to saying something nice, his face turned red, and he couldn't utter a single word. Well, he rarely asked for favors, and becoming Lin Tao's apprentice was a little embarrassing. But the thought of becoming a mecha master in the future made Liang take a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Tao. Brother Lin. Lin Tao smiled slightly and waved his hand to stop Liang. Originally, the duel between the two was only supposed to be a single match, but seeing Liang's persistence, he decided to stay. However, Although Liang was ranked 5th in the Skynet, his strength was still somewhat lacking. After more than 10 battles, Lin Tao could see Liang's true combat power and some minor weaknesses. In short, his foundation was decent, but his reaction speed, essential for a mecha pilot, was still lacking. Taking him as a disciple was not impossible, and Lin Tao had held this thought from the beginning. However, before that, Lin Tao needed to test Liang's character to avoid making a mistake in taking him on. Liang, if you really want to become my apprentice and learn mech piloting techniques, it's not impossible. Liang's eyes lit up, and before Lin Tao could finish speaking, he immediately performed the ancient ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations to prevent Lin Tao from changing his mind. Brother Lin, no, master, please accept this disciple's bow. Huh? Lin Tao was dumbfounded, but the words had already been spoken, and Liang had performed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. If he suddenly said he wouldn't accept it, that would be a bit troublesome. Fortunately, the Lin Tao of the future, due to his superb mech piloting skills, had also served as a mech pilot instructor. He had an idea and asked, Liang, do you have a co-pilot's seat in your simulator? Simulators with co-pilots are usually used by instructors to guide students. Co-pilot? Liang was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something and quickly nodded, yes, I have one here. As he spoke, Liang quickly opened one of the simulators, which did indeed have 2 seats, one in front and one behind. Because Liang was the 5th strongest in the Skynet and led a patrol team, he would often use the simulator to guide them. Upon entering the simulator, Liang, disregarding the dust, quickly patted the main seat a few times. Lin Tao chuckled and sat down, then quickly slipped into the passenger seat. I'll teach you a move. If you can do it, I'll officially accept you as my disciple, Lin Tao said, logging into his L account. For Liang's abilities, Lin Tao only wanted to teach a moderately difficult move. Mastering this move would allow for easy special evasions, such as against the Heavenly Net missile attack. Of course, moderate difficulty only applied to multi-machine maneuvers in later times. In this era, it would still be considered quite difficult. Through this move, Lin Tao wanted to gauge Liang's dedication to mecha piloting and, at the same time, assess him to see if he was worth taking on. Lin Tao selected training mode. This training mode had a customizable setting option. After a brief moment's thought, Lin Tao set up an attack mode similar to Heavenly Net. As soon as the battle began, a deluge of missiles appeared in the distance, some single, some in pairs, and some in small clusters. Looking at the surrounding missile barrage, Liang's eyes widened, wondering what Lin Tao was trying to teach him. Under this overwhelming attack, even he, with his humanoid mecha, could only have aided with a 50-50 success rate. Now, Lin Tao had chosen only a bionic mecha, and a tiger-shaped one from the 4 Symbols Company, which Liang had previously underestimated. This purely land-based mecha, facing such a massive number of missiles, had only one fate: defeat. What kind of mecha maneuvers is he going to teach me? Liang racked his brains, completely baffled. Just then, Lin Tao moved. He gripped the control sticks tightly and began rhythmically maneuvering the tiger-shaped mecha towards the missile barrage. The simulator had been adjusted by Liang, achieving a very high level of realism. As the mecha moved rapidly, it even created a tremendous pressure, like a giant hammer slamming down on the 2 of them. Lin Tao's physical body had long been enhanced by gene-enhancing drugs, so even with his mecha exceeding 100 km per hour, he didn't feel any pressure. Liang, on the other hand, had his eyes wide open. This immense pressure told him that his mecha's speed had already exceeded 100 km per hour, and was even rapidly increasing. A mecha speed exceeding 100 km per hour. How is this possible? Liang swallowed hard. Of course, he could barely withstand the pressure at this speed, but Liang had never seen a 4-limbed mecha exceed 100 km per hour. Even with his 5th-ranked strength in the Skynet rankings, he could only achieve a speed of around 60-70 km per hour. Not to mention him, even those who called themselves the Outer Heavens ranking hadn't been able to make a 4-limbed mecha exceed 100 km per hour. How did Lin Tao manage to do this? Liang's gaze was already fixed on Lin Tao's hands. Lin Tao's hands moved with remarkable rhythm, each movement seemingly timed precisely, with almost no discrepancies. Gradually, the tiger-shaped mech speed increased again, the instrument panel needle pointing to 140 km per hour. This was the tiger-shaped mech speed limit. Seeing the instrument panel needle, Liang almost thought there was a problem with the simulator. "Watch closely," Lin Tao said at that moment. Liang's eyes immediately turned to the screen, and what he saw made his heart almost leap out of his chest. Two missiles, arriving in pairs, were hurtling towards him at high speed. Depending on the distance, they would hit the mech in less than a second. "It's going to explode, it's going to explode," Liang exclaimed. Whoosh! While maintaining the tiger-shaped mech speed of 140 km per hour, Lin Tao suddenly made a small, slight shift to the left. The movement was minimal. With just a dodge, the tiger-shaped mech avoided the two oncoming missiles. The mech's movement was small, but Liang inside the simulator was in considerable distress. Because of the highly realistic simulation, with the movements of the tiger-shaped mech, Liang felt as if he was being thrown from the co-pilot's seat. Not only did his buttocks leave the seat, but he also experienced waves of dizziness. Whoosh! Lin Tao once again controlled the tiger-shaped mech, making another small rightward shift. Before Liang could react, he was thrown almost from left to right like on a roller coaster, his buttocks unable to return to the seat. At this moment, he not only felt dizzy but also had a fainting sensation. The heavenly net attack lasted only about 20 seconds, and even if all missiles were used at once, it would only take about 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Lin Tao stopped the tiger-shaped mech. Within those 10 seconds, to dodge the missile attack, Lin Tao made 13 small left and right shifts. Throughout the sequence, the tiger-shaped mech maintained a near straight line without any deviation. "Liang, did you learn it? This is the move I was going to teach you." After stopping the mech, Lin Tao saved the recording, intending to send it to Liang's wristwatch so he could experience the maneuver. "Liang? Liang?" After a while, when Liang didn't respond, Lin Tao turned around in confusion. "This guy?" Seeing Liang in the co-pilot's seat, Lin Tao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It turned out that the guy had fainted at some point. It seems that this set of maneuvers is still quite difficult for mech pilots of this era. Lin Tao shook his head. At the same time, Liang finally woke up. Did it stop? Liang felt a little dizzy. Lin Tao shrugged, looking at him amusedly, without saying a word. What? After a while, Liang finally came to his senses. After coming to his senses, Liang finally remembered what had happened earlier, and his face immediately turned red, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. As a mech pilot, he had actually fainted in the co-pilot's seat because he couldn't withstand the high-speed maneuver of the mech. "I'm the 5th-ranked Mecha pilot on the Skynet," Liang exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. However, after witnessing Lin Tao's Mecha prowess, Liang almost wanted to kneel down on the spot and perform a full 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. "Master, you must teach me. You must teach me how to increase the speed of the tiger-shaped Mecha to 100 km per hour. Even those people on the Skynet ranking can't do that." Liang's eyes shone brightly as he stared intently at Lin Tao. Hearing this, Lin Tao's hand, which was about to send the recording, froze. It seemed he was supposed to teach the Mecha's small movements, but this guy had misunderstood and only wanted to learn high-speed movement? Was that difficult? This was the most basic operation. Faced with Liang's piercing gaze, Lin Tao suddenly felt speechless. Chapter 117 King's Hu Sect Negotiations. In the end, Lin Tao suppressed the recording and didn't send it. Instead, he explained to Liang how to improve the mech's speed. Actually, setting aside all the fancy moves, it simply required controlling the rhythm. To put it bluntly, it really was that simple. Liang was overjoyed and immediately buried himself in practice. The higher the speed the mech could achieve, the more combat strategies could be developed, a fact known to all the mech pilots in the Skynet. Just as Liang was practicing, Zheng Tiyuo's communication came through. "Lin Tao, the people from the Green Bamboo sect have arranged a negotiation. Do you want to come over?" Zheng Tiyuo's soft voice came from his wristwatch. Negotiation? Lin Tao was taken aback. Although he wasn't from the Blood Wolf gang, the herb town was still very useful to him. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Who are they?" "It's Tang Xiangqi from the Green Bamboo sect, and someone from the Davis family. I heard they're also students at the first Mecha Academy," Zheng Tiyuo said. Tang Xiangqi was the sect leader of the Green Bamboo sect, holding a position equivalent to Zheng Tiyuo's. As for the Davis family, Lin Tao was surprised again. A student at the first Mecha Academy? Suddenly, a face flashed in Lin Tao's mind, a slightly disliked face. Could it be him? Lin Tao wondered. When Lin Tao asked. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zheng Tiyuo replied. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Due to Liang's incident, it was now almost noon. Calculating the time, even driving the highest level hovercar, it would take at least half a day to get from Mingyuan City to Yaoke Town. Time was running out. Unexpectedly, before Lin Tao could respond, Zheng Tiyuo spoke again. Lin Tao, if you want to come, I'll send an express flying car immediately. A round trip is still possible. This Zheng Tiyuo seemed to have anticipated his arrival, even sending an express flying car? Lin Tao smiled slightly. Alright, let the express flying car come. The communication ended, and Lin Tao sent the coordinates. What exactly is Zheng Tiyuo's connection with Xingfu? How can he keep commanding the express flying car? Suddenly, Lin Tao rested his chin on his hand, a question nagging at him. Ever since Zheng Tiyuo appeared at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, he had been borrowing the express flying car and hadn't returned it. Lin Tao had always suspected that Zheng Tiyuo had some connection with the Xingfu's higher-ups. At this moment, Liang was diligently practicing in the simulator, and even when Lin Tao greeted him, he didn't get a response. Lin Tao smiled and shook his head. However, sometimes it was precisely this kind of persistence that could create an outstanding mecha pilot. For this reason alone, Lin Tao was somewhat interested in Liang. After checking the time, Lin Tao left. Not long after he left, a super-fast flying car roared to a stop beside Lin Tao. The driver was a young man in military uniform. He glanced at Lin Tao, then activated the scanning function on his wristwatch, gesturing for Lin Tao to scan as well. Beep. After scanning and confirming Lin Tao's identity, the man opened the car door and let Lin Tao get in. The express flying car looked similar to a regular hovercar, the only difference being its length, which exceeded the capacity of 2 parking spaces. Otherwise, the two vehicles were almost identical in configuration. Its ability to travel at such high speeds was due to its magnetic track system, utilizing the planet's magnetic field for high-speed travel. This type of flying car could only achieve such high speeds within a planet, hence it was generally used as a special vehicle for high-ranking officials of the Star government. Inside, the interior was luxuriously decorated. Because of the 2 extra parking spaces, the interior space was enormous, almost comparable to a small luxury VIP room. There was a small refrigerator, a single bed, and a built-in wine cabinet on one side. Lin Tao wasn't interested in these things, but to test Zheng Tiyuo's and the Star government's high-ranking officials' identities, Lin Tao frequently asked the young man in military uniform in the driver's seat questions. However, no matter how Lin Tao probed, the man remained silent, seemingly only interested in driving the flying car. Seeing this, Lin Tao could only helplessly shut his mouth. In less than half an hour, the express flying car arrived at the medicinal herb town. At this moment, the medicinal herb town was still bustling with people as usual, with people constantly buying goods from various shops. However, when Lin Tao looked closely, he noticed that both the shopkeepers and the merchants buying goods had a layer of worry on their faces. Their expressions turned even more grim after seeing the express train arrive. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. He naturally understood their thoughts. It was simply because of the Blood Wolf Gang's sudden intervention that everyone feared changes would occur, and even the entire medicinal herb town might disappear from history. However, these people never considered that the medicinal herb town had only existed for a little over 10 years. Even if the Blood Wolf Gang really wanted to drive everyone out, they could quickly rebuild it elsewhere. Thinking of this, Lin Tao smiled slightly. He wouldn't let these people leave so easily. He needed to obtain the medicinal herbs he required from these shop owners. The express train stopped in front of Baifan's building. By this time, a considerable number of Blood Wolf Gang members and members of another opposing gang had gathered in front of the building. Without needing to ask further, it was clear these people were from the Green Bamboo sect. He got out of the car. Once a distance away, Zheng Tiyuo greeted Lin Tao. Lin Tao nodded in acknowledgement, while also glancing at the Green Bamboo sect members. Among the Green Bamboo sect members stood a burly man with an extremely gloomy face. He looked at Lin Tao with surprise, seemingly wondering who Lin Tao was that the Blood Wolf Gang had brought back in such a swift manner. Just as he reached the Blood Wolf Gang's group, Zheng Tiyuo approached and pointed to the burly man with a gloomy face. Lin Tao, that's Tang Xianqi, the leader of the Green Bamboo sect. They're waiting for the Davis family to arrive. Lin Tao nodded and then looked away. He wasn't interested in these sect members. A thought struck him, and Lin Tao asked, Zheng Tiyuo, Have you collected all the medicinal herbs? Lin Tao was naturally of no use in the negotiations between the Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo sect. The only explanation was that Zheng Tuo had simply sent him to broaden his horizons while the natural Chen stone and other medicinal herbs were already collected, ready for him to directly concoct the gene-enhancing potion. Sure enough, Zheng Tuo responded with a smile and nodded. Boss Hong is a smart and capable man. He collected all the herbs in less than half a day, and today he also helped purchase a batch of medicinal equipment. Lin Tao nodded, not surprised. He had already revealed some information, so Zheng Tuo was likely prepared. However, even with medicinal equipment from this era, some needed modification, otherwise their effectiveness would be limited. By the way, where's Boss Hong? Lin Tao asked, as he still had some matters to discuss. Zheng Tuo waved to the crowd, and Hong Juncheng hurriedly ran over. Chief Zheng, Brother Lin. Hong Juncheng was older than Lin Tao, but he still respectfully addressed Lin Tao as Brother Lin, showing his great respect for Lin Tao who had solved the matter in Yaoke Town for him. Boss Hong, didn't I already tell you? Zheng Tuo waved his hand repeatedly and smiled. If you're willing to join our Blood Wolf Gang, just call me Brother Zheng like they do. Seeing the strange look on Hong Juncheng's face, he smiled again. If you don't want to join the Blood Wolf Gang, just call me Boss Zheng. I don't like the title Chief Zheng. Yes, Boss Zheng. Although Hong Juncheng was willing to become the Blood Wolf Gang's representative in Yaoke Town, he knew very well that if he really joined the Blood Wolf Gang, he would no longer be the innocent person he used to be, so he still had some reservations. Fortunately, after meeting Lin Tao, Zheng Tuo had also changed somewhat, otherwise Hong Juncheng would have been a pile of minced meat by now. Just call me Lin Tao. Lin Tao wasn't used to being called Brother Lin. No, I wouldn't dare. Hong Juncheng waved his hands repeatedly. Lin Tao was someone even Zheng Tuo could order around. How could he dare to call Lin Tao by his full name? After a pause, he added, Boss Zheng, Brother Lin, you can just call me Lao Hong. What boss? If it weren't for Brother Lin, I wouldn't even be able to stay in Yaoke Town. Zheng Tuo smiled but remained silent. After speaking, Hong Juncheng looked at Lin Tao and the other man cautiously and asked, Boss Zheng, Brother Lin, did you call me over because you need something? Lin Tao glanced in the direction of the Green Bamboo sect, then pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Old Hong, do you know any medicinal herbs like heavenly star grass, forest brown flower, or floating mist grass? Hong Juncheng was taken aback upon hearing these names, then glanced in the direction of the Green Bamboo sect and similarly lowered his voice. Brother Lin, these are herbs that the Green Bamboo sect is specifically designated to purchase. No matter which herb wholesaler gets these herbs, someone from the Green Bamboo sect will immediately come to buy them. Because they offer market prices, and if the wholesaler shows a list indicating that these herbs have already been reserved, the Green Bamboo sect won't force a purchase. So, for many years, all the herb wholesalers had no objections to their actions. On the contrary, as soon as they had the herbs, they would deliberately send someone to the Green Bamboo sect to buy them. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao frowned slightly and asked again, since the establishment of the medicinal herb town, has the Green Bamboo sect been purchasing these medicinal herbs? Hong Juncheng shook his head. Brother Lin, I haven't been in the medicinal herb town for very long, so I don't know much about things that are far in the future. He frowned again, then seemed to remember something. Brother Lin, I used to be quite familiar with a wholesaler who had been there for a long time, and he mentioned that it seems there was such a thing. Lin Tao remained expressionless. It seemed that the Davis family had already begun researching gene potions when they established a medicinal herb town. However, according to the gene potion formulas of later generations, it seems that Xinyu was the one who proposed the use of star grass, forest brown flower, and misty grass. Judging by her age, Xinyu should have been no more than 10 years old at the time. How did the Davis family know the gene potion formula based on star grass, forest brown flower, and misty grass in advance? Could there be some hidden story that wasn't recorded in later generations? Lin Tao frowned. Chapter 118 Davis. Yu Han. Seeing Lin Tao's expression, Hong Juncheng seemed to remember something and quickly moved closer, lowering his voice. Brother Lin, those medicinal herbs you mentioned, it seems the medicinal herb market in Anshang City also occasionally purchases some back. Lin Tao frowned slightly. The same kind of medicinal herbs in the medicinal herb town have basically all been bought up by the King's sect. Only the medicinal herb market in Anzhang City occasionally purchases large quantities, and the King's sect and others turn a blind eye to this. If Brother Lin needs them, you can go there and get some first, Hong Junchang said. Lin Tao frowned and remained silent. Clearly, those medicinal herbs in Anzhang City were prepared for Xin Yazaya Pharmacy, but he had managed to snatch them back then. No wonder Du Ruming said it would take another 3 months to purchase a batch. This time was very likely calculated based on the time Zaya Pharmacy needed to purchase medicinal herbs. It seems that it will be at least a while before he can reformulate Pure Gene 7 enhancement herbs. Perhaps. Suddenly, Lin Tao's gaze swept towards the green bamboo gate. If they could find another medicinal herb collection point belonging to the Davis family, perhaps they could still seize a batch. However, now that they were planning to forcibly seize the medicinal herb town, the Davis family would definitely send more men, so this idea might not be feasible. Lin Tao frowned, remaining silent. The two were talking quietly, and time passed little by little. Suddenly, a whooshing sound entered everyone's ears, and a hoverker sped up, its speed like an arrow shot from a bow, stopping in front of the building in the blink of an eye. This was too arrogant. Right now, it was the early stage of negotiations between the Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo Gate, yet someone still dared to be so disrespectful, driving a hoverker so fast? Hong Junchang frowned deeply. Lin Tao also looked up. As soon as the car stopped, the people from the Green Bamboo Gate, including the gatekeeper named Tang Xianqi, quickly stepped forward to greet them. It was the Davis family. Was it that guy? Lin Tao narrowed his eyes. The car door opened. Sure enough, a familiar face came into Lin Tao's view. It was the guy named Davis Yuhang, whom he had met in Class 1 of the Materials Science Department. This guy acted politely in front of outsiders, but his words were quite hypocritical. It was really unexpected that Davis Yuhang, who had always stayed in the Materials Science Department, could actually represent the entire Davis family, stand up for the Green Bamboo sect, and negotiate with the Blood Wolf Gang. This matter seemed to be getting interesting. Lin Tao's heart stirred, and he waved to Hong Junchang and walked towards Zhang Tuo. Young Master Yuhang, you've come? Tang Xianqi's fierceness disappeared completely, revealing a fawning expression. Yes. Davis Yuhang responded, turning his head to look at Zhang Tuo of the Blood Wolf Gang. Suddenly, he saw Lin Tao walking towards Zhang Tuo, and his eyes narrowed. What's this guy doing here? Davis Yuhang's eyes showed surprise. At the same time, Lin Tao also turned his head, looked at him, and smiled slightly. Davis Yuhang's face darkened. He turned his head away, ignoring him. After all, he was from one of the 8 great families. Even if Lin Tao was arrogant and domineering at the first Mecha Academy, he was just an orphan. How could he be on the same level as him? Which one is the new leader of the Blood Wolf Gang? Davis Yuhang asked. In fact, he had seen Zhang Tuo's photo before, but he pretended not to recognize him to elevate his own status. After all, Zhang Tuo was not from one of the 8 great families either. What difference would it make if he became the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang? In Davis Yuhang's view, people were divided into different classes. Only those who reached the same level could be remembered, just like Liu Xueying. That's him. Tang Xianqi pointed at Zhang Tuo, then asked with a fawning smile, Young Master Yuhang, should we call him over to start negotiations? Yes. Davis Yuhang nodded arrogantly. Tang Xianqi waved his hand, and immediately his subordinate stepped forward and set up a negotiating table and a chair. After welcoming Davis Yuhang to a chair, Tang Xianqi straightened his expression and loudly called out to Zhang Tuo, Zhang Tuo, our young master Yuhang wants you to come and negotiate. Zhang Tuo's face darkened at the sight of the scene before him. There was only one chair, naturally reserved for the Davis family. Making him negotiate was a clear attempt to lower his status, forcing him to stand at the table for the negotiations. Thinking of Davis's status among the 8 great families, Zhang Tuo sneered inwardly, his face turning ashen as he prepared to step forward. Zhang Tuo, Lin Tao called out at that moment, I've met that man named Davis Yuhang before. Can you let me represent the Blood Wolf Gang? I'd like to speak with him. Lin Tao, you? Zhang Tuo frowned. He had summoned Lin Tao intending to broaden his horizons. The negotiations between the Blood Wolf Gang and the Green Bamboo sect, seemingly between two major gangs, were in reality negotiations with one of the 8 great families, so it wouldn't hurt for him to gain experience. Moreover, the Davis family members were students at the first Mecha Academy. Letting Lin Tao get to know them would be good for establishing connections within the academy, providing an ally even if things fall apart with the Liu family later. Of course, if it was just about negotiations in Herb Town, it would be fine if it worked out, but even if it didn't, it would still be good to make a heads up. Zhang Tuo had always had this thought in mind. At this moment, Lin Tao spoke, and after a moment of surprise, Zhang Tuo's brow relaxed. Lin Tao possessed the strength of a super mecha pilot and was the #1 student of the first Mecha Academy. Although he wasn't from one of the 8 great families, he would definitely be someone they would go to great lengths to recruit in the future. Letting him represent the Blood Wolf gang and broaden his horizons would be beneficial. Zhang Tuo nodded and invited Lin Tao to come over. They arrived at a table. Lin Tao glanced around and laughed. Davis Yuhang, what? Is this your way of negotiating? Lin Tao, what are you doing here? Davis Yuhang's face darkened, looking somewhat unpleasant. As a member of a powerful family, he understood Lin Tao's potential. Although he looked down on him 1,000 times over, once Lin Tao left the first Mecha Academy, the 8 powerful families and even the Interstellar Federation would definitely come to recruit him. At this moment, he didn't want to sow the seeds of trouble for the Davis family. An engine designer who could solve the X-33 engine problem might even be able to design a high-performance engine. If this happened, it would be equivalent to revolution in the mecha world. Zhang Tuo asked me to represent the Blood Wolf gang with full authority. Lin Tao smiled, and then turned to Zhang Tuo and asked, Zhang Tuo, don't you think so? Zhang Tuo's lips twitched a few times, but he finally nodded. HMPH. Zhang Tuo, are you really the leader of the Blood Wolf gang? You actually have to find a little brat to stand up for you. Tang Xiangqi said contemptuously from the side. These words drew a chorus of mocking laughter from the surrounding Green Bamboo sect members. The Blood Wolf gang members remained silent, but their expressions were grim. However, remembering Zhang Tuo's methods, they quickly regained their composure. Anyone who could become the Blood Wolf gang's leader naturally possessed considerable skill, and how could the gang members dare to oppose what he approved? Davis Yuhang waved his hand, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Zhang Tuo. Seeing that Zhang Tuo's expression seemed genuine, his gaze immediately fell on Lin Tao. Take a seat of honor, Davis Yuhang said calmly. Young Master Yuhang, you. Tang Xiangqi was taken aback. Take a seat of honor, Davis Yuhang said, his tone slightly annoyed. Tang Xiangqi then fell silent, waving his hand and quickly ordering another chair to be brought and placed in front of Lin Tao. He also gave Lin Tao a few more glances. Lin Tao readily accepted, sitting down casually and looking up at Davis Yuhang across the table. Davis Yuhang, since you represent the Green Bamboo sect and I represent the Blood Wolf gang, then I'm telling you now, Herb Town belongs to our Blood Wolf gang, Lin Tao said. Upon hearing this, Davis Yuhang's face darkened, becoming extremely ugly. Tang Xiangqi's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to believe what Lin Tao had said. Zhang Tuo, standing behind him, was also stunned. After his eyes twitched wildly a few times, he almost immediately tried to dissuade him. He had only invited Lin Tao to broaden his horizons and also to make advance arrangements with the Davis family for future cooperation. What did this mean? Zhang Tuo felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Tao, what do you mean? Davis Yuhang asked angrily. What did he mean? Lin Tao's lips curled into a smile. A while ago, the Green Bamboo sect destroyed the Blood Wolf gang's headquarters. Not only did they destroy all of the Blood Wolf gang's mechs, but they were also expelled from Mingyuan City by the first Mech Academy. Without our headquarters, the Blood Wolf gang naturally has to take one back from your Green Bamboo sect. Lin Tao, you. Zhang Tuo's heart sank. For the past few days, he had desperately tried to conceal the news of the Blood Wolf gang's headquarters and mechs being destroyed. Without the mechs, the Blood Wolf gang's headquarters would not only lose its prestige, but even its branches might disband. Then, the once great Blood Wolf gang would be reduced to just its headquarters. But now, Lin Tao had revealed the truth. It was easy to imagine that if this matter spread from Yaoke Town, his status as the Blood Wolf gang's leader would plummet. He wondered how many branch leaders would still recognize him as their leader. Davis Yuhang grinned, barely suppressing his laughter. He exchanged a glance with Tang Xiangqi, almost bursting out laughing. Without their headquarters, and with their mechs gone, the Blood Wolf Gang's strength had plummeted to rock bottom. Probably not even ranking among the bottom of the 5 major underground forces on Mingyuan Star. As for the Green Bamboo sect's plan to wipe out the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters, that was utterly fabricated. Having learned about the Blood Wolf Gang's background, Davis Yuhang felt even more confident. He coughed and straightened his face. Lin Tao, who exactly told you that the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters was attacked by our Green Bamboo sect? Moreover, not only your Blood Wolf Gang, but our Green Bamboo sect is also being forced to leave Mingyuan City. Lin Tao smiled. This matter was told to me by Dean Guz Hanky of the First Mecha Academy. Would he lie to my face? At this point, Lin Tao's expression also hardened. He crossed his arms and said coldly, the Green Bamboo sect was expelled from Mingyuan City. This is their own doing. If you hadn't attacked us, would we have been expelled from Mingyuan City? Chapter 119 Medicinal Herb Town, we want it. If it weren't for the Green Bamboo sect's first move, would our Blood Wolf Gang be in this state now, even expelled from Mingyuan City by the First Mecha Academy? That's right, that damned Green Bamboo sect. Our headquarters, with over 40 mechs, wouldn't have been completely destroyed all at once. Now that they see our Blood Wolf Gang is at its wit's end, they clearly want to uproot us from Mingyuan Star. At worst, we'll fight them to the death here. Anyway, with our headquarters destroyed, our Blood Wolf Gang's status isn't what it used to be. That's right, even if our Blood Wolf Gang is at the bottom, we'll drag the Green Bamboo sect down with us. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, the Blood Wolf Gang members erupted in a clamor, their voices so loud they even drowned out Lin Tao's negotiations with Davis Yuhang. The Green Bamboo sect members around them, unaware of the truth, became cautious upon hearing the Blood Wolf Gang members' words, as if afraid the Blood Wolf Gang would swarm them and leave them all behind. Tang Xiangqi's expression was also somewhat grim, because the Davis family was still there. If something happened, even if they managed to escape Medicine Town by luck, the consequences would be far beyond what he could handle alone. Zhang Tiyuo frowned slightly, but did not stop the gang members from speaking. Davis Yuhang's face was gloomy, his eyes scanning back and forth between Lin Tao and Zhang Tiyuo, his mouth tightly shut, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Lin Tao raised his hand, signaling Zhang Tiyuo to quiet everyone down. Afterwards, according to our investigation, our Blood Wolf Gang headquarters lost a total of 43 mechs. Lin Tao paused and then said, among them was one humanoid mech. Lin Tao emphasized the number 43, the last being a humanoid mech, which struck Davis Yuhang and Tang Xiangqi like a heavy hammer. 43 mechs? A humanoid mech? The two exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Regarding the attack on the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters, although they knew the outcome, they hadn't yet investigated the details. One night. In just one night, 43 mechs were destroyed, including a humanoid one. Who was behind this? As high-ranking members, the two naturally knew this had nothing to do with the Green Bamboo sect, but only a powerful force could accomplish such a feat in a single night. Mechs, only mechs could destroy them. Those who possessed mechs, besides special mech pilots certified by the Star Palace, were either members of various factions. And those special mech pilots were either scions of wealthy families or mech pilots who participated in interstellar expeditions. The scions of wealthy families naturally wouldn't openly interfere in factional struggles, and the mech pilots on interstellar expeditions generally had their mechs in space, not inside a planet. Of the 5 major powers on Mingyuan Star, 3 are controlled by the Liu family. Without the Liu family's approval, they are unlikely to fight amongst themselves. Zemin is merely a merchant alliance, an underground force, and although considered underground, its power has always been restrained by the Liu family, so it's impossible for them to do such a thing. King's Human, on the other hand, belongs to the Davis family, the only powerful family capable of rivaling the Liu family. No wonder everyone blames them for the Blood Wolf Gang's actions. Davis Yuhang's face darkened, he had instantly realized this. If the Blood Wolf Gang were to insist on accusing King's Human, then the conflict would no longer be between underground forces, but would escalate into conflict between 2 powerful families. This matter is getting troublesome, a chill ran down Davis Yuhang's spine. Destroying 43 Blood Wolf Gang mechs in one night, yet not by their side, could it be? Suddenly, Davis Yuhang sat up straight, revealing a mysterious smile to Lin Tao and the others. Lin Tao, don't make false accusations. I, Davis Yuhang, can tell you frankly, The events at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters weren't handled by our Green Bamboo sect, and... He then laughed loudly again, being able to destroy 43 mechs in one night. Perhaps your Blood Wolf Gang has offended someone you can't afford to offend. Upon hearing this, the Blood Wolf Gang members were stunned again, turning to look at Zhang Tuo. The Davis family were among the 8 great clans. They shouldn't be lying. Could it be, as he said, that Hao Tonghe had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend? On Mingyuan Star, besides the 8 great clans, there was another force that no one dared to offend, and even the 8 great clans dared not easily take action against. That was the Star Mansion. The Star Palace is a planetary management agency established by the Interstellar Federation on various planets. Although Mingyuan Star belongs to the Liu family's territory, to prevent Mingyuan Star from completely slipping out of control, the Interstellar Federation still sets up a Star Palace. Firstly, to manage the planet. Secondly, to put it bluntly, to monitor the Liu family. A mere Star Palace agency is naturally not particularly dangerous. As the saying goes, the Emperor is far away, and this place is very far from the Interstellar Federation, so their reach is limited. However, the Star Palace has been able to remain on Mingyuan Star for many years and is still recognized by the Liu family, so it naturally has its own shield, its military. If Hao Tonghe offends someone from the Star Palace and the Star Palace secretly sends troops, they could easily annihilate 43 mechs in one night. Thinking of this, the Blood Wolf Gang members' eyes were fixed on Zhang Tuo. Because once they offended the Star Palace, even with the Liu family's protection, the Blood Wolf Gang would only have the option of disbanding. The Liu family wouldn't dare to completely break ties with the Star Palace. Zhang Tuo frowned, remaining silent. He knew perfectly well what had happened at the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. After all, it was Lin Tao who had personally intervened. This Lin Tao was blatantly lying, yet he spoke with such logic and evidence that even Zhang Tuo almost believed him. However, Zhang Tuo couldn't speak rashly at this moment, otherwise, he would have gained the position of Blood Wolf Gang leader for nothing. Just as Zhang Tuo was pondering what to say, Lin Tao chuckled. Davis Yuhang, you're not trying to say that Star Mansion was behind this, are you? Lin Tao's words drew everyone's attention. Even Davis Yuhang frowned, and Zhang Tuo's heart tightened. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Davis Yuhang, I, Lin Tao, can tell you right here and now, Star Mansion didn't intervene. Lin Tao crossed his arms and smiled. HMPH. You're just a student at the first Mecha Academy. What guarantees can you offer? Davis Yuhang sneered. Aren't you also a student at the first Mecha Academy? Lin Tao retorted. I am a member of the Davis family. One of the 8 great families, Davis Yuhang said arrogantly. But this was told to me personally by Dean Guzhanki of the first Mecha Academy. Do you think he would lie? Lin Tao countered with a smile. Given Lin Tao's current status, he could easily negotiate with a dean. Moreover, this matter was truly not the work of the Star Mansion. Davis Yuhang could ask him whatever he wanted, even revealing his Davis family identity, but he wouldn't get any answers. Lin Tao was quite confident. You. Upon hearing Dean Guzhanki mentioned again, Davis Yuhang froze, his face immediately darkening. Furthermore, even confirming that the Green Bamboo sect was involved was told to me by the dean. Lin Tao's face hardened, and he shouted sharply, does your Green Bamboo sect have done something wrong and want to shift the blame onto someone else? We. Davis Yuhang was stunned and speechless. That's right, how could the dean of the first Mecha Academy lie? Since even the dean of the first Mecha Academy has come forward to prove it, how dare you Kingsu sect people still deny it? Do you really think the Blood Wolf Gang people are all cowards? That's right, if Kingsu sect doesn't give us an explanation, we Blood Wolf Gang people will make you die to get an explanation. The Blood Wolf Gang people suddenly became bloodthirsty and united, which surprised Lin Tao. The Blood Wolf Gang was just an underground force, how could it have such a bloodthirsty side? Glancing at the Blood Wolf Gang members around him, Lin Tao realized that there were many familiar faces, such as Brother Liang from the Blood Wolf Gang in Anshang City, and Brother Qin and others were mixed in, and they were the loudest. As the saying goes, there is a herd mentality. With the leader, the others will naturally become united and bloodthirsty. Lin Tao felt relieved. He withdrew his gaze, gave Zhang Tuo a look, and quieted down the Blood Wolf Gang members. Then he looked at Davis Yuhang, whose face was extremely ugly. Davis Yuhang, we Blood Wolf Gang members have guts too. We don't ask for much today. The herb town is ours, Consider it compensation for a new headquarters. Before the grim-faced Davis Xueying could speak, Lin Tao continued, "Of course, we won't disrespect you. Some of your men can stay, but they must obey the Blood Wolf Gang's commands, otherwise." Lin Tao abruptly stood up, raised his right hand, and with a powerful swing, chopped a corner of the table. With a bang, a corner of the massive table was cleaved away. Only then did everyone see that the massive table, though made of wood, was at least 3 finger widths thick. Such a thick table, yet Lin Tao had cleaved a corner away with a single palm strike. The Blood Wolf Gang members were instantly ignited with fervor. Even if Lin Tao had attacked on the spot, they would have rushed forward, vying for the Blood Wolf Gang's position. Seeing the Blood Wolf Gang members' reactions and the sheer thickness of the massive table, Davis Xueying couldn't help but swallow hard. "Who said our Green Bamboo sect has to compensate your Blood Wolf Gang for their territory?" At this moment, Tang Xiangqi, the sect leader of the Green Bamboo sect, jumped out. As the sect leader, he naturally knew better than anyone else whether or not the Blood Wolf Gang had been attacked. Without his order, no one from the Green Bamboo sect would dare to make a move. Moreover, the Blood Wolf Gang had 43 mechs, and there were many defensive points around them. Even if the Green Bamboo sect used all its combat power, it might not be able to eliminate all of these mechs in one night. Chapter 120 Mecha Approval. Tang Xiangqi's face flushed crimson, his gaze fixed on Lin Tao with a murderous intensity. As for Lin Tao chopping down a corner of the table with his palm, what was that? No matter how strong an individual's martial arts were, could they possibly be stronger than a mecha pilot? If you were to sit in the cockpit and pilot a mecha, let alone a mere table, even a 10-meter-tall boulder would be pulverized by him. Tang Xiangqi's breathing became somewhat disordered. "Sect Leader Tang, calm down." Davis Xueying's expression was grim. He waved his hand, silencing Tang Xiangqi. Lin Tao's words were unacceptable, not only to Tang Xiangqi but also to him. This would solidify the Green Bamboo sect's claim of attacking the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters. If anything happened, the Green Bamboo sect would become the target of everyone's wrath, without a doubt. Damn Xueying. Davis Xueying cursed inwardly. But Davis Xueying was helpless now. As the dean of the First Mecha Academy, Xueying's status meant that any word he uttered would be echoed by a large number of students, not even including those who had graduated and started families. Moreover, this old man had a bunch of department heads with similar backgrounds and influence around him. Even Sun Kangping, the former head of the frame design department, was the former vice leader of the Blood Wolf Gang after graduating from the First Mecha Academy. To deny his words would be like stirring up a hornet's nest, especially since Davis Xueying was currently studying at the First Mecha Academy. Damn it! Davis Xueying cursed inwardly again. But suddenly, at this moment, Lin Tao's wristwatch vibrated strongly. Lin Tao looked up and couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. It turned out that the other end of the communication was Xueying, the dean of the First Mecha Academy. After a moment's thought, Lin Tao chuckled inwardly. This communication was like a pillow delivered to someone who was sleepy, very coincidental. He immediately took the call and turned on the external speaker. "Lin Tao, this is the dean. Where are you now?" Dean Xueying's voice came from the wristwatch. This voice. Davis Xueying's expression hardened. He could still recognize Dean Xueying's voice. Tang Xiangqi was about to speak, but after seeing Davis Xueying's expression, his eyes flickered, and he also calmed down. Zhang Tuo frowned slightly, remaining silent. Everyone around didn't understand why Lin Tao had made the communication external, but the word dean still made them freeze in place, staring blankly at Lin Tao's wristwatch. At this moment, Lin Tao was representing the Blood Wolf Gang in negotiations with the Davis family, the backers of the Green Bamboo sect, so why would he reveal his location? He smiled slightly. "Dean, what do you need me for?" "Lin Tao, you run really fast. You've disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tell me, are you still in the academy?" The dean pretended to be angry and shouted sternly. "No." Lin Tao replied directly. "You brat." The dean was both amused and exasperated, and after a long while, he sighed. All right, I have 3 pieces of good news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" Since all 3 were good news, it didn't matter which one he heard first. Lin Tao chuckled and shook his head, choosing one. "The first one, please. The mecha you designed has passed the computer tests of all the departments." The dean's tone became excited. Lin Tao nodded. That mecha was already in production in the future and was selling like hotcakes, so how could it not pass the computer tests? What are you about? Aren't you going to show some excitement? The dean's tone was clearly disappointed. This was great news, but Lin Tao hadn't reacted at all, like a punch thrown with all his might, but landing on cotton, soft and powerless. I know. Lin Tao still answered calmly. You brat. The dean's tone sounded slightly helpless. And the second piece of news? Lin Tao asked. I've already obtained the production batch number for you, and it can enter the production process at any time. After a pause, the dean said earnestly, Lin Tao, you should know that for a mecha to sell well, besides building a good reputation, it also needs vigorous promotion. With your current strength, you probably can't do either of those things, so. I understand. I'll upload the mecha to Skynet. Only after the mecha has gained some recognition on Skynet will it officially enter production. Lin Tao nodded. He had originally planned to promote the new mecha in this way. Good, it's good that you understand. I'll also ask the mecha pilot students at the first Mecha Academy to cooperate with your mecha as much as possible. The dean paused again. I'll also tell Director Wei Lin of the Mecha Pilot Department that for the next month, all students in his department will specifically choose your new mecha for Skynet. Lin Tao was taken aback upon hearing this, but after a moment's thought, he understood. In this way, once the mecha becomes a bestseller, his position within the Four Symbols Mecha Company will be even more secure. Then, even if someone wants to oppose him, they won't have any reason to do so. From now on, the Four Symbols Mecha Company will be completely tied to the first Mecha Academy. All around, the crowd listened in stunned silence, wondering what Lin Tao was discussing with the dean on the communication device. Zhang Tiyuo, standing right next to Lin Tao, heard everything clearly, his pupils suddenly contracting. Zhang Tiyuo, of course, knew that Lin Tao was about to join the Four Symbols Mecha Company. He was the one who orchestrated it. However, he hadn't expected Lin Tao to design a mecha so quickly, and even earn high praise from the dean of the first Mecha Academy and others. This kid is no ordinary person, Zhang Tiyuo thought with alarm. On the other end, Tang Xiangqi was confused, but Davis Yuhang understood the meaning and was immediately shocked. When Davis Yuhang first heard the news, he was somewhat puzzled because news of Lin Tao's mecha design hadn't yet spread throughout the academy, and his department was only material science, which had absolutely no connection to mecha design, so it hadn't reached his ears. However, when the second piece of news came from the dean, he immediately understood. The two pieces of news, strung together, revealed that Lin Tao had designed a mecha, which had received high praise from the dean and all the department heads, leading the dean to apply for a production license for him, which was immediately granted. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Tao had not only made achievements in material science and engine design, but also in all aspects of mecha design. As a member of the Davis family, Davis Yuhang naturally understood the process of designing a mecha. First, the chief designer would propose a general idea, then break down the various components, which would then be detailed by designers from different departments. Once all the components were designed, the chief designer would then integrate and connect them until the mecha was complete. If any part failed to connect successfully, the entire design had to be reworked. Then, the main components were disassembled again, and only after each part passed the review was it considered a successful design. Finally, after the design was completed, it still had to be approved by the Star Palace. Only when this last step was successful could a mecha be considered successfully designed and obtain a production batch number. Although the dean had contributed to obtaining the production batch number, if the mecha itself had not been approved by the dean, the heads of the various departments, and the people from the Star Palace, how could it have been produced so quickly? After all, failure would be a matter of reputation for the entire first Mecha Academy. This Lin Tao is truly terrifying. Where did he find such a team to help him design a new mecha? Davis Yuhang narrowed his eyes. Even now, Davis Yuhang still did not believe that the mecha was designed by Lin Tao alone. After all, it would take a year and a half, several years, or even more than 10 years to design a new type of mecha with an entire team. And what about the last piece of news? Lin Tao asked again. This time, not only Zhang Taojian strained his ears, but even Davis Yuhang's pupils contracted as he listened intently to the dean's voice on his wristwatch. I've already applied to the Liu family. Since you were able to design this new mecha single-handedly, they've agreed to let you serve as the CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha Company first. The dean said casually, Lin Tao, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, whatever achievements the new mechs makes on Skynet, it will be put into production. Whether you can hold on to your position as CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha company then depends on the mecha's sales performance. Silence. A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone seemed unable to believe it, staring blankly at the wristwatch on Lin Tao's wrist. The mysterious dean guaranteed him. He obtained the Liu family's consent. He would become the CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha company. A collective gasp instantly filled the crowd. Zhang Tuojian's eyes lit up, Tang Xiangqi was stunned, and Davis Yu Hang's mind hadn't yet processed what was happening. A series of gasps of astonishment instantly reached the dean's end. He asked suspiciously, Lin Tao, do you have someone with you? Yes, Lin Tao nodded. Lin Tao, since you have someone with you, let's talk another time, the dean said, about to end the communication. Dean, no rush, I have some questions for you, Lin Tao quickly stopped him. Everyone around immediately shut their mouths, afraid of interrupting Lin Tao's call with the mysterious dean. By this time, many people had already guessed the identity of the mysterious dean. Dean, some time ago, I asked you about the attack on the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters. I heard some people say that it was the Star Mansion's army that was responsible? Lin Tao asked casually. Bullshit. Who said the Star Mansion's army was responsible? The dean cursed. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Why would the Star Mansion's army care about those underground forces? Lin Tao smiled slightly, glanced at the stunned crowd, and then his gaze fell on Davis Yu Hang, who looked as if he were being bitten by ants. Davis Yu Hang's face turned deathly pale, for these words had indeed come from his own mouth. Although he hadn't said them aloud, everyone assumed it was him. If the dean found out about this, he'd probably be skinned alive when he returned to the academy. Damn it, Lin Tao really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. Davis Yu Hang thought to himself with resentment. Chapter 121 We are good classmates. Lin Tao glanced at Davis Yu Hang, not mentioning his name. However, since the dean had confirmed it wasn't Xingfu who was behind it, Lin Tao needed to stir things up again, otherwise, the King's Hu sect members would continue to stubbornly resist. Dean, then who do you think attacked the Blood Wolf Gang headquarters? Lin Tao asked. Finally, the question had hit the mark. Everyone around, the Blood Wolf Gang members, the King's Hu sect members, even Zhang Tuo, Tang Xiangqi, and Davis Yu Hang, pricked up their ears, nervously watching Lin Tao's watch. Lin Tao, why are you asking this? Weren't you there too? The dean seemed somewhat displeased. Lin Tao smiled, thinking that this might not get the dean to reveal the truth, so he misled him again. Dean, which of the 5 major underground forces do you think will make a move? The dean didn't hesitate. Is there even a question? Of the 5 major forces on Mingyuan Star, besides Zemin and King's Human, the other 3 are all backed by the Liu family. Without the Liu family's orders, why would they turn against each other? After a pause, the dean added in a deep voice, as for Zemin, if they made a move, they probably wouldn't exist on Mingyuan Star today. The dean didn't comment on the remaining King's Human, but everyone understood that unless the Liu family cut off its own arm, the only explanation was that the King's Human had secretly intervened. Of the 3 underground forces belonging to the Liu family, the Blood Wolf Gang was the most powerful. How could the Liu family possibly give up on them? PFFT. Tang Xiangqi immediately spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Davis Yu Hang's face turned ashen, and he was speechless for a long time. Zhang Tuo glanced at the 2 men without showing any emotion. Although he maintained a stern face, he was practically bursting with laughter inside. Dean Gu, you're making false accusations. Tang Xiangqi was both anxious and furious. He knew better than anyone whether the Green Bamboo sect had actually intervened. Lin Tao reacted quickly, cutting off the communication the moment Tang Xiangqi spoke. Sect leader Tang, what do you mean by making false accusations? Lin Tao said sternly, scoffing, the person speaking is Dean Gu of the First Mecha Academy. If we don't even believe him, then who can we Blood Wolf Gang members believe? Besides, if someone were standing in front of Tang Xiangqi right now, it would definitely be him making false accusations. Didn't he see he spat out a mouthful of blood? Lin Tao's words ignited the fighting spirit of the Blood Wolf Gang members. Dean Gu has already made it clear, what else can your Green Bamboo sect say? The Star Palace didn't intervene. Among the 5 major underground forces, only your Green Bamboo sect has the capability. Green Bamboo sect, Do you think our Blood Wolf gang is easy to bully? You destroyed our base, and now you plan to wipe our entire gang off Mingyuan Star. The Blood Wolf gang members became increasingly agitated, subtly forming an encirclement around the Green Bamboo sect members. Seeing this, Lin Tao gave Zhang Tuo, who had been keeping a straight face, a wink. Zhang Tuo then stepped forward, quieting the Blood Wolf gang members down. Although things had calmed down on the surface, the Blood Wolf gang members glared at the Green Bamboo sect members with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to devour them. This was simply an undeserved disaster. You. Tang Xiangqi was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. At the other end of the huge table, Davis Yu Hang's pale face softened slightly when he saw that Lin Tao hadn't called him out in front of the dean. Although he didn't say a word, his mind was racing. Lin Tao's popularity at the first Mecha Academy, even earning him the title of Academy's #1 student, stemmed from the problem he posed to the Materials Science Department and his design proposal for the X-33 engine from the Engine Design Department. Even Davis Yu Hang, a fellow materials science genius, couldn't help but admire Lin Tao's ingenious ideas in materials science upon seeing the problem he left behind. Now, he learned from the dean that Lin Tao had not only excelled in these two areas but was also capable of designing a new type of mecha. Most importantly, the Academy had personally acknowledged that Lin Tao had designed this new mecha entirely by himself. What did this mean? Davis Yu Hang understood better than anyone. Lin Tao was not only capable of serving as the overall framework designer for the mecha, but also responsible for a series of mecha-related design projects, including engine design, chassis design, and electrical design. In other words, Lin Tao was practically an entire team by himself. It's no wonder the dean would recommend Lin Tao for the Four Symbols Mech Company. Even if Lin Tao lacks business acumen, his presence practically guarantees the company's survival. His status is no less than that of a full-fledged SSS-level mech pilot. It's easy to imagine that after learning of Lin Tao's abilities, the Liu family will undoubtedly cultivate him as a key talent. One person is practically a mobile mech company, not only the Liu family, but also the Davis family, and even the Interstellar Federation, would treat him with great care and attention. The Green Bamboo Gate is merely an underground force that facilitates the Davis family's intelligence gathering on Mingyuan Star. Such a force is utterly insignificant. Similarly, compared to the Davis family's local underground forces, it's nothing. Moreover, if one were to compare the Green Bamboo Gate with Lin Tao alone, everyone would undoubtedly side with Lin Tao. After a moment's thought, Davis Yu Hang's gaze hardened, and his eyes softened as he looked at Lin Tao. Sect Leader Tang, Davis Yu Hang's tone turned cold. Since your Green Bamboo sect has done such a thing in secret, you should apologize to the Blood Wolf gang. Young Master Yu Hang, we didn't. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiangqi's eyes showed disbelief. Go back now. I will take you to the Liu family tomorrow to apologize, so as to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings between our Davis family and the Liu family. After Davis Yu Hang finished speaking, he said to the Green Bamboo sect members beside him, Guards, take sect leader Tang, take Tang Xiangqi away. The Green Bamboo sect member was stunned. He looked at Tang Xiangqi with complicated eyes and realized that Tang Xiangqi's situation was hopeless. He quickly waved his hand and said, Take him away immediately. Tang Xiangqi was taken away. Davis Yu Hang stood up and walked quickly to Lin Tao. Lin Tao, are you satisfied with this? Lin Tao raised his eyebrows. Zhang Tuo narrowed his eyes, watching Tang Xiangqi being led away, without uttering a word. Zhang Tuo understood perfectly well that he, like Tang Xiangqi, was just waiting for the day when, faced with the immense interests of powerful families, he could be sacrificed at any moment. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. And what about this town? Lin Tao smiled slightly. Knowing history well, he naturally understood that Davis Yu Hang's actions were clearly intended to cultivate a good relationship with him, hoping to persuade the Davis family in the future. Since arriving in this era, Lin Tao had always adhered to a low-key approach. Unfortunately, sometimes being too low-key was truly unreliable. Since Tang Xiangqi did such a thing behind the Davis family's back, let alone a mere medicinal herb town, even the entire Kingsu sect, if Lin Tao asks, we will compensate you accordingly, Davis Yu Hang said nonchalantly. Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction, but his mind wasn't on integrating the underground forces of Mingyuan Star. After smiling, he said, we're classmates. Although I'm currently on the Blood Wolf gang's side, I can't make excessive demands. As for compensating us for the Green Bamboo sect, That's out of the question. As for the Herb Town, from today onwards, Herb Town belongs to your blood Wolfgang. Davis Xueying laughed heartily. Lin Tao, we're classmates. I can agree to such a small request on behalf of the Davis family. Well said, we're classmates. Lin Tao laughed in return. Good. 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 We're good classmates. Davis Xueying laughed and nodded repeatedly. Today we've become acquainted through this conflict. Why don't we settle things here completely first, and then return to Mingyuan City? I'll host a banquet for your blood Wolfgang as my apology on behalf of the Green Bamboo sect. That's fine. Lin Tao nodded. Since the other party had already made the offer, refusing would be very disrespectful. After all, Davis Xueying was a member of the Davis family. Zhang Tuo, you make the arrangements first, Lin Tao instructed Zhang Tuo, turning to him. Zhang Tuo nodded, then waved to the crowd, summoning Qin Jie and Hong Juncheng. Now that the Herb Town belongs to our blood Wolfgang, Qin Jie, please help manage it. Yes, Brother Zheng, Qin Jie nodded vigorously. Also, don't make things difficult for the King's Hu sect members. If they want to stay, just give them a piece of land to open a herb shop, Zhang Tuo instructed again. Before Qin Jie could speak, Davis Xueying, standing to the side, smiled and assured him, Gang leader Zheng, there's no need for that trouble. Since our King's Hu sect has withdrawn from the Herb Town, none of us will stay. At most, we'll let them come and purchase herbs when needed. I'm just afraid Gang leader Zheng won't agree. As he spoke, he smiled at Zhang Tuo. Young Master Xueying is too kind. Zhang Tuo quickly waved his hand. Since Yaokao Town is a wholesale market for medicinal herbs, how could our blood Wolfgang refuse anyone who comes here to do legitimate business? Davis Xueying smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. After giving his instructions, Zhang Tuo turned to Hong and said, Boss Hong, go and invite a team of chefs over. Gather all the medicinal herb merchants in town, and we'll host a banquet to properly greet them. By the way, Boss Hong, you'll be a manager in the town from now on. If there are any rules, it's best to inform them in advance. Otherwise, if we offend someone later, our town will lose a medicinal herb wholesaler. Boss Zheng, I understand. Hong Juncheng nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 122 Purchasing the Bai Family Mansion. After resolving the matter in Herb Town, Zhang Tuo invited Lin Tao and Davis Xueying onto the express train, returning to Mingyuan City as quickly as possible. Although the banquet was ostensibly an apology to the blood Wolfgang, Davis Xueying's target was clearly Lin Tao. Lin Tao was no longer the same Lin Tao, and he wasn't someone who could be easily tricked into revealing information. After the banquet, Davis Xueying was somewhat reluctant to leave, but he still had to report the events in Herb Town to his superiors and have someone collect any information about Lin Tao that had been overlooked. At Aunt Bai's building. Bai Fan, you keep coming here. I'm even thinking of talking to Aunt Bai and asking her to reduce the rent again, Duruzi joked. Didn't my mom already reduce it for you, 100,000 star coins a month? Go look around, where can you find a lower rent? Bai Fan pouted. But you come here every day, you practically treat this place as your home, Duruming also laughed. This is my home, and did I stay here overnight? Don't forget, I bring you breakfast every morning, didn't you eat it? Bai Fan was a little angry. Hey, I was just joking with you. Duruzi couldn't help but giggle. HMPH. Bai Fan snorted and didn't say anything more, continuing to study the chip data in his wristwatch. By the way, how did you and Lin Tao get through the time you were captured by the Blood Wolfgang? Did they beat you? Duruzi asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Bai Fan's hand trembled slightly. The days he and Lin Tao disappeared were the days when his mindset changed the most, and with the attack on the Blood Wolfgang, how could he tell the Du siblings? He pretended not to hear and continued to study. Duruming was also someone who knew Lin Tao quite well, and he quickly changed the subject. Bai Fan, what exactly are you studying? Before Bai Fan could speak, the door opened with a click. Lin Tao and Zhang Tuo walked in together. Oh, everyone's here? Lin Tao glanced at the people in the room and smiled. Bai Fan and Duruming were both shocked to see Zhang Tuo following behind. Duruzi didn't recognize Zhang Tuo, and seeing his effeminate expression, she frowned. Lin Tao, and who is he? Although Lin Tao had rented this place alone, she was still a woman. If Lin Tao brought strange men back every day and something happened, she would have nowhere to turn. Well, Duruzi was quite narcissistic about her looks. Zhang. Before Bai Fan could finish speaking, Lin Tao interrupted him. Call him Brother Zheng. He's older than all of you. Brother Zheng, what brings you here? Zheng Tuo had already been promoted to the Blood Wolf Gang's chief leader, and Bai Fan's tone was filled with awe. Just passing by. Zheng Tuo's tone was as usual, with a hint of effeminacy that sent chills down everyone's spine. This made Du Ruzi frown even more. Fortunately, Du Ruming was quick-witted. Seeing her expression was off, he quickly said, Sister, Brother Zheng isn't an outsider. Without him and Lin Tao, we might not have been able to get into the first Mecha Academy. Actually, Du Ruming didn't know that if Zheng Tuo hadn't helped send Gulei and his apprentice away, they might not have received Gulei's help and successfully entered the first Mecha Academy. He said this entirely because of Zheng Tuo's Blood Wolf Gang identity, to prevent Du Ruzi from offending him. Hearing this, Du Ruzi was startled. Seeing Lin Tao nod, she quickly ran off, saying, Wait here, I'll go get some tea. Since Bai Fan was also there, Lin Tao had an idea and said to him, Bai Fan, Brother Zheng plans to buy the building in your medicinal herb town. If Aunt Bai isn't asleep. She definitely isn't asleep. Knowing Zheng Tuo's background, Bai Fan immediately ran out, saying, Wait here, I'll call Mom right away. Lin Tao and Zheng Tuo exchanged a smile and shook their heads. Before long, Aunt Bai was pulled over by Bai Fan, and Du Ruzi had prepared tea, pouring a cup for each of them. Is this the building in our medicinal herb town that you want to buy? Aunt Bai looked Zheng Tuo over carefully after arriving. Zheng Tuo had been focused on cultivating his internal energy finger technique, exuding a feminine aura without a trace of masculinity, which aroused suspicion in people. Aunt Bai, I'm not just buying the building, I also plan to buy the land along with it. Zheng Tuo followed Lin Tao's words and showed considerable respect to the person in front of him, which made Aunt Bai's expression much better. Since you want to buy that building, you should also know. Aunt Bai was about to mention the haunted matter when Zheng Tuo laughed. Aunt Bai, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just say the word, and we'll take care of everything. This made Aunt Bai quite displeased. As someone who ran a rental property business, she naturally knew some of the ins and outs. Putting aside the haunted rumors, buying a building, even with sufficient funds, would take at least a considerable amount of time from initial contact to the transfer of ownership, which was quite troublesome. Moreover, Zheng Tuo was buying the land along with the building, which would inevitably lead to countless problems. Aunt Bai, don't worry, just give me a price. Seeing Aunt Bai's expression, Lin Tao couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Aunt Bai still trusted Lin Tao's character. However, thinking of the rumors of the building being haunted and the strange things that happened during the several changes of tenants, she hesitated for a long time before frowning slightly. When I bought this building, it wasn't expensive. The land alone cost a little over 40 million, but now, including the land, I'll give you 200 million. Are you satisfied, Aunt Bai? Zheng Tuo asked with a smile. 200 million? Aunt Bai was shocked. That building is haunted, and you're still giving me 200 million? Zheng Tuo smiled. He was offering such a high price, of course, because of Lin Tao. However, if it weren't for the haunting incident, given the building's location, even an extra 100 million would probably be enough to attract many buyers. 200 million, including the land, isn't a loss for that building. 200 million. Hearing this from Zheng Tuo's mouth, Du Ruzi was equally astonished. Before coming to Mingyuan City, she only had about 10 million in spare change. She had never seen funds calculated in hundreds of millions. Of course, their Du family's herbal medicine shop could afford it, but they would have to sell off all their inventory. Du Ruming frowned slightly but remained silent. He knew Zheng Tuo's identity. Bai Fan was also silent. Aunt Bai, are you satisfied with this price? Lin Tao asked. Satisfied, but there's something. Aunt Bai hesitated. Since Aunt Bai is satisfied, then it's settled. Lin Tao made the decision on the spot. Have someone prepare all the documents immediately, and we'll print the transfer papers right away. Now? Aunt Bai was shocked. Mom, just prepare the documents, Zheng Tuo is quite capable, Bai Fan reminded her from the side. Aunt Bai was utterly incredulous, but since Lin Tao and Bai Fan had both spoken, she prepared her own documents and sent them to Zheng Tuo's watch. Less than half an hour later, Zheng Tuo's watch finally beeped. Zheng Tuo glanced at it, nodded to Lin Tao, and then sent the documents to Aunt Bai's watch. Aunt Bai, Just sign the document, and I can transfer the money to your account. Huh? Aunt Bai was stunned. Then her watch beeped too. Looking at the documents on the black paper with the official seal of the Star government, she was completely dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe it. However, Aunt Bai quickly signed the document and pressed her fingerprint as prompted. After Zhang Tuo confirmed, he immediately transferred 200 million. Your bank account has received 200 million star coins. Your current balance is XXXXXXXXXX. PFFT. Duruzi, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of hot tea, her eyes wide with disbelief. 200 million, just like that? This wasn't 10 or 20 million, but a full 200 million. Just how rich is this Brother Zheng? Seeing Brother Zheng remain unfazed after throwing out 200 million, Duruzi's pupils contracted in shock. Of course, if she knew Lin Tao still had 100 million on him, she would be so astonished she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Among her peers, she had never heard of anyone who could casually pull out 1 or 200 million. Aunt Bai was also shocked. She wasn't shocked by the 200 million, but by the speed of the document. According to her habitual thinking, a contract for selling land along with a property would take at least several months to get the official seal, but unexpectedly, Aunt Bai looked up, as if she were just recognizing Zhang Tuo, and sighed her up again. Aunt Bai, now it's all in black and white, and the money's in your account. That building belongs to me, right? Zhang Tuo said with a sinister smile. Aunt Bai nodded blankly. Bai Fan glanced at Zhang Tuo and Lin Tao, then at Aunt Bai. Seeing that everything was settled, he quickly pulled Aunt Bai out the door. Mom, now that it's sold, you should go back first. We have other things to do. Bai Fan, you must get along well with Brother Zheng. He's a very capable man. Lin Tao is also a very capable man. He knows so many capable people. No wonder he's made so much money at such a young age. Bai Fan, you should learn from Lin Tao. Even through the door, everyone could hear Aunt Bai's repeated admonitions. Durumi sighed. Who among those who become leaders of underground forces isn't capable? Duruzi swallowed hard. Only now did she realize that the people Lin Tao knew were all incredibly capable. Not to mention Brother Zheng. Even Liang Zi from this morning was an employee of the Four Symbols Mecha company. Zhang Tuo remained calm. Lin Tao smiled slightly but offered no explanation. After a long while, Aunt Bai finally finished her instructions. When Bai Fan returned, his face was full of helplessness. Alright, Zhang Tuo's matter is over. Now it's my turn. Seeing everyone present and having resolved the issue of the medicinal herb town building, Lin Tao looked at the Du siblings and Bai Fan and said, Lin Tao, is there anything else? Duruzi stretched out her right hand and gently rubbed her temples. She felt that something strange had happened today. Not to mention Zhang Tuo's wealth, even Liang Zi was an employee of the Four Symbols Mecha company. When did Lin Tao get to know so many people who had entered society and were also quite influential? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Lin Tao, can I do it? Ruzi, go back to your room first. Lin Tao glanced at everyone present and suddenly smiled at Duruzi. When Liang Zi came over, he had already vaguely sensed Duruzi's personality. To put it simply, she was the kind of person who is afraid of trouble. If she really knew what was going to happen next, Lin Tao didn't know what she would choose. But keeping her out of it for now might be beneficial for both sides. Zhang Tuo and Bai Fan both looked over. Lin Tao, what do you mean? Duruzi's expression changed slightly. Lin Tao, since my sister has also come to the first Mecha Academy, she can definitely help you. Seeing this, Durumi quickly spoke up for her. Lin Tao smiled slightly and looked at Duruzi, saying, our conversation next might jeopardize the reputation of the first Mecha Academy. Are you really planning to come with us? Upon hearing this, Duruzi turned pale with fright. Entering the first Mecha Academy, Duruzi had only two thoughts. First, to let those who knew her know that she, Duruzi, was also capable of entering the first Mecha Academy. Second, to reassure her family, because she could graduate from the first Mecha Academy and find a Mecha-related job, which would simply involve taking care of the herbal medicine shop business. At this moment, suddenly hearing Lin Tao's words, Duruzi opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the wealthy Zhang Tuo, and even Bai Fan and Du Ruming were frowning. "I can do it," Duruzi said through gritted teeth, for some reason, uttering words against her will. Seeing her flushed face beneath her short hair, Lin Tao frowned secretly. Zhang Tuo remained silent. Bai Fan glanced at Lin Tao. Du Ruming was extremely worried. After a long pause, Lin Tao suddenly laughed. "All right, count you in two, but..." He then tightened his expression. "Duruzi, this matter must not be revealed. Otherwise, not only us, but your Du's herbal medicine shop will become enemies of the Liu family." Duruzi lowered her head and remained silent. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Du Ruming, "Ruming, you've already seen the gene-enhancing potion." Du Ruming nodded vigorously. He had always wanted to obtain such a potion to become like Lin Tao, not to mention Lin Tao's powerful muscles, but even that enormous bird was something he had always longed for. Zhang Tuo frowned slightly, glancing at Du Ruming out of the corner of his eye, but ultimately remained silent. Now, Zhang Tuo has already helped acquire a batch of medicinal herbs, and can produce a second batch of gene-enhancing potions at any time. "Once it's finished, you can come and enjoy one," Lin Tao said. "Really?" Du Ruming was overjoyed. Lin Tao smiled silently. He had already decided to help Du Ruming when he used the gene-enhancing potion in front of him. There was no other reason than that he found them agreeable. Lin Tao had always kept a low profile, but once he found someone agreeable, he would do things that ordinary heroes wouldn't do. Otherwise, he would have become a hero long ago, instead of being stuck in his current state, unable to even leave the small Mingyuan Star. He treated Du Ruming this way, and he treated Bai Fan the same way. Even Zhang Tuo was treated the same way by Lin Tao. You must know, Bai Fan was the Bai Wufan of the future, and Zhang Tuo was a member of the Zhang family. Only Du Ruming and her brother had no relation to him whatsoever, and Lin Tao could have easily ignored them. Lin Tao. Suddenly, Duruzi, who had been keeping her head down, raised her head, a hint of determination in her eyes. Looking at Lin Tao, she asked in a calm tone, "What exactly is this matter that you mentioned regarding the damage to the reputation of the first Mecha Academy?" She knew nothing about gene enhancement drugs, the only thing she knew was the first Mecha Academy. To be honest, Duruzi really wanted to graduate from the first Mecha Academy smoothly, but her personality was similar to Du Ruming's. She also understood the value of a small favor. Hearing Lin Tao mention the first Mecha Academy repeatedly, she couldn't help but ask. Seeing that the important point had been raised, Du Ruming was startled and looked over. Bai Fan also frowned. "I've reached an agreement with the dean. He and Zhang Tuo will jointly guarantee my employment. In a few days, I'll be going to the Four Symbols Mecha Company and becoming an employee," Lin Tao said. "Becoming an employee of the Four Symbols Mecha Company? That's a good thing. And she even got the dean and Zhang Tuo. Brother Zhang?" Duruzi glanced at Zhang Tuo in surprise. Who exactly was Zhang Tuo? Not only was he wealthy, but he also possessed power similar to the dean? Duruzi was shocked. However, putting that aside, being able to enter the Four Symbols Mecha Company was definitely a good thing. Even she and Du Ruming chose to enter the first Mecha Academy, hoping to get a job at a Mecha company after graduation, right? As the renowned Mingyuan Star's premier Mecha Academy within the Interstellar Federation, its employment opportunities within Mecha companies far surpass those of other Mecha Academies. Du Ruming and Bai Fan frowned. They both knew Zhang Tuo's identity, and this matter was far more complex than it appeared. Sure enough. Lin Tao continued, "From now on, I will serve as the CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha Company. During this time, I will do everything possible to seize power within the company." PFFT. Duruzi, who was trying to calm herself with a sip of tea, spat out a mouthful, spraying it directly onto Du Ruming opposite her. You're going to be the CEO of the Four Symbols Mecha Company?" Duruzi was stunned. Even Du Ruming, covered in tea, was dumbfounded, completely oblivious to his soaked state. Bai Fan, though slightly better, was still visibly shocked. The CEO? That's equivalent to the president of the entire Mecha company. In other words, once one becomes the CEO, without any obstacles, one can practically control the entire Four Symbols Mecha company. This was a world apart from the ordinary employee Duruzi had imagined. They were on completely different levels. "Lin Tao, you're not joking, are you?" Duruzi murmured, her throat bobbing, her usual image as a beautiful woman completely gone. This was utterly unexpected. Even now, she still couldn't quite believe it. Lin Tao chuckled, explaining, I can get 40% of the shares from Zhang Tuo, and I can persuade the Liu family to give me another 30%. That means I'll have 70% of the shares, giving me the power to forcefully enter Four Symbols Mecha Company. Even the current CEO, I have the right to fire on the spot. This was truly astonishing. Duruzi couldn't accept it for a moment. Bai Fan frowned slightly, then a thought struck him. He asked, Lin Tao, are you really planning to take over the entire Four Symbols Mecha Company? Of course. Before Lin Tao could speak, Zhang Tuo immediately interjected, Lin Tao has already designed a new type of mecha. This mecha has even received support from the first Mecha Academy, including the dean and the heads of various departments. As long as this mecha gains sufficient support within the Skynet network, coupled with Lin Tao's high shareholding, he will definitely be able to control the entire Four Symbols Mecha Company from top to bottom. This is no longer just Lin Tao's business, it concerns the entire first Mecha Academy, Zhang Tuo said softly. Once students graduate from the first Mecha Academy, even if they can't find suitable jobs outside, they can still be placed in the Four Symbols Mecha Company. This will not only guarantee the first Mecha Academy's enrollment rate, but also allow students to obtain sufficient internship opportunities immediately. Is that really true? Bai Fan was puzzled, and Duruming also frowned. Upon hearing this, Duruzi immediately exclaimed in confusion, this is a good thing. Why do you say it will damage the reputation of the first Mecha Academy? Lin Tao glanced at her, his expression unchanged. Understanding Zhang Tuo's reasoning, he smiled and remained silent. After Lin Tao joins the Four Symbols Mecha Company, he plans to replace everyone in the company with his own people. This will allow him to better manage the company. Zhang Tuo smiled, his voice soft and gentle, yet now softened, making it impossible to dislike him. As you all know, Lin Tao is currently only one person. Without enough qualified personnel for these positions, he cannot manage such a large mecha company. Therefore, Lin Tao plans to recruit a batch of students from the first Mecha Academy. If Lin Tao recruits a large number of students, it will definitely cause the first Mecha Academy to lose a significant number of current students. This will be a huge blow to the first Mecha Academy, and if not handled carefully, it will affect the Academy's academic progress, Zhang Tuo said slowly. That seems to be the case, Duruzi nodded, seemingly understanding. Moreover, this move is extremely risky for the first Mecha Academy. If the new mecha doesn't sell well, it will be a huge blow to the Academy's reputation, Zhang Tuo continued softly. This time, not only Duruzi nodded, but Duruming and Bai Fan also nodded, indicating that they understood. Since you're all here, I have some things to ask you to do. After Zhang Tuo finished speaking, Lin Tao also spoke. Starting tomorrow, after you return to the Academy, immediately help me find some capable people. As long as you feel they can handle certain positions and are willing to come to the Four Symbols Mecha Company, write down a list for me, and I will directly ask the dean for them, Lin Tao said. Really? Duruzi blinked. Duruming also stared blankly at Lin Tao. Lin Tao nodded. Then you. Suddenly, Duruzi blushed, lowered her head, and rubbed the hem of her clothes with both hands. Then you? Do you think I can handle the work at the Four Symbols Mecha Company? Duruming's eyes twitched a few times. Bai Fan chuckled. Zhang Tuo raised his hand, gently rubbing his temples, smiling without saying a word. Which area do you think you're capable of? Lin Tao countered with a smile. As long as I can get into Four Symbols Mecha Company, no matter what position you assign me, I'll definitely be able to handle it. Seeing that Lin Tao didn't object, Duruzi was overjoyed, her earlier hesitation completely gone. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. It seemed Duruzi's earlier actions were all an act. The following is a separate, unrelated paragraph. I'm very grateful for everyone's monthly tickets and recommendation votes lately, but I've been quite busy lately, even updating in the afternoons. I feel a bit bad about all the monthly tickets and recommendation votes, sigh. Chapter 124 The Ancient Martial Arts Family of Li. PFFT. This time, not only Bai Fan, but even Duruming burst out laughing. His older sister was clearly confused about her own strengths, only wanting to get into Four Symbols Mecha Company. Zhang Tuo, standing nearby, frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? Duruzi blushed, somewhat embarrassed by Fan and Du Ruming's laughter. Sis, why are you in such a hurry to get into Four Symbols Mecha Company? Lin Tao is going to be the CEO this time. Why don't we take this opportunity to help Lin Tao consolidate his position? Then, getting into Four Symbols Mecha Company will be a piece of cake for him. Du Ruming countered with a smile. That seemed to make sense. Du Ruming blinked. All right. Lin Tao spoke up. Now is the time to test your abilities. If you can organize your own teams now, becoming a manager after entering the Four Symbols Mech Company won't be difficult. Otherwise, even if you enter the Four Symbols Mech Company and become a manager with my guarantee, you won't win people's hearts, and your positions will become awkward. Hearing this, Du Ruming nodded. Suddenly, Lin Tao's heart stirred, and he thought of Liang again, so he asked Bai Fan, do you remember that Liang? Bai Fan was taken aback, puzzled. Lin Tao, are you asking about Liang, the one who drank otter wine with you? Otter wine? Zhang Tiyuo narrowed his eyes slightly, subtly glancing at Lin Tao. As a high-ranking member of the Blood Wolf gang, he had certainly heard of otter wine. Zhang Tiyuo didn't doubt Lin Tao's mech pilot skills, but Lin Tao was already of equal status to him, and inviting him to drink otter wine was clearly an offense. At this moment, Zhang Tiyuo was considering whether to teach this Liang a lesson on behalf of Lin Tao. Lin Tao nodded. Liang, a genius student in the Mecha Pilot Department, ranked 5th in Xian Wang, works as a Mecha tester at Xianzhang Mecha Company. Soon, Bai Fan told him all the information about Liang. However, this was not what Lin Tao wanted to hear. With Liang's persistence, it was not surprising that he had achieved these results. What Lin Tao wanted to know was Liang's character. Zhang Tiyuo had been listening to the information about Liang when suddenly his eyes lit up. Lin Tao, I think I know this Liang you're talking about. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on him, and even Bai Fan, who had been talking non-stop, suddenly shut his mouth. After glancing at the Du siblings and Bai Fan, Zhang Tiyuo hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lin Tao, since you also understand Zhang Tiyuo's Jin finger technique, do you know anything about other ancient martial arts? The Du siblings and Bai Fan weren't from the ancient martial arts world. If Lin Tao hadn't already considered them one of his own, Zhang Tiyuo wouldn't have bothered mentioning ancient martial arts in front of them. Lin Tao let out a soft hum, his eyes flickering before he asked, Liang, could he be a member of the Li family who understands Inch Force? In the later Federation, among the 8 great ancient martial arts families, there was the Li family, who mastered Inch Force. Lin Tao also knew this ancient martial arts technique, but due to recent events, he rarely had time to relearn it. That's right. If this Liang is the Liang ranked 5th in the Heavenly Network, then he is from the ancient martial arts family, the Li family. Zhang Tiyuo nodded. Lin Tao was surprised, because from the first time he met Liang until he followed Liang into the Mecha duel, he hadn't detected a trace of ancient martial arts aura from him. Those who practice ancient martial arts have movements and even words that are noticeably different from ordinary people. For example, Lin Tao could immediately tell that Zhang Tiyuo practiced a Jinzi technique. Lin Tao, although Liang is from the Li family, he hasn't liked martial arts since childhood. He's devoted himself to being a Mecha pilot. Among the ancient martial artists I know, he's the only one who has achieved relatively good results in the Skynet. Lin Tao understood why he hadn't seen any ancient martial arts characteristics in Liang. At this point, Zhang Tiyuo seemed to remember something. He frowned slightly and looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao, if the conflict between you isn't too serious, could you, for my sake? Seeing that Lin Tao's expression remained unchanged, he added, Lin Tao, if I go there personally, perhaps I can recruit him. Oh? You. Lin Tao finally showed some emotion. Our Zhang and Li families have a close relationship. I watched Liang grow up when he was a child, Zhang Tiyuo said with a smile. If I were to approach him personally, I'm confident I could recruit him. Moreover, with his strength on the Skynet, he would be of great use to us. Lin Tao quickly waved his hand with a smile. This guy lost to me in mech combat and wants to become my apprentice, but I don't know him well, so I wanted to ask Bai Fan about his character. Hearing this, Zhang Tiyuo's heart, which had been pounding, finally relaxed. He let out a soft sigh. Lin Tao, Liang is a bit arrogant because he's ranked 5th on the Skynet, but other than that, he's a good person. With Zhang Tiyuo's guarantee, Lin Tao felt relieved. Duruming already knew about Lin Tao's mech piloting skills, and Baifan had also witnessed them before. Neither of them were surprised, only puzzled by the fact that he was a martial arts practitioner. Duruzi, however, was quite alarmed. After all, Liang was ranked 5th in the Skynet rankings. However, after opening her mouth, she obediently shut it, because only now did she realize that Lin Tao in front of her was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. She could even sense that without Duruming's connections, she might not have been able to enter the first Mecha Academy. Zheng Tuo had already purchased the building, and Lin Tao had almost finished explaining everything. I have to go out tonight. If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, please ask the dean for leave for me, Lin Tao said to Duruming. Ask for leave again? Thinking of how almost all the department heads and the dean had gathered together because of Lin Tao's incident last time, Duruming felt a sudden headache. You coward. Seeing his spineless appearance, Duruzi slapped him on the forehead and patted her chest to assure Lin Tao, don't worry, leave this to me. Well, Duruzi's chest was relatively flat, this slap almost deflated it. Everyone found it amusing but dared not laugh out loud. After leaving Aunt Bai's building, Lin Tao and Zheng Tuo returned to the express train and headed back to the medicinal herb town. The medicinal herbs were ready, and Lin Tao planned to refine a batch of gene-enhancing potions first. In the train. Lin Tao, you won't blame me, will you? Zheng Tuo knew that Lin Tao wanted to win over the Du siblings and Baifan all at once. Duruming and Baifan were fine, but Duruzi gave him a very unsafe feeling, which was why he brought up the topic. Lin Tao waved his hand and sighed, it seems I'm still not suited to be a tyrant. A tyrant? Zheng Tuo also shook his head, Lin Tao, don't think too much about it. Just be yourself. Zheng Tuo also wanted to be a tyrant, but reality had dealt him a heavy blow, forcing him to stay temporarily in the Blood Wolf gang on Mingyuan Star until Lin Tao's appearance changed his trajectory. Lin Tao, what are your plans next? Zheng Tuo didn't hide his words from the express train driver, clearly trusting him greatly. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tao said, first, join the Four Symbols Mech Company. Once we have complete control of the company, we'll secretly develop a new type of mech. Mentioning the new mech, Zheng Tuo's eyes lit up. Lin Tao, do you think the mech you submitted will be a huge success? Should our Blood Wolf gang give it a push? Zheng Tuo frowned slightly before adding, don't worry, that mech has good performance. Its attack and defense capabilities are well suited for military operations and planetary exploration. If we win a few more battles on Skynet, it will quickly gain favor with many mech pilots. Lin Tao wasn't worried at all. In another year, this mech would be unveiled, seizing the initiative and even influencing many mech companies to follow the same path in the following years. Of course, there were a few key factors to achieving this, the integration of the energy system and the reuse of small engines. Suddenly, Lin Tao's eyes narrowed. This mecha would be unveiled in a year, and it was definitely still under research. If those people caused trouble, it would be quite troublesome. It seemed he needed to speed things up and take over the Four Symbols Mecha Company first. Back in the medicinal herb town, Lin Tao took Zheng Tuo to the prepared preparation room. This was originally the second floor of Hong Junsheng's shop. Lin Tao glanced around, all kinds of instruments were ready, and many were even relatively advanced for this era. However, even though they were advanced for this era, they were still quite outdated in Lin Tao's eyes. Lin Tao made more precise adjustments to some of the instruments. Although they weren't quite up to standard, he felt they were close enough, so he began grinding the medicinal herbs. Of the batch of herbs, natural cinnabar, bright core grass, extreme mist flower, and heavenly cluster leaf, the most difficult to process was the natural cinnabar. It was a mineral-like stone with high hardness, difficult to grind into powder. For this nearly 100 pounds of natural cinnabar, the entire process even scrapped 2 grinding machines before reaching Lin Tao's bottom line. With various instruments and tools at his disposal, Lin Tao no longer needed pots and pans as before. Using specialized tools, the process went quite smoothly. Before long, Lin Tao had successfully prepared his first vial of reagent. The gene-enhancing potion, made from natural cinnabar and other medicinal materials, was a pure blue liquid, resembling a blue hole at the bottom of the ocean, quite captivating. Lin Tao handed the potion to Zheng Tuo, indicating that he should try it. Without hesitation, Zheng Tuo swallowed the entire vial of reagent. Unlike the batch of herbs from the heavenly star grass, This gene-enhancing potion made from natural cinnabar did not restructure Zhang Tuo's muscles. Chapter 125 The potion completed. After swallowing the potion, Zhang Tuo's skin turned crimson, as if his blood was about to gush from it. Sweat poured from his body, soaking the ground in an instant. Simultaneously, Zhang Tuo seemed to be enduring terrifying pain. Although he was a martial artist, the intense pain soon caused him to scream. He even felt his body spiraling out of control, wanting to throw punches wildly. Lin Tao frowned slightly, stepped forward, and restrained him. But this only emboldened Zhang Tuo, who unleashed a barrage of punches at Lin Tao. Fortunately, Lin Tao's body had already been altered, and he remained unmoved by Zhang Tuo's blows. However, under Zhang Tuo's frenzied punches, Lin Tao gradually felt his own punching power increase, gaining about 100 pounds of strength in a short time. Punch after punch, even Zhang Tuo lost count of how many punches he had thrown. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Lin Tao's mouth. Finally, after Zhang Tuo slumped down, he regained consciousness. Lin Tao, you can put me down now. Lin Tao released his grip, and Zhang Tuo collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, panting heavily. It took him a long time to stand up. Weren't the side effects of this potion too severe? Lin Tao smiled slightly. If the potion made with a heavenly star grass had been used, the muscle remodeling would probably have driven a normal person insane. However, using the natural chenchi herbs, Zhang Tuo's physique didn't change much. He was almost as if he hadn't taken the medicine at all. Unlike Lin Tao, who had transformed from a malnourished skinny man into a strong man, Zhang Tuo hadn't changed much. A moment later, Zhang Tuo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly threw several punches. Lin Tao, I can feel a lot more strength in my body. Zhang Tuo said excitedly, it's at least an increase of about 150 jin. Lin Tao smiled again, remaining silent, and continued to concentrate on preparing the potion. In the blink of an eye, the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. By this time, Lin Tao had already used all the available medicinal herbs to concoct gene-enhancing potions. This formula, primarily based on natural cinnabar, only produced potions with half the effect of the heavenly stargrass formula, but in this era, it was almost superhuman. There were 54 vials of the reagent, and adding the one Zhang Tuo had taken, Lin Tao had made a total of 55 vials. Due to the large quantity of natural cinnabar, there were still over 60 jin, approximately 30 caddies, of medicinal herbs remaining. Lin Tao took 4 vials and then handed the remaining 50 vials of reagent and the 60-odd jin of natural cinnabar to Zhang Tuo. Keep these natural cinnabar safe, they will be useful in the future. As for these 50 vials of reagent, try to find some trusted confidants to administer them. Zhang Tuo nodded solemnly. Having personally tested them, he naturally understood their efficacy. Although he didn't know how Lin Tao had mastered the formula, he knew that once these reagents were released, they would definitely cause a great stir throughout the Interstellar Federation. As for the 4 vials Lin Tao took, Zhang Tuo didn't press the matter. After all, the 50 vials of potion he had were enough for him to painstakingly select people. After selecting the candidates, once I seize control of the 4 symbols Mecha company, I will arrange for them to enter the company for Mecha pilot training. After a pause, Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and reminded him, by the way, pick a few people with management skills from the Blood Wolf Gang. I will arrange for them to supervise the students of the first Mecha Academy. Zhang Tuo nodded again. He understood that even if he could recruit the genius students of the first Mecha Academy, he wouldn't dare to let them work without his trust in them. At this point, Lin Tao's heart stirred again. He smiled at Zhang Tuo and said, Zhang Tuo, could you transfer Zhang Cheng to my place? What, you've also taken a liking to that guy? Zhang Tuo chuckled upon hearing this. Zhang Cheng was a candidate he had been grooming for many years. Not only was he exceptionally capable, but he was also extremely loyal. Zhang Tuo had even considered that if something happened to him, Zhang Cheng would succeed him as the head of the Zhang family. Considering Lin Tao's abilities, Zhang Tuo nodded in agreement. Perhaps Zhang Cheng could learn more by following Lin Tao, especially since Zhang Cheng had repeatedly expressed his desire to work under Lin Tao. Before dawn, Lin Tao had Zhang Tuo send him back to Mingyuan City in an express car. Zhang Cheng left with Lin Tao. Mingyuan City, Aunt Bai's building. Duruzi had already returned to the academy, while Du Ruming and Bai Fan had Lin Tao stay behind. Upon seeing Lin Tao again, and then seeing Zhang Cheng following behind him, Duruming was taken aback. Bai Fan, who had seen Zhang Cheng before, quickly greeted him. Lin Tao, we keep taking leave. Won't the department head scold us in class? Duruming asked somewhat embarrassedly. If you want to go back to the academy, I won't force you, Lin Tao chuckled. Just kidding, just kidding. Duruming quickly waved his hands, his smile awkward. Lin Tao had asked him to stay, and this time even Duruzi hadn't stopped him. Duruming understood that Lin Tao had important matters to discuss. If he really gave up, it would be equivalent to giving up his future opportunity to join the Four Symbols Mecha Company. For the two men from the Du family's herbal medicine shop, the opportunity to join the Mecha Company was quite valuable. All right. Lin Tao's smile faded, and his expression became serious. Bai Fan and Duruming also understood that Lin Tao was about to get to the point, and their expressions also became serious. Lin Tao took out 2 vials of reagents. Ruming, I'm letting you stay this time because of something I promised you last time. Zhang Cheng's pupils contracted as he looked at the 2 vials of reagents, then his gaze swept over Bai Fan and Duruming. He had already swallowed 1 vial before leaving and understood the importance of these 2 vials. Now, Lin Tao was clearly going to have the 2 men take them. Zhang Cheng quickly memorized their faces, because anyone who could take these medicines was a true ally. Lin Tao, you've already made the potion? Duruming was shocked upon hearing this. He quickly looked at the 2 vials of reagent, then frowned again, letting out a soft exclamation. Huh? Lin Tao, why is the color of this potion different from last time? The last potion was pitch black, like ink. If one didn't understand the potion's effects, they wouldn't dare pick it up even if it were dropped on the ground. If it weren't for Qis Hangfei, he would still have that small bowl of ink. This time, Zhang Tuo purchased a lot of high-end equipment. And he used the same batch of natural Chenqi medicinal materials, so the color will be different. Lin Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, these potions won't cause any physical changes after ingestion. It was precisely because of this that Lin Tao dared to let the 2 of them ingest the potion. Otherwise, if their bodies were to change, it would definitely arouse suspicion, and there would be a lot of trouble. Really? Duruming asked excitedly. Bai Fan frowned, still unaware of what had happened. Lin Tao handed the potion to the 2 of them, instructing them to ingest it on the spot. A moment later, both of them collapsed to the ground like limp mush, utterly exhausted. Despite this, they were both incredibly excited, as they could both feel the power surging within them. Lin Tao, with our current condition, can we become Mecha pilots? Duruming gasped for breath. Having previously worked in Skynet, he naturally understood Mecha pilots quite well. Bai Fan, hearing this, also stared intently at Lin Tao. If it weren't for his weak physique, he would never have given up on the path of a Mecha pilot. Even if he couldn't enter the Mecha pilot department, he could still show off his prowess in Skynet. Lin Tao nodded. Zhang Cheng smiled as well. With your current physiques, as long as you put in some effort, you can quickly become Mecha pilots. To become a Mecha pilot, one needs to learn Mecha maneuvers, which require a strong body to withstand the various impacts brought about by high speeds. With Zhang Cheng's discerning eye, even without any Mecha pilot experience, the 2 before him could easily get started. Of course, to cross that initial step, a strong physique wouldn't suffice. Even geniuses need to learn. After resolving the issues with these 2, Lin Tao tidied up and left Zhang Cheng behind while he, Du Rui, and Ming Fan returned to the academy. In the dean's office, the dean was furious upon seeing Lin Tao. His face darkened. Since becoming the number 1 person in the academy, Lin Tao had been disappearing every few days. Last time, he was kidnapped by the Blood Wolf gang, but after being rescued, he vanished again for 2 days. Well, he reappeared with a new Mecha design, which the dean could tolerate, but before he could even finish explaining, he disappeared again. Now, he wanted to take another leave of absence. If someone else hadn't asked for leave on his behalf, the dean would probably have tied Lin Tao up with a rope. Thinking of this, the dean glanced around, genuinely wanting to find a rope to tie Lin Tao to the dean's office and keep him there for days. Dean, when can I join the Four Symbols Mecha Company? Lin Tao asked with a smile. He came here eager to join the Four Symbols Mecha Company. HMPH. You're actually quite dedicated, kid. Hearing this, the dean finally looked away, grunted twice, and then straightened his face, saying sternly, I've already made arrangements with the Liu family. We just need to meet with the Blood Wolf Gang and the Star Mansion. Easy enough, right? Lin Tao immediately raised his wrist and dialed Zhang Tuo's number. In front of the dean, Lin Tao didn't address Zhang Tuo by his name. Gang leader Zhang, this is Lin Tao. Lin Tao, what's the matter? The simple address immediately put Zhang Tuo on guard. Lin Tao, I'm now the leader of a gang, and I have many things to attend to. HMPH. The dean snorted coldly. What can someone from a mere underground force be busy with? More than enough for me, the dean of the academy? The dean still believed that the Blood Wolf Gang had kidnapped Lin Tao and held a grudge. Hearing Zhang Tuo's words, his expression immediately turned sour. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.